having arrived, and I'm really looking forward. I think everybody's looking forward to hearing every single paper. I just want, I'll be very short to introduce this meeting, which is the first of a series to be of a 5-year long project funded by the European Research Council. The host institution is the Institute for Mediterranean Studies in Rethymno in Crete, in Greece. It's called GHOST, okay, which is a bit of fun. It means Geographies and Histories of the Ottoman Supernatural Tradition. Just, okay, words chosen to shoot the initial letters, like a kind of ilmi huruf of science of letters, whatever. So this is the first international workshop we organize. I want to thank the staff of Columbia Global Centers Istanbul. I want to thank Ahmed Tunç Şen, who was the mediator as a member of the Columbia University, and from the center, Mrs. Ceyda Göçmen Snavurian, Gölden Çolakel, Eylem Naslitas Demir. Really thank you all for this magnificent organization, all these last-minute arrangements that had to be done. Just a very short notice, there is an exhibition in Istanbul Araştırma Merkezi in Tepebaşı about Ottoman manuscripts, which is really very nice and somehow very relevant to our subject. Some of us have been involved in this organization, so there is this thought that we could arrange an organized visit, and perhaps we could arrange it for tomorrow, because the lunch will be very near. So if you agree, we'll go on with this arrangement. And now, I won't take much longer, just that we'll have a swap. So first, in the place of Ido Ben Ami, we'll have Güneş Işıksel, who will talk about Hamza and the realms beyond the mountain Kaf, marvelous magic and some minor chronotopes. So I hope your toes will have some magic to have it fixed.
So I situate myself as such, or then I don't have any idea. But still, can you hear me in any case? All right. So I will just start with some excuses. First, that I had some problems, and therefore I have to exchange my place with Ido, so I thank to him. And secondly, well, I don't know, for 2 or 3 days I'm a bit sick, so I couldn't improvise on my text, which makes me read it. That's something that I do not like it, but I don't have any other choice. So this communication is about a particular kind of Ottoman romance tradition, or what we call as destan, kıssa or hikaye, the Hamzanames, and some of its peculiarities. The written and oral romances performed by Meddas, quite frequent until 1970s in Turkey, represented an enchanted world populated by sorcerers, demons, jinns, fairies, as well as other marvelous beings, supported by worldviews in which divine power was omnipresent and occult practices and the supernatural phenomena was quite ubiquitous. They were imbued with stereotypic elements of folklore and popular culture, sorcery, and magic. Unfortunately, I have never been able to attend to or even listen indirectly these tales from the professional Meddas. Still, I have a good reminiscence of hearing about the sorcerers, jinns, and especially the fairy queens before sleep until I was 6 or 7, in other words, before my maternal grandmother passed away. Fortunately, the manuscript libraries of Istanbul hold quite many manuscripts of the Hamzaname, not in its entirety, which is approximately 80 volumes or 85 volumes. Theoretically, that's what they guess as its normally complete version, but still some 100 copies containing many variants and bifurcations between the stories. So I picked up for this communication the Sermet Çiftçiyer Hamzaname collection, which contains some 70 volumes, and I'm just been to the 14th volume, and I picked up a story from the 7th and the 8th volumes, which is on the mountain cuff. Hamzanames, to which each meddah added a new layer or character according to her narrative strategy, is not confined to the Turkic popular milieus. It was created in Iran in the 11th century, Central Era, then was disseminated to Asia Minor, Arabic lands, Caucasia, including Georgia, where they had a Christian version of the tale. As we will see, Hamzaname is really passes in an Islamic context avant la lettre. Malay world, and last but not least, the Indian subcontinent, where it had seen its fullest development. The Mughal Emperor Akbar adored the romance so much that he had ordered a 14 in-folio volume which contained some 1,400 lavishly executed miniatures, and which were edited some 20 years ago by, I think, Guggenheim Museum. In the 19th century, a 46-volume version of the text was produced in Urdu, each volume containing some 900 pages. The story is filled up with formal and thematic elements common to other romances of this genre, such as scenery of battles and banquets, bezm, conventional phraseology, intertextual elements, and repetitions, which are quite many and which makes the reading is sometimes quite dull, but the whole story has its own merits and interests. There's an open or overt religious coloring to the epic. All of Hamza's enemies are subsequently converted to Islam. And we will see it's a very anachronistic effect. Already at the beginning of the 11th century, Hamza's story starts to be narrated in popular milieus. In the 14th century, his fantastic adventures are known to have been particularly fashionable, as seen from the reaction of jurist Ibn Taymiyyah, who abhorred this fictional literature. According to the latter, these tales were based on uncritical popular belief rather than historical fact. In fact, the genre never lacked its detractors. Naima, in the prolegomena of his history, so the Tarihi Naima, while enumerating the virtues of good historiography, therefore his, evocated as a counterexample the plain chronographies which are quite as pedestrian and dull as Hamzaname. Bu fevaitten hali ve sade tarihlerin Hamzaname'den farkı yoktur, demiş. The rise of the novel and the theater, beginning from the second half of the 19th century, accompanied by elite scorn for popular entertainment, debased the romances as a frivolous genre. For instance, while evaluating Ahmet Mithat's translation of Le Cid, a French medieval romance, Kemal Paşazade Said compared its texture and quality, not without some whim, to Hamzaname. The gradual adoption of a rationalist empiricist worldview was backed by some of the established 20th century literary critics, among whom Fuat Köprülü and even to some degree Pertev Naili Boratav, who, in teleological manner, coined these romances as primitive and inadequate precursors of the novel, a genre with no social purpose but to amuse the ignorant and the credulous. Just as in the other popular romances, Hamzaname consists of a great mass of episodes, loosely or closely connected and interrelated to various degrees. Some are short and fairly straightforward, others are long and intricate. In addition, a multitude of characters enter and leave the narrative, which the range of its geographical settings constantly modulates and expands. The story piles character upon character, episode upon episode, event upon event, and location upon location. These reduplications and their logic owe next to nothing to the preceding and upcoming events, so technically, any given episode may be detached from the neighbors and told as a separate story, which makes a majlis in itself. On the other hand, by virtue of necessity, there are many intertextual elements and allusions. Hamza is often called the Sahib Kiran, Lord of the auspicious planetary conjunction, an obvious reference to astrological beliefs. His court is often called Solomon's court, which refers back to the wisdom and might of the referred. Often, to sound the call for battle, Hamza orders Alexander's drums, Cemşit's flute, and Keyumer's cymbal. In Firdevsi's Shehname, the latter is the first man and the first Shah of the world, and Cemşit the fourth one. The main hero, Hamza, is supposedly son of Abdul Muttalib, paternal uncle of the Prophet Muhammad. The plot begins with his birth. He is born in Mecca at the same time as his life companion, Ömer the trickster, Ömer Ayyar. And in the storyline, either he refers to Ömer or to Ayyar, and sometimes Ömer Ayyar. The two children grow up together. Adventures and challenges begin to come Hamza's way since he is 7 years old. Even at that time, he is honored by divine favor in the form of especially efficacious gifts and powers bestowed on him. As he grows, he appears as the perfectly knightly hero, strong, pious, generous and brave, loyal and trusting. Hamza is precocious physically and comes in some way to the attention of Anushirvan. Indeed, the series of action takes place rather around the reign of Sasanian Shah Husrev I, the Anushirvan, reigned between 530s and 580, and his vizier Büzürkmehr, but more or less in a dominantly, and it goes without saying, anachronistically Islamic cultural context. At the court of Ctesiphon, which in the story is referred to as Medain, Hamza and the Shah's daughter Mihrnigar fall in love. Though both are promised to each other, they are all allowed to marry only much later. It's a common stereotype. Anushirvan decides to send Hamza on various dangerous and Herculean missions so as to make him demonstrate his courage and valor. Since the notions of destiny and trial played a crucial role in romances, as a rule, the main characters were sent from their homeland very often. Though a lengthy series of adventures that take Hamza and his companion Ömer, as well as Mihrnigar, but more than often they are in separate stories. So on the one hand, the storyteller, the Meddah, tells about the Hamza's adventure in Serendip. On the other hand, Ömer with Mihrnigar, they may be in Tangiers or in Rhodes, or even sometimes Ömer may be in Cairo and Mihrnigar was captured by pirates and was, waiting in Cyprus. So, and that makes the story, which makes it turn a bit more interesting, since at times, or we see often, let's see whatever, he recounts the story of Hamza, for instance, and then he just stops his story, and let's see what's going on the part of Ömer, or on the part of Mir and Ömer, etc. So it makes an interesting cadence and makes the lecture much more, and without doubt the auditing, much more interesting. So he kept the attention, and it is noted in the manuscript. These, let's see what happens, etc. So it's just like the subchapters announced in this manner. Through a lengthy series of adventures that take Hamza as far as to the lands of Rum, Serendip, Turkestan, Tanjay, and more importantly, at the least for this communication, to the realms of the demons, devs, and fairies beyond the mountain Kaf. Instead of being eventually killed, Hamza always remains unbeaten, gains an ever-growing number of companions who are either outstanding combatants or possessors of supernatural forces. In the end, he not only conquers almost all the habited part of the earth, Rubu Meskun, in the way how the storyteller qualifies the earth very often, but at times subdues the non-human inhabitants of the magic realms, such as the camel-footed monsters, demons, and the giant cannibals. Despite all vicissitudes, his life is on a rising curve and things are going to his way. He finally wins Anushirvan's grudging consent to his marriage with Mihnigar. At the last days of his life, Hamza returns to Mecca, converts to Islam by his nephew Muhammad, fights valiantly in the historical battle of Badr, but is killed at the battle of Uhud by her niece Hind. Although I have told that I have just read 13 volume of the Turkish Hamzaname, there are many translations of it, either from Urdu or from Persian and from Arabic. But in all these versions, although the main outline and the characteristics of the heroes are more often than not the same, the storyline is never the same. For instance, for the Ottoman case, Hamza goes to the mountain Kaf quite at the initial periods of the long story, and for instance, for the Urdu version, for which there are two translations, one from the 19th century and one very recent one, and published by Penguin, this Kaf episode is situated rather in the middle of the story. So, and when I checked with the Arabic version of it, well, although the names are not the same for all the creatures in the mountain Kaf, the story is rather similar to the Micro-Asiatic one. So I cannot follow or get to know which influences the which version, or there are only coincidence that in Arabic and Turkish versions the storyline is rather, I don't know, or follows up in the same steps, and for the Urdu and the Persian version the stories are differently or in different settings. Although these features are quite common, the sequence of events and the minor characters differ. The narrative texture is controlled by one force, chance or fate. Adventuristic chance time is the specific time during which irrational forces intervene in human life. And that's a generality, not only in Hamzanames, but for the most of these destans that I now started to get familiar with. The romance tends to be marked by many ventures into unfamiliar landscapes, and the commencement of an episode starts with an unexpected disjunction. Paranormal occurs, often a confused awakening or an astonishment. So just before his wedding, Hamza is wounded, or let's tell the story again. So Ömer and Hamza managed to flee with Mihnigar to Mecca. But at that time, so Anushirvan decides to send his biggest army with his allies to Mecca, and there to attack Hamza, even to kill him and get back Mihnigar. So although so the battle goes on, but at the time Hamza is wounded and he is just praying at the Kaaba. Okay, normally without or even before the Islam, people was veneering the Kaaba, etc. So it's not something very astonishing or surprising. So I will just first read I don't know my relation with time, but please just make me stop. Emir-i Merdan Kabe içinde ağlayıp dua ederken bir de anı gördü ki Kabe'nin divarları yarılıp 3 kimesne zahir oldu. İkisi pir, birisi taze nevcivandır. Ol pirler gelip Hamza'ya ağda bile selam verdiler. Hamza da aleyke aldı. Bunlar eğittiler. Nedir halin ey serveri sahip kiran? Düşman elinden ve zahm ağrısından nicesin dediler. He's just like me now. Emri Arap yastığa dayanıp eğitti. Elhamdülillah pirim. Lakin siz kimlersiniz? Dedi. Ol iki pirin biri dedi ki, oğlum ben diyarı Kühü Kaf'tan Kulle-i Evvel Sultanıyım. Adıma Mahlı Cinni derler. Ve bu koca pir vezirimdir. Ve bu koca yiğit oğlumdur. Rat Şatır derler ve hem sizin süt karındaşınızdır. So I just translate. While the emir of the courageous man was praying and weeping, all of a sudden he perceived that the walls of the Kaaba were cracked open and that three whomsoever, I do not get to translate the kimesne, since they are peris, etc., by three whomsoever, appeared. Two of them were elderly and the other a youngster. The elders approached Hamza and saluted him according to the custom, and he rendered it back. They spoke in this manner. Ah, the foreman, lord of the auspicious conjunction, how are you? What becomes to you from the enemy and the woeful pain? The emir of the Arabs, while leaning on the pillow, replied, Praise to God, I am fine. However, who are you? One of the elders replied, My son, I am the ruler of the first crest in the realm of the mountain Kaf. They call me Mahlı Cinni, and this saint elderly is my vizier, so I try to, while translating, to avoid anything referring to a person, etc., since I do not get to translate these preachers. This saint elderly is my vizier, and this tall courageous is my son. They call him Rat Şatır, who moreover is your foster brother. During this initial encounter, Mahl recounts, to the great astonishment of Hamza, their reason of venue to the realm of the humans after telling how Hamza was transported to the land of the fairies a week after he was born and exchanged with Rat Şatır for 40 days with the assent of Abdul Muttalib, so his father. Then he gives a summary description of the lands of fairies, which is a longer project of mine to determine where is where in the lands beyond the mountain Kaf. And since there are lots of details, it's a bit complicated to remap this area. Ey server, bu Kuhu Kaf dedikleri 7 kulledir. Her bir kullesine birer ulu sultan hükmeder. Kimi perri, kimi cinni, kimi ifrit ve her bir kullenin mabeyni nice aylık yoldur. 70 ulu deryaları vardır ve 1400 cezireleri vardır ve benim hükmettiğim diyara şehri yeşim derler. Dördüncü kullenin sultanına Esma Peri derler. So without passing to the second and the third crest for obvious reasons. Hazreti Süleyman aleyhüssellem evladındandır. Dahi kız oğlandır. Kocaya varmadı. Hatta size küçük iken şikarda size görüp bir siyah kaytasnam at bağışlamış. That part is correct because in the first volume between I think the storyteller recounts how Esma and Hamza had met while Hamza was hunting. So there is a continuation in the storyline here. Finally, Mahl explains the reason of their venue. An ifrit, so ifrit is a jinn. That's something that I have learned now, or while studying on this, that ifrits are the jinns which are not Muslims. So this ifrit, with the help of the rebellious devs, had stolen the magical healing stone, Sengi Shifa, which must be taken back and the appropriate person to do this would be no other than Hamza. In the meanwhile, Mahl heals Hamza. In return for this act of kindness, Hamza agrees to subdue the devs who had seized the magical stone, to the great dissent of Ömer, Mihir, as well as his other companions. Since, well, all the war between the Persian army and Hamza is made because of Mihri Nigar, so Ömer had was complaining, but where are you going? We are making the war for you. And on the other hand, Mihr is, although they haven't wedded yet, or because of this, is very anxious. On the one hand, Hamza leaves Mihr with these Bedouins. On this other hand, she knows that, well, the land beyond the rims contains, or there are many Peris which can, I don't know, not abduct him, but that will be done, but astonish him, etc. So she cries, etc. But finally, Hamza, as he is a courageous person, and not only that, but a noble one, since he had promised to Mahlu Jinni that he will deliver the stone, so he says, well, I have to leave, to his companions. At the time, he just, discusses with how to go there and how to return there. Well, the jinns assure him that, well, it may take some 15 days, all the operation. Three days to the mountain Kaf, and then there, the battle may take 3 or 4 days, and then after the stone is taken back, we will accompany you to Kaaba. Well, Hamza says, all right, so that's normal. Since I was wounded, other than waiting in Kaaba and weeping and wailing, so I can just take the Sangi Shifa, and since they healed me, I will be something beneficial. But he forgets something. So the storyteller is very insists upon this 2 times. While going, he says, I will be back in 18 days. He forgets to say, Inshallah, which makes the visit not only for 18 days, but for 18 years. So that creates the whole Kaf episode, and I assure you I will not be telling all the details. So in order to shorten the story a bit, so the main person in the realms beyond the Kaf is the queen of the 4th crest, Esma Sultan. In the Urdu and the Persian version, his name is Asuman. So she is a creature of fire and not of soil, and she controls everything at the realm. And there, she is not only the in the Turkish version, it's only Esma, but there in the I trust to the translation of the Urdu version, she is the queen of the land of Kaf. So she controls everything, every other Peris and every other jinns. So after he takes back the Sengi Shifa, he says, well, okay, now I'm returning, but Esma believes that, or she is right in her fashion, that, well, we are promised to each other since we were born, so you have to stay with me and we have to marry. And Hamza, in a very violent scene, beats her up, etc. No, I will not be staying here. I've just accomplished my mission, so I am returning back. But no, and he just slams the door of he slams the gate of the 4th crest and starts his a la Perceval journey in the Kaf region. There he met and weds with many Peris, etc. during these 18 years. He mounts up to Simurg. That's the only, well, I may have shown this image, but now I'm not able to. It's a Topkapı image that I can perhaps find and show you. So it's well, in the Urdu or Malay version, so there are many miniatures, etc., of Hamza, but in the Turkish manuscript tradition, we do not have many illustrations of the several episodes, either in the Kaf region or in elsewhere. But still, well, there's a very important episode with Simurg or the Ruh, and there first they have an inimical relation, then they become friends, and Simurg helps him in several occasions, etc. So just finishing, I had developed, I think, in order to explain all this adventure, apart from making the map of the mountain Kaf, I have a tentative reading of the whole story with the Bakhtinian elements. So the chronotops helps me for this occasion, since he had developed the chronotops as a Romanesque elements, especially for the Hellenistic romances. And I believe that the Hellenistic romances and these Islamic romances, through Iskandername or for some other bias, are very linked, not only in patterns, but also in the characterification of the heroes, etc. So, in order to interpret this long and extraordinary voyage, making cautious use of Bakhtinian model may offer some insight. Bakhtin defines chronotope as follows. In the literary artistic chronotope, spatial and temporal indicators are fused into one carefully thought out concrete whole. Time, as it were, thickens, takes on flesh, becomes artistically visible. Likewise, space becomes charged and responsive to the movements of time, plot, and history. In other words, the chronotope defines the relationships of time and space internal to the fictional narrative. In his essay, Bakhtin discusses two distinct chronotopes in the Hellenistic novel and in the chivalric romances. The defining characteristic of the chronotope is that the time and space are made to function in such a way that the principal characters are presented as multiple exiles. That's what happens not only to Hamza, but especially to Mihri Nigar. And I believe that the Turkish version, it's just another subject. I think the main hero is Mihri Nigar and her endeavors to live up, just like I've just forgotten the Ulysses' wife. What was his name? Penelope. So she's just like Penelope in the Turkish story, but in the others, that's what I feel like, she's a bit neglected, and the spot is on Hamza, but that's another affair. According to Bakhtin, the adventure novel of Ordeal denotes a generic chronotope that has been highly productive in Islamic literary genres. The history underlying the plot is stereotypical. A boy and a girl who are exceptionally beautiful and of high birth fall in love at first sight, but are separated from each other through a series of adventures. Typically, they are enslaved by Bedouins, pirates, or other adverse characters in remote territories and separated for a long time. During this calamity, their mutual fidelity is repeatedly put to the test. Moreover, death always threatens the young heroes who run the risk of being murdered or executed. Which Bakhtin refers to as adventure time. Neither time nor distance matters in between the segments that make up the adventures of adventure time. The different locations within the narrated world are as close or as far apart as they need to be for characters to arrive at just the right or wrong time. Time passes and space exists at the narrative's want and convenience. It's the kind of time that can only exist in In the real world of schedules and distances and consequences, it's an impossibility. The alienation and subsequent journey theme was of paramount importance, for it gave the authors the opportunity, among other things, to describe foreign and exotic countries. The depiction of the foreign world that the heroes experienced, with its unusual animals and objects and its wild, often unfriendly people, made this alienation more tangible for the audience. Therefore, it's not fortuitous that only the world of the others, which is unknown and thus dangerous, but also wonderful and fascinating, is described in detail. By contrast, their familiar space, so for the Hamza case, it's the Mecca and the surroundings, they are taken for granted and is present only as a shadowy background. As a result, the marvelous is almost always depicted in the form of mirabilia of the natural world. Accordingly, the descriptions in those texts can as well be regarded as digressions of an ethnological or scientific nature. Perhaps I exaggerate, but I believe that it's something like just once Alexander Poiré had distinguished between astrology and astronomy. In the popular science and in these novels, this geography and the Istakri's geography are sometimes quite similar. They share many similar concepts when it comes to the distant lands. And that's the interest of all these the stories beyond the mountain Kaf. Accordingly, the descriptions in those texts can as well be regarded as digressions of an ethnological or scientific nature, very similar from a generic point of view to paradoxography and only loosely tied to the main narrative. So I just refer to here in Dustin and Park's Wonders and the Order of Nature, which recounts a very similar which makes a very similar explanation for the whole Chrétien de Troyes novels of Lancelot, etc. All the same, in these texts, the mirabilia functions as an authenticating mark, the specific task of which is to create plausibility and to invest the narrated stories with realistic credibility. The real geographical setting, not to mention the lands beyond the mountain, is filled with wonderful creatures and objects to make it paradoxically concrete and even credible for the audience. Thank you for your attention. It was one of my worst presentations ever, but I'm sorry. Will we discuss or how shall we proceed?
So we have a little time for discussion. While it's late, we don't have of the Queen of Paris to condense time. So just that because of the live streaming, every question should be done to the microphone, right? So.
Thank you, Güneş. This is going to be so helpful for many of us. So my question is about your use of chronotope and Dustin together. So they are very helpful, but I'm sure you've been thinking about, where they don't work. Because I'm wondering whether these lands of Kaf are foreign and exotic. And, because the way that you end with ethnological or scientific nature or making these credible. So Paris, Jins and Ifrits, they have, like as our colleagues here, have ontological realities. So I wonder whether to think of as the other or some other way of thinking these creatures and geographies of the lands of Kaf. And the Darson's work is interesting because it's Mirabilia is for the medieval period, but so how, I'm sure you've been thinking about it a lot, how to situate these stories through, which are popular throughout time also, because their argument is very, very specific to a particular period. Thank you so much. I know
Welcome.
these are very
No.
difficult questions, but together.
Yes, that's a good question, which makes me start some other things as well. But to the point for Dustin, uh, although her explanation is, I don't know, covers a long period, only I take the part with the medieval one. And I don't know, because for me, or which makes me, I don't know, quite automatically, how to say to, or compare easily the Islamic one with the Christian or Frankish Christian novels, because there are, on the other hand, the Slavic tales, which have their specificities and their familiarities with both of the other two story traditions or storytelling traditions. But I think I do it quite spontaneously without comparing each aspect, which makes the comparison possible. It's just something spontaneous, and I have to check, I don't know, with Vladimir Prop's stereotypes, etc., if they fit into each other, because while reading something, the impression makes, okay, that reminds me of something, so I can read it with this lens or with these glasses. But perhaps that's, as you say, it's it necessitates a rather more scrutiny before making these comparisons and making these different storylines and attitudes to the stories, both for the Earth and beyond the Earth realms, and their features as if, I don't know if it's comparable or not. So but I have to, I don't know, I'm just at the beginning of this lectures, but perhaps in 1 year I will be replying perhaps in a, I don't know, at least more concrete manner, and not, well, it may be this, it may be that.
Thank you. The reason I asked, I have been struggling.
Yeah, okay, so we have a lot to discuss.
You thought about it,
Yeah.
that's why I don't.
Okay.
I didn't want to waste time, but I have since there's no other question, I take this opportunity. I might continue to ask this to Ido and Ferrari later. Do you share it? I understand that you haven't yet seen a complete series of Hamzana Meso to see differences. So we cannot know whether there is a development in the presence of known localities, such as Cyprus or Rhodes or whatever, in comparison, contrast to exotic places like Serendip or the mountain calf. But okay, in the copy you have been studying, is there any difference in, say, the marvelous as localized in known or exotic localities? I mean, because I have this impression, mainly from Ferrari's work, that far, that there is this, in the 16th century, there is this Ottoman development of moving the Mirabilia towards the core lands. So we have Mirabilia not only for, I don't know, Serendip or the Frankish lands, whatever, but also in Drama, Macedonia, wherever. So do you have kind of miraculous stories in, or Cyprus is just a place Hamza's brother finds himself?
Not because I'm reading parallelly another long story, which is the Süleyman Name by Uzun Firdevsi. It's again something like 70 volumes, etc. And there, I don't know, because it's not because that the author is a personifiable and a known author. The toponymies, etc., are quite certain at times. Even it passes at the time of David and Solomon. The places in Anatolia is well fixed. When he says Caesarea, we know where he is, or in Sebastia. Okay, he tells as Sivas, etc., or Kayseri, but in the Hamzaname, no. Although it passes, we may assume that it is in Rum. No, there is no any indication where in Rum exactly. Although in Süleymanname, which is written at the 16th century, the main places are quite certain. Although it passes again in non-Islamic, normally in non-Islamic era. But for the Hamzaname, there are two that because I have skipped that information. There are two main copies. One, the Sermet Çiftçier, and the second in İstanbul Nadir Eserler. And the Sermet copies are rather or can be dated to the 18th century, and the others to the 19th or even to the beginning of the 20th century. So all the story, etc., depends. On the other hand, with the timing of the manuscripts as well. That's why I prefer to work with Süleymanname, where I can know that, well, it's by Uzun Firdevsi, written in Bursa, etc. So it doesn't change a lot. But for Hamzaname, it's with all these variants in Urdu, etc. If I am to take all these in consideration, it will complicate the whole a lot. So that's why, well, it was just the first start with this adventure with Hamza, but my main preference, on the other hand, is Süleymanname, but that's another affair. Where in Süleymanname everything is rather more clear-cut, and the toponymies and the names are quite certain. Thank you again.
Thank you, Güneş. Still strange lands and strange things with Ferrari, isn't it? No? Okay. I thought that it would be chronologically better if we started, isn't it? So with your material and then.
Mine, Stanley wants to be on this. I'm gonna connect him. He's gonna, he's watching, but he wants. Bir saniye rica edebilir miyim? Bir zoom, evet. Çok güzel, burada zoom var.
Today, because there is a colleague who would like perhaps to ask questions to
bir ihtiyacım
Ben
vardı.
PowerPoint presentation'ımı indireceğim de
Tamam,
buradan.
tabii. Yardımcı olmak istediğiniz bir şey varsa
Şu sunum. Acaba şey yapabilecek miyim onu bilmiyorum. Değiştirebilecek miyim?
tabii bu çalışıyor. Eğer büyük
Hangisi
ekranı alırsanız,
çalışıyor?
yani bununla yapabilirsiniz. Büyük ekranı alın, şununla ileriye geriye gitmesi lazım. Niye olmadı? Ha, şey çıkartmışlar çünkü. Şimdi deneyin lütfen.
Ha, it doesn't go. Off'ta pardon.
Tamam.
Shall I just but do you hear me? Okay. Tamam. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for being here on Saturday morning. Today I'll be talking about the wonders and strange phenomena mostly in the 15th century Ottoman cosmographies. So I'll be partly reading my paper and also will be explaining certain slides to you. Aiming to portray the omnipotence and wisdom of God through description of the cosmos, the examples of medieval Islamic cosmography inspired Ottoman authors to translate them into Turkish or compose similar synthetical works. Ottoman cosmographies written in the 15th century especially are among the earliest extant sources shedding light on the Ottoman understanding of cosmos and its origins and relation to mankind. Drawing a general picture of both invisible and visible phenomena in the heavenly and terrestrial realms, those texts approach the whole existence inextricably connected to divine design. While dealing with topographical, agricultural, architectural aspects of the regions of the world, they narrate a lot of stories pertaining to prophets, saints, ancient rulers, and nations, and either to convey theological and moralistic messages or exemplify how the world is filled with wondrous and strange things. For the most famous examples of Islamic cosmography which Ottoman authors made use of, one can refer to Acayip el-Mahlukat ve Garaib el-Mavcudat of Al-Kazvini and that of Muhammad et-Tusi. Here we have two cosmographies by the same title. And also Haridatul Ajaib ve Haridatul Garaib, that is translated as the Pearl of Wonders and Uniqueness of Things Strange, attributed to Ibn al-Wardi. So, in my presentation today, I'll be focusing on 4 examples, and I will present you certain interesting details as a part of our ERC research project. My part in the project is the Ottoman geographical / cosmographical source material dealing with Ajaib and Garaib phenomena composed between 15th and 17th centuries. I also refer to Ali bin Abdurrahman's Ajaib al-Mahlukat, which is in fact composed in the 14th century, but most of my material belongs to 15th century and 15th century, 16th century, and 1 or 2 works I also relate from the 17th century. So here are the works I'll be referring today in my presentation. So here the first work is the Ajaib al-Mahlukat translation of Al-Kazvini by Ali bin Abdurrahman. It is known as the earliest Ottoman translation of Kazvini's work. It has only 1 copy that is stored extant in the Istanbul University Library of Rare Manuscripts. But unfortunately, it is not the authorial manuscript. It belongs to the 17th century, but since it is the only copy, I have to rely on it. We assume that Ali bin Abdurrahman wrote this work, translated this work sometime between 1362 or 1453, since he refers to the city of Edirne, Adrianople, as the capital of the Ottoman Empire. And second work is the Rukneddin Ahmet's translation of Ajaib al-Mahlukat. I put a question mark there because actually authorship is not settled there. There are two different opinions. Actually, the term Rukneddin might be a kind of an phrase rather than the name of the author. So it is not established. So even if we accept that it is written by someone called Rukneddin Ahmet, actually we are not able to reach any information about the translator from the text itself, except that the person only says that who made the translation, that he was given the charge of making this translation. And along and throughout the text there is no, as far as I see, there is no reference to any clue about the translator. In terms of content, what I see is that this cosmography is based on the cosmography of At-Tusi. For the third work, I'll be referring to Ajaib al-Mahlukat translation made by Ahmet Bijan Yazıcıdade. He is very well-known Ottoman mystic from Gallipoli and follower of a Bayramiya order. And in this translation, it is very apparent that he made the translation because he defines it that he made the translation upon the desire of Hacı Bayram Veli. For the first work, I'll be referring to Duri Meknun, which is accepted as the first Ottoman synthetical work, which made use of a lot of Arabic and Persian sources. The authorship is not established, although it is assigned to Ahmet Bijan. There are discussions about the authorship, so I can't say that it was really written by Ahmet Bijan. But it appears to be the most copied Ottoman cosmographical work with 52 extant copies. So it is. What we understand clearly is that it was very popular, and it is really important that to also realize that this work was kept being copied until 19th century. So this I find quite interesting. Okay, before talking about these texts and provide certain examples, I shall give you some background information about the Ajaib and Garaib phenomena. So, as you most know, that Ajaib is a plural form of Ajab, which literally refers to an object or situation that causes astonishment. The term Garaib, on the plural of Garib, on the other hand, correspond to strange and rare entries or oddities. In Islamic cosmographical literature, Ajab, Garib, and their derivatives denote astonishing, admirable, and strange aspects of existence, both man-made and natural wonders. Among them, one can account of buildings of antiquity, mostly, for example, pyramids of Egypt or pharaohs of Alexandria, and topographical features of nature, such as interesting mountains, caves, lakes, rocks, or different peculiarities of people, minerals, animals, and plants. Needless to say, both European and Islamic literature on wonders share the common topology of classical heritage, which one can find in the History of Herodotus, or the treatise by Ctesias from the Cnidos, or Pliny's Historia Naturalis. In the Quran, for example, if we take Quran as also kind of a late antiquity text to see how Ajaib is treated, what we see is that the Ajab and its derivatives pertain to astonishment of both believers and unbelievers at the deeds of God, with which they are unfamiliar and denote human ignorance with regard to scale of God's capability and might. In other words, astonishment comes to seen as a state of mind resulting from alarm at events that are not within experience or predictive knowledge. Okay. In various geographical and cosmographical works produced in the Islamicate world, wondrous and strange aspects of existence are discussed in separate sections under Ajaib ve Garaib. Especially Al-Kazvini's Ajaib al-Mahlukat is very important concerning this phenomena, Al-Kazvini relates that each creation has a wondrous aspect, but people lose their curiosity and amazement after their acquaintance with the objects or events, except in cases where they meet with unfamiliar. As regards to Garib, he defined it as a strange thing or incident that occasionally comes into being. He clarifies that this is either God's own intervention or the intervention of key figures such as prophets, sages, to whom God granted such ability. Among Garib, he accounts miracles or spiritual effects of prophets, saints, and climatic and geological events, or plants, animals, minerals with bizarre peculiarities or talismans. When we look at the scholarly literature, we see that those geographical or cosmological works heavily dealing with the phenomena of ajaib and garaib are classified under a certain genre that is known as the genre of the ajaib or ajaib al-mahlukat. It is described as a genre of classical Islamic literature or Islamic geographical literature, and this kind of an approach also adopted by Turkish scholars such as Ekmelettin İhsanoğlu or Günay Kut. So for them, the genre is established fact, and whereas when we look at the certain other scholars, that what we see is that not everyone is convinced about that. For example, we see Sirings von Hess argues against the idea of genre, whereas Persis Berlekamp and Travis Zade in their works criticize Siring von Hess, saying that actually there is not much information or evidence to deconstruct the existence of such genre. So I will not get into this discussion of genre, but what I observe from these discussions that the ajaib and the garaib phenomena, they pointed out, mostly correspond to what was considered to be real. Therefore, all these authors, von Hess, Berlekamp, and Travis especially, point out that the scope of ajaib and garaib is not to be reduced to imaginary or fantastic. And also, Travis Zade skillfully shows that actually when the authors of such cosmographies wanted to prove that they are not sure about the authenticity of the ajaib and garaib, they express clearly that they are not sure about it, and sometimes they express their hesitation by using words such as using that it might be unlikely, it might be sound implausible. So basically, they also express certain doubts about that. Okay, since I don't have much time, I'll be just skipping certain literature's review. Okay, so at this point, I would like to draw your attention how the 15th century Ottoman text dealing with ajaib and garaib might contribute to this discussion. As I said, those texts, the Ottoman texts, heavily based on Arabic and Persian cosmographical works produced in the previous periods, mostly in 12th and 13th centuries. And when you look at the content of most consulted works, the following picture appears. Here you see the content of the Ajaib al-Mahlukat of Tusi, which is from 12th century. Here, the content of Kazvini. And here is the content of Haridat al-Ajaib, which is shorter in scope and mostly concentrated on the terrestrial realm. But when you look between the lines, you also see that Haridat al-Ajaib, that is ascribed to Ibn al-Wardi, also dealing with heavenly phenomena, although not as organized as Kazvini or At-Tusi. Coming to the Turkish texts, which I would like to draw your attention, is that what we see clearly is that the Ottoman authors, when they translated Ajaib al-Mahlukat of Kazvini or At-Tusi or Haridat al-Ajaib al-Wardi, they make additions or omissions. So this is, of course, about the broader concept of translation. So they had these liberties to make omissions and additions. What I see in general in those works I wanted to talk about today is that it is very obvious that the most wondrous places, they have a kind of a consensus that the most wondrous places are those realms beyond Mountain Kaf. And or isles of the encircling ocean, Bahri Muhit Cezireleri. So that is to say places hard to reach or the fringes of the world. One sees a lot of sentences combining ajaib and garaib in the same phrase. So it also seems to be a kind of a tradition. So there are certain fixed phrases which is mostly used by these sources, and they are especially used with regard to ancient heritage of cities of the Middle East. For example, acayipten ve garayipten binalar, tesaviri garibe, temasili acibe, acayibi dehr garayibi asr, asar-ı acibe, sanat-ı garibe, heyakili acibe, tesaviri garibe. So always this acibe garibe thing come in pairs. So that is a very established tradition as I see. Concerning the wonder reaction, that how people react to wondrous things, strange things, I can say that a lot of phrases also used in the Ottoman text. Ta'ajjub, of course, is the most known. That being astonished, find something striking. I also see interesting Turkish phrases like acabe kılıp mütehayyir olmak. Or nazar edip hayran kalmak, acep temaşa kılmak. These are quite interesting for me when I read those texts. Also, sometimes when while narrating all this ajaib and garaib thing, that sometimes the incomprehensibility of certain phenomena is also expressed through praises of God. So sometimes astonishing, admirable, terrifying aspects of those phenomena supported by phrases praising God, such as Allahu Ekber, Fesubhanallahu Kadirul Hallak, Allah'ın dediği olur, whatever God desires, it happens. So sometimes they are also supported by Quranic verses to demonstrate the capability of God. So anything is possible. So you should not doubt anything is possible. So it gives you such a message. When I look at the miracles, for example, prophetic miracles, which would be classified as garib, if you look at the definition of Al-Kazvini. I don't see in the Ottoman texts in a very consistent way that all these miracles are attested to be garib. For example, most of the time I see that they are defined as ajaib, among ajaib. So classifying them or categorizing them as garib is not something that I find common in the text. Or sometimes I just see the word mucize. Oh, okay. Okay, so here you see the world map from Haridatul Ajaib, and this is about the signs of horoscopes in Kazvini's Ajab al-Mahlukat. There are a lot of works in Süleymaniye Library, if you just go, having the Ajaib word in their titles. And here I just wanted to show you how you can categorize those titles. Okay, I'm just skipping them. So, apart from these 4 works, actually there are a lot of other works that are, composed in 16th century and also one in 17th century. So, here are the texts I'm drawing your attention. Going back to Tercüme-i Acayip al-Mahlukat of Ali bin Abdurrahman, what I see is that it is mostly corresponds to Al-Kazvini's Acayip al-Mahlukat, so you don't find that much difference except certain entries for Istanbul, Konya, or Bursa. But at the beginning of this work, Ali bin Abdurrahman makes the remark that actually he was ascended to heaven on the night of Qadir when he prayed for that. So, and then he traveled in the heavens, he witnessed heavens, and that is why in his work that he says that, I witnessed all this happening in the heavens, so I am narrating them down. So he makes such a very strong statement, but in fact, if you compare the content he presents with the cosmography of Kazvini, that they are identical. So basically, he doesn't say anything different, although that he claims that he was ascended to heavens, a kind of an experience similar to Miraj as ascribed to Prophet Muhammad. And in the case of the Rukneddin Ahmed text, Acayip al-Mahlukat, what I see interesting is that certain parts are not translated. at all. For example, parts on the Sassanid kings. Or there are also certain differences that in the text when I compare them. For example, in Tusi's text, Judaism is defined as the worst of all religions. Whereas in the Ottoman text, Ottoman translation, worst religion appears to be Zoroastrianism. So I find it interesting. Parts on the Gog or Magog is much shortened, whereas you also come across with certain short differences between certain stories, which you cannot jump to quick conclusions because certain differences are not that much that which can you lead making broader conclusions. What I generally observe along the text is that there is this emphasis that one shall not deny ajaib since Allah is almighty and he can do whatever he likes. So that is why you should not doubt their existence. So there is also assertion that the author is listing all the ajaib seen or heard. So there is this emphasis on the experience that all these ajaibs listed here are experienced. There is a kind of an emphasis on the sensory experience, and therefore making people believe that they are authentic, they are real. And also I find it interesting that contemplation about ajaib is defined as a more pious act than making obligatory praying to Allah. This I find quite interesting. So it is better that you contemplate about ajaib. That's a better action that you fulfill your obligatory prayers. I'm just skipping some parts. Okay. Coming to Duri Meknun, it also deals with a lot of content, a lot of chapters, and some of the chapters are just concentrated on certain figures like Solomon or the Queen of Sheba, Balkis. The earliest copy of this work is in Suleymaniye Library. What we also see that the certain parts of these works are very much identical, again with those famous cosmographies, but it is very synthetical work for sure. Coming to this last work, again, that is a work ascribed to Ahmet Bican Yazıcızade. What we see is that especially in Sad Berkan'ın Museum Library copy, what I see is at the beginning of this work is that it is not attested that it's a translation from the cosmography of Al-Kazvini. Instead, there is this assertion that there was this book that is compiled in the time of the Iskandar, Alexander the Great, and it was in Arabic, so people were not able to understand it, so that is why Ahmet Bican Yazıcızade wanted to translate it. So this is interesting. In another copy of this same work that is stored in the British Library, there is this assertion that this book, compiled during the time of the Alexander the Great, was in Hebrew rather than Arabic. So there are certain differences between each copies. I just would like to draw your attention to interesting marginal note, which I found this copy that is in Hacı Beşir A, 656. So it belongs to 16th century. Here it is interesting that it talks about the spring that is between Isfahan and Shiraz, and in this marginal note there is this note that actually there is also certain measure about this spring, that this spring has a special quality attracting sığırcık, the starling, and that and when you spill over this water, that the sığırcık comes and they drink of this water, and later on they kill the locusts living around. So if you want to kill locusts in your region, that you should get this water, you should carry it to your own region, so it will you can get rid of the locusts. So here in this marginal note there is an assertion that actually this water was brought to Kastamonu, and from Kastamonu it was brought to İskilip. And they tried it and it worked, that they saw all these sığırcık birds came and they killed locusts there, so basically it worked. I really find it quite interesting that the reader or the translator makes this kind of a note. I'm not sure if this handwriting is written by someone else than translator, or they belong to the same people. I'm not sure about this, so I can't get your opinion about this. So, just 1 minute. Okay, I will just conclude with this last example. This is from a translation of Haridatul Ajaib that is composed in the 16th century, and this translation was made by Mahmud al-Hatib. Here I find interesting that Mahmud al-Hatib often intervened into the text he translated. He gave a lot of examples. So the examples he provided to complement, to confirm the worldview that is mentioned in the main text are quite interesting. For example, sometimes he make personal comments. When there is an entry about Umman, there is a mention of a snake named Sekran, and it is said in the text of Ibn al-Wardi that this snake is not, you cannot contain this snake, it's not to be imprisoned. So wherever you put it somewhere, it just escapes, it just becomes invisible. So here, translator intervenes into text and he says that actually maybe this is a jinn, maybe this is not a snake. So because jinns are not imprisoned or withheld, so it clearly translator gives us his opinion. And about the last example, which is again another text, another copy of the same work that is made in 16th century. I'm just integrating it to complement how the translators or readers make their own comments into text. And this example I find very, very interesting. In this text, there is a mention that in Hersek there is a well close to Lupeshka Castle. And the translator here says that he heard from the judge of the town of Mostar that about the water of this well is black. And one day, a man living in that town approaches to the well and encounters with a black hairy monster. And having been terrified, he becomes sick and dies in 2 days. For the origins of the black water, that there is this explanation in the text that actually this water came out there only after a couple made illicit sex. So this was a kind of a punishment on for the people of the region. So basically, very interesting monster is described in detail. So although a person who had nothing to do with this couple, who were related to have committed sex, illicit sex, is encountered with kind of a punishment. So just because of two people made a sin, committed a sin, another person living in that area pays it with his life. So here I find this example quite interesting because all this Ajaib text always confirms the world picture that God is just. There is this divine justice. So whatever you do, you will pay about it. If you commit something good, then you will encounter with a good action in return, prize or reward or paradise. But here, what we see is that a person who had nothing to do with this illicit sex misdeed is charged. So here I find this example very interesting, which is different than the other examples. So I think I should stop here rather than concluding remarks. Yeah, I just made my best to shorten my text. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. This is, and it's amazing that the amount of work you have done in identifying this series of translations and adaptations and looking through the differences. So I don't know if there is. So Harun.
Thank you for this great talk. I guess my question is going to be about like genres, and I guess I'm wondering where if this is like the Ajaib and the Garaib, where do you put the other stuff like regular rivers, right? Animal that's really not very wondrous, right? There has to be a place for those things, and what genre would that be? Or is it just not worth writing about if they are not wonder or awe-inspiring?
So that I'm also When I read the argument of von Hess, I was so much impressed by that, how she argues against this genre discourse. But in fact, what we see in the Ottoman texts, there is also assertion and repeated sentences all the time that there are these regular things, description of the regions, cities, but you also see the plenty of ajaib and garaib always used to describe almost most of the things. I mean, I don't want to say that I don't have a very strict or very well established decision about this question of genre, to be honest. But I mean, for example, I'm not also able to agree with the von Hess arguments that about the qualifying Ajaib al-Mahlukat of Kazvini, for example, is only an encyclopedia. I mean, because she says that this is an inventory of cosmos, encyclopedia. Okay, this work has this character, but does this kind of qualification of this work makes it that it doesn't have to do with anything with the genre, which, I mean, when you look at all these works, for example, which is also listed in Katibi Çelebi's Keşf-i Zunun, you see that there are also a lot of emphasis on this phenomena. So I didn't decide about it. I couldn't decide about it yet, actually. But I'm not able to exclude this quality, this character of these sources, I should say.
First, thank you, it's terrific. I'm amazed by the comment in the margin. And in general, I think my impression is that these kind of literatures, not just this genre, generates what we may call an ethnographic sensibility, that people go and see, and it tells us a lot about how people even read this text and how credible they found them. But it's also, there is a sense that there is a popular wisdom, and there is something, you see it in Abdurrahman Bistami. He goes and copies inscriptions from magic bowls, and he interviews people, he copies stuff. And these things that I think that in general in the studies these texts have been read, but very few people have studied them systematically, because we tend to privilege the text but these are absolutely amazing. So I'm curious how common they are in these copies.
For example, for Ajaib al-Mahlukat translation, Ahmed Bijan, I've seen a lot of copies that are stored in Suleymaniye Library. I got their copies. I was very excited that, since I had a lot of copies, I will find a lot of marginal notes. But this is the only, for example, marginal notes after I examined maybe 10 copies. I should say. For example, I also see the front pages, the back pages. I found a lot of mathematical calculations, a lot of, stuff that is not related with the content of the work at all, at the beginning and the end. But within the text, sometimes I see also very much unrelated stuff. Sometimes that the relation to certain personalities, but again, I'm not able to clearly associate with the content of the text. It is sometimes like that the person who had the book maybe just wanted to use the blank section of the page. So I'm not able to see that, oh, this is the main text, this is the marginal note, and I'm not able to see any clear relation in most of the cases, I should say. So, I mean, these stuff are rare to find. I mean, in the case of the Mahmud el-Hatib, for example, the translator of the 16th century Haradat al-Ajaib, within the text, I find a lot of additions. He clearly says that I am Mahmud bin Hatib, and he introduces himself, and you are able to always follow that he is making that additions there. So it is not easy, really, to say that all those people reading that felt that comfortable making such additions, or they just wanted to They were just familiar with the ajaib mentioned in the text. So they said that, oh, I also seen that. But in the case of Mahmoud al-Khatib, I found like 10 editions by the translator himself. So that is interesting.
Can I ask you one question? Thank you so much, first of all. This is wonderful. And I'm really curious about the social background of the authors and the copyists and the translators of these texts from the 12th century onwards. Were these people schoolmen invested in the teaching and studying of, let's say, ilm al-hayya, the more scientific way of studying and teaching the cosmography? Or were these people different than that kind of social background, or the popularizers of that madrasa disciplines?
And I remember clearly that, for example, Qazvini also was a judge, and at some point he encountered Ibn al-Arabi also, that he became very interested in mysticism. In his text, actually, you find a lot of material about the mysticism, which Ottoman authors most of the time did not translate. So when you look at the Ottoman texts of Ajaib al-Mahlukat, you see that maybe they just did not translate 60% of the Qazvini's text. So that I find interesting. I listed all the content of Qazvini that the Ottoman authors seemed to me that were not that much interested in the mystical aspect that al-Qazvini was referring to by using, for example, certain examples from the philosophy of Ikhwan Safa. So, for example, he was very much into mysticism, that is for sure, and he was sometimes using very complicated terminology. Maybe Ottoman authors were not that much familiar with that. So I can clearly say in the case of Qazvini that he was very educated, but I also know that he wrote his work, his cosmography, following Mongol invasion. That it is like that he secluded himself from the social life. It seems to me that he just wanted to concentrate on producing works. That is clearly I can see. In the case of Tusi, again, madrasa educated, and he presented this work, Selçukid Sultan. I think it was Tuğrul bin Aslan or something. I can't find it from here, but he presented it to him. And he spent time in the Selçukid realm, sometimes also provided information about this Selçukid rule. This is what I could remember just now, but if you ask further information, I can provide to you. Mm-hmm.
So perhaps we could, because Ido's paper is very similar in scope, could have kind of continuation discussion.
Yeah, okay. Oh.
Yeah, I'd like to send a telephone amongst these panel members, which will make things easy for me.
Is it? So how can you fit it?
Trying to do it.
Yeah, I am.
Full screen.
Is that a Mac? No.
Page.
Oh.
Is that enough, or like the full screen?
Full screen is better, I guess.
I don't know how to do it. Is this a PDF?
It is.
Where is it?
Here. Go on. And full screen. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. As you can see, I will speak about the same things, but perhaps from a different angle, because what I'm interested in is what are these manuscripts meant for? Like, what is, I mean, besides their aesthetic value for the Ottomans who created them and translated them. So again, in recent years, there has been an increasing interest in the artistic style of illustrated Islamic cosmographies, but only a limited number of scholars have emphasized their historical value. In this paper, I address Barbara H. Rosenwein's notion of emotional communities in order to discuss how early modern Ottoman elite society of Istanbul formed a community whose members were encouraged to practice a unique sense of bewilderment at both natural and supernatural phenomena. Now, according to Rosenwein, emotional communities are groups of people whom we already know to have lived a communal life and created a broad array of sources from which it is possible to learn about their shared norms, values, and beliefs. They can take the form of families, neighborhoods, parliaments, etc., but the researcher looking at them seeks above all to uncover a system of feelings. During the early modern period, Ottoman elite members, known as the askeri, comprised a broad social group encompassing several different sub-communities, such as the imperial family of the Sultan and his court, alongside bureaucrats, artists, historians, and others. And although larger in scale than those that Rosenwein examined, this community embraced what Walter G. Andrews called powerful, educated individuals who produced cultural scenarios, stories, poems, images that contained an emotional vocabulary, words, images, etc. And large as it may seem, this emotional community served as a textual community, a group of people whose members were linked through different kinds of written and illustrated media, even if they never actually met each other in person. So, medieval and early modern works on wonders of creation introduced this emotional community with a theory about wonder. It was defined as a state of bewilderment, khayrat in Arabic or khayret in Ottoman Turkish, that people experience when they are unable to understand the cause of a thing or how it is supposed to influence them when they see it for the first time. As such, cosmographies encourage their potential readers to turn sight of aesthetic experience into an insightful experience of wonder or bewilderment. Namely, the generation of this emotion depends on cognitive factors. It involves a process of thinking. Readers were asked to look at a certain object and then turn the sight of its aesthetic experience into an insight experience of wonder. Such process obliged readers to perform an active reading of the text rather than a passive one. And this action was known among early modern Ottomans as the scrutinizing gaze or imani nazar. Cosmographies offered intended readers a detailed list of objects that were meant to generate such wonder. We already discussed this. These objects were usually classified into two different categories, although I believe, from what I understand, that the Ottomans did not make this separation. So wonders, ajaib, and oddities, garaib, and of course we already mentioned Kazwini, so there's no point, but he referred to natural things as the star, the human body, and the bee. So animals, if you ask, animals are considered as wonders, for sure. And on the other hand, he considered things that are rarely occur, if you like, supernatural things, as oddities. Among them, there are different miracles that several Islamic prophets are renowned for, in addition to rare phenomena like earthquakes, floods, and the birth of animals with a strange form. Now, for instance, in a manuscript called Wonders of Art and Nature, it is an incomplete 16th century Ottoman manuscript housed in the British Library. Readers are introduced with a certain oddity, a dragon under magic spell. Now, it is mentioned that in Persia, there is a certain mountain in the center of which there is a dragon. Now, people regularly come from afar to see it. In several locations in this mountain, there are holes where the back of this dragon can be seen. Now, while poked with a javelin or a spear, the dragon even moves, so people observe it. The dragon's head and tail do not appear. It is said that nothing similar to this wonder and oddity has never been witnessed. They say that the prophet King Solomon, son of David, has put this dragon under a magic spell, and that is why its head and tail cannot be seen. Now, in addition to the notion of bewilderment, within the miniature that accompanies this oddity appears also a gesture that signifies this feeling for intended readers who belong to the same emotional community, and this is the Islamic iconographic motif of biting one's finger. You can see it over there, which is commonly widespread within Ottoman and Persian miniatures. Now, in addition to this supernatural phenomenon, there are also different natural things in this manuscript. For example, a certain tree, Gunesh, this is for you, a certain tree that cures toothache, in which it is mentioned that in Turkestan there is a tree whose sticks and the local inhabitants use to pick their teeth with. Sometimes these people suffer from a toothache, and then they right away burn some of the tree's sticks. The pain only goes away if they hold their aching tooth into the smoke or smear part of the ashes on it. And they said that God has given this sort of peculiarity to this tree. So whether the Ottomans, now we have to be honest here, whether the Ottomans actually felt this kind of bewilderment or wonder is difficult, if not impossible, to determine. But varied Ottoman sources besides cosmographies suggest that during the early modern period, members of the elite bothered to present themselves as people who used to practice the arousal of such wonder. And this in turn indicates about the performativity of wonder within the construction of Ottoman mentality. For example, around 5080, a manuscript known as the History of the West Indies was prepared for Sultan Murad III, and previous work established suggests that it was based on earliest European accounts on the discovery of the New World. Hence, it may seem that it is not related with the science of Islamic cosmography at all. But the Ottoman author of this work managed to construct a linkage between the way in which the Ottomans grasped the notion of wonder and the wonders of this newly discovered world. Firstly, he introduces himself in the preface as a person who observed the world with both a scrutinizing gaze and wonder. He mentions that he devoted his life for the sake of learning by reflecting on the world's creation. Additionally, he admits that he occasionally felt bewildered and speechless by some of the things that he observed and learned about, as he was not able to comprehend them. And therefore, he tried to understand the essence of these things in order to remove his doubts. Secondly, the author makes use of Wonder of Creation's vocabulary in order to describe the wonders of the New World, including some exclusive plants and animals. He mentions that while he was inquiring about this region, experts informed him about its oddities, garaib, and wonders, ajaibs, which are meant to verify God's wisdom and increase the faith of the believer. And as we mentioned earlier, both terms are charged with the sense of cosmographic wonder. And thus, we find it in this new world, for instance, animals such as the fish of the island of Venezuela, which sometimes appears out of the water, and this creature is described as having an upper half like a man and being hairy and bearded. And Bakites Jan, for example, suggested that this fish could have been a well-known figure, as one finds the illustration of this figure in mid-16th century astrological literature to represent Pisces. And thus the Americas becomes a home for the creatures of the Ottoman imagination. Now, another oddity was told by the 17th century Ottoman traveler Evliya Çelebi, who occasionally narrated his own adventures in his renowned book of travels as if they were taken out of a cosmography. And he also bothered to introduce himself as a person who experienced this wonder. For example, in the third volume of his book, he mentions an occurrence which he witnessed during his travels in the Balkan. In a Bulgarian house that belonged to a certain Christian, he saw an old Bulgarian woman who cast a spell on 7 little children and turned them into chickens. She afterwards bewitched herself, transformed into a hen, and went outside with the chickens. Now, Evliya recalls that out of fear, his nose did not stop from bleeding until morning. And then he mentions that he did not believe his memory, so he questioned his servants about the aforementioned occurrence, and they swore to him that it indeed happened. At this point, Evliya admits that the entire occurrence made him fall away in health, and that his mind had temporarily left his head. Though what we have here is a description of fear that turns into a feeling of wonder or bewilderment. At first, Evliya recalls how this witchcraft frightened him. Then, in the morning, after he had some time to contemplate about the event, he started to investigate its occurrence, and he did not manage to come up with a reasonable explanation, and then he felt bewildered by this occurrence. So he concludes the story by saying that God had protected him. This unique sensation of wonder was also practiced at early modern imperial Ottoman architecture, which I most like nowadays. Now, Evliya again recalls, for example, that once he observed 10 Frankish infidels with expert knowledge of geometry and architecture who were touring the Süleymaniye Mosque in Istanbul. Whenever they looked, he says, they put finger to mouth and bite it in bewilderment. When they saw the doors inlaid with an Indian mother of pearl, they shook their head and bite 2 fingers each. But when they went outside into the courtyard, they gazed at the 4 minarets, the pedestal, the lofty gates, the arches, the domes, etc., and they beat all 10 fingers. According to Evliya, it was their way of expressing extreme wonder. Okay. Thus, when Evliya refers in his book to the notion of bewilderment, or mentions the gesture of biting one's finger, he acts as a powerful individual who produced a script that contained an emotional vocabulary of wonder for the benefit of the entire community that shared with him the same Ottoman mentality. Another example, when he discusses the Süleymaniye, he also described it with the mentioning of several anecdotes and myths that are taken from the genre of wonders of creation. For example, he mentions the 3,000 galley slaves laid the foundation of the mosque deep into the ground so that the word bearing bull at the bottom of the earth could hear the sounds of their pickaxes. So, and this cosmic bull is mentioned in Qazwini's text. It stands on a giant fish and carries on its back the angel who shoulders the earth. So, to conclude, for early modern Ottoman elite, the scientific importance of cosmographies lied within the social function they convey and not necessarily with the authenticity of their list of contents. Namely, the historical value of such treatises involves in the sensation of wonder that they were meant to evoke among those potential readers. This wonder, however, cannot be considered a universal phenomenon. Rather, it was exclusive to readers who shared a joint early modern Ottoman mentality. they were fully understood only by those who were familiarized themselves with the cosmographic theory on bewilderment and the scrutinizing gaze. That therefore, at least within the realm of historical studies, it is more efficient, I believe, to examine emotions in the context of a defined emotional community. So I'll stop here in order to make it on time. Thank you. Well, for questions then. I don't get it. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you for this wonderful talk. I mean, I have a question specifically about Evliya Çelebi that could be, I guess, expanded. But, you know, I get the distinct sense from Evliya Çelebi that he was generally on something, like he was like smoking something, right? And maybe his readers were also smoking something, right? These weren't like, you know, and this, there is generally a question of like how sober and like in their right mind, like caffeinated these, a lot of these authors were, especially in like these earlier periods. So I don't know what they smoke in the 15th century, for example. But yeah, just I mean, opium comes to mind, but I don't know what opium does, whether opium makes you think of like things turning it, like it's, what are the psychedelic things in their arsenal? I guess that's kind of what I'm wondering.
I used to have lots of troubles as a student with Evliya Çelebi because of what you're saying, because I judged my sources, because well, I know that lots of the things that he wrote and said are impossible, but I don't do that anymore, and emotions helped me to do that, because I think about the emotion they convey. I mean, his stories convey. For me, it's there. It's there. I mean, what he wrote exists, and now I have to think why, and for whom, for intended readers. So yeah, I hope it answers your questions. I don't think I mean, he wrote something that clearly his readers could understand as an emotional or social community or whatever you want to call it. So.
No, without the Evliya, but perhaps I can mention the Evliya.
We can't know at any moment, I think. Okay, it's not my opinion. In fact, it's Robert Dankoff's. But we cannot be sure whether he intended his audience to believe what he said. So there is a kind of knowledge value and a kind of entertainment value. So it's there are stories that you can see that he did not believe in these stories, and he did not expect from the audience, whatever this audience would be, to believe them. But it was just a mixture of knowledge and entertainment. In other cases, for instance, there is this spectacular story about the witch battle in Dagestan, which seems so much far-fetching and just a story to be only for entertainment. But then the similarities with the traditions, the actual traditions, the name Obur, which means vampire and so on, traditions in Eurasia and so on, are so striking that it seemed that this was something he heard. Now, did he believe it or not? We don't know. And did he expect to believe, for us to believe it or not? We don't know. But there is this entertainment thing we should take into account, especially with Evliya, I think.
Well, I have no doubt that he was familiar with this genre, this wonder of creation genre, because he used to quote lots of things that appears in Kazwini's work and other anecdotes that appears. So he wanted to introduce, that's what I think, he wanted to introduce himself because he had the privilege to go and see the fringes of the world. Not everyone has this privilege, and he had it. So when he came back home or whatever, and he started to write his things, he wanted his readers to understand that he followed this genre in a way, that everything that happened, that is written there, exists in the reality. Otherwise, there will be a disappointment, and he doesn't, and that's what he did not want to do, to disappoint his readers. That's what I.
No, I just return back to reality, but in a rather pedantic fashion. So it's just as well to Feray. It's about two words. One is with the temaşa kılmak, the other is the hayret, etc. Since what comes to my mind is that in Western scholastical and mystical tradition, it's reflection, meditation, and contemplation. So there are three steps to attain the truth, just as in the Islamic variants, either in Ghazali or in Ekberian one, it's tefekkür, which is reflection, tezekkür is meditation, and temaşa is contemplation. So with which or through which you attain the absolute truth. So for this, and when in a Turkish combined verbs, kılmak is rather the most, how to say, the strongest action. So it's not temaşa etmek, etc. When you temaşa kılarsan, so it's just to attain a sort of the knowledge. So, and for the hayret, it's quite the same thing. Although when we use it as a bewilderment, so that is the question, because hayret is the path to hikmet, which is the philosophy starts with the astonishment. It's quite the same pattern. And for what I read in the medieval texts, etc., so the temaşa and the hayret had normally very philosophical, etc., values, etc. But for the Evliya's case, or for the 16th century cases, when you see it's as well, that's you who are reading the text, but is it rather that this hayret or temaşa becomes something not meditational or epistemic, but rather sentimental feeling, or is there a change in the how to say, in the begrif, in the concept that, I don't know, the attribution of sense to hayret or temaşa changes at a particular period, and that's why Evliya is rather, I don't know, generous in using hayret, temaşa, etc.
Wonder is a universal thing, it happens all the time. But the theory, this cosmographic theory, again, lasted until the 17th century or so, and then it was replaced by modern geographical treatises like Katib Çelebi, for example, etc. But the hayret remains the same. Although now you're not surprised by things that God created, but the man-made things, by things that the sultans are doing or not doing. The use of this word in the sense of wonder, I've located also during the 17th and 18th century even. So yes, I mean the vocabulary remains. It's the same. Yes.
Thank you. Just to continue with Evliya, I mean, it's such an important text that we're all using it, and it's also such a difficult text which we have to be extremely careful. This morning we were talking that there are so many unique instances, so I think it's also good for this group to think how we use Evliya and what Evliya says. So thank you, Güneş, and what's specific for it. So mine is more a comment than a question. And we have Evliya experts here, Michael Sheridan, Aslıhan, so they've been contributing a lot. So just a comment that it's a very important, very difficult text which we have to be very careful with as being a representative of what we don't know yet. I mean, survives in one manuscript, you know, all these things we all know. Thank you.
Thank you. My question can go to Feray or you, Ido, doesn't matter. It's a little bit related to Harun's question about regular phenomena in these geographical or Acayip Mahlukat treatises. My concern is that there are some accounts on these manuscripts saying that a narrative which is exactly Acayip or Garaib, but it is not defined as Acayip or Garaib. Is there any hint in this text that why it's not defined as Acayip or Garaib? There are many instances in the 17th century text that I'm dealing with so far. Do you?
For example, we use the term numa to describe the same thing, the same sensation of bewilderment, or about things that he cannot understand their meaning. Then you have to learn and contemplate about them. So it's a combination of language and the writing itself. That's at least what I'm doing. I'm using the language, but also I'm trying to understand the circumstances of the things in order to understand the emotion itself. But yes, Ibret Numa is also something that he mentions a lot regarding, again, natural and supernatural phenomena.
Ibret Numa is something demonstrated.
Ibret Numa, as far as I understand it, is an emotional sequence that starts with fear and turns into wonder. First, you're scared of something because because you see it for the first time and you don't understand, and then you contemplate, and then you turn your fear into wonder. That's how I understand it from Evely, and not just from Evely.
If there is something you want to say?
I just wanted to say that I couldn't really figure out a very consistent way that they have the authors now say that, oh, now this is Acayip, this is Garib. For example, for the miracle attributed to Prophet Muhammad that he split the moon. In some of the works, there is no classification for that. For some texts, it's a miracle, but in some texts, there is nothing qualifying it. Neither Acayip, neither nor Garib, anything else. It is. Yes. So that is why I was. In fact, I found it Acayip that how come they do not approach. Yeah, it is.
We take it as Acayip, but
yes.
Because it tells something about us if we do the separation, if we separate between them. So the Ottomans didn't, so why should we?
Something I remember now from this collection of memorabilia in Jinani's collection of stories. So they are kind of haphazardly labeled as Buddha Harajibe, Buddha Hagaribe Falan. And there are also some, with no apparent logic, called Latife, which means that, okay, it's something entertaining, but he clearly meant them to be real stories. So he has the snad, it's not fiction, but it's also entertaining. It's Latife, it could be something strange, some wonders or something. I don't know how to translate Latife literally, something pleasant, a pleasantry, but a real one. So this is the end of the 16th century, anyway. So thank you, Ido. We are kind of half an hour late, which is quite normal. But it would be nice if we try to cut this break into a quarter instead of half an hour. So to catch up. Thank you again. Okay, so we go on. Yeah, we go on with Khan. And sorry to interrupt the break earlier, but we are a bit late, so.
All right. Hello. Anybody hears me? All right. Okay. I think I should apologize for I'm going to read. Thanks, Ganesh, for making me feel sorry about that. I'm going to try to explore today whether Abu Bakr ad-Dimashqi differs in his approach to ajaib phenomena from his predecessors, whether he included different motifs of ajaib into his books, and if so, what his sources were, and whether he borrowed any supernatural motifs from Blau's Atlas to add to the Ottoman corpus. For practical purposes, I will use the term ajaib for both ajaib and garaib phenomena throughout the talk. But first of all, let me introduce you to Abu Bakr as briefly as possible. Abu Bakr bin Bahram ad-Dimashqi, with his full name, was born in Damascus and had his early education there. To climb up the career ladder, he set out for Istanbul in the 1650s. After a short while from his arrival in Istanbul, he got involved in the scholarly circles that his predecessor Katip Çelebi used to frequent. Abu Bakr's acquaintance with those elites enabled him to enter the Ilmiye hierarchy. In 1659, he appeared as a candidate mudarris, mulazim, in the list of the Sheikh al-Islam, which meant that he would have been appointed most likely as a beginner mudarris as soon as possible. In the meantime, he was enjoying the patronage of Grand Vizier Fazl Ahmed Pasha, a generous supporter of intellectuals who came into power in 1661. Abu Bakr participated in the Uyvar campaign against Habsburgs in Fazl Ahmed's entourage in 1662, where he met salient scholars such as Evliya Çelebi and Tezkireci Ibrahim. And following the campaign, he was charged with his first post as mudarris. At the time, Dutch cartography was enjoying its golden age. William Blauw and his son Johan were famous in Amsterdam with their workshop. Magnum opus of Blauw family was, of course, Atlas Major. This was the most luxurious atlas of its time, and it was a common diplomatic gift at the period. This was the case for the Ottomans as well. The Dutch ambassador to Istanbul, Justinus Collier, brought it among many gifts with him as a diplomatic gift to Mehmed IV in the 1668. Apparently, Atlas Major first caught the attention of Grand Vizier. There are accounts showing that shortly after the advent of Atlas, Grand Vizier Fazl Ahmed Pasha had it read and orally translated on spot by the chief dragoman Panayotis Nikousios during the Crete campaign. Despite Grand Vizier's interest, the written translation of the Atlas waited for 7 years. With Fazl Ahmed Pasha's intervention and Sultan's consent, the task of translation was given to Abu Bakr in 1675. After 10 years of work, the Atlas was translated and given a new name, Nusret al-Islam wa Surur fi Tahrir Atlas Major. From now on, Nusret al-Islam. A copy was presented to the Sultan. Later on, Abu Bakr prepared an amended version of the work, decreasing 11 volumes to 2 for his personal use, as he said in the introduction. This short version is called Mukhtasar Nusret al-Islam by the researchers. In the introduction of Nusret al-Islam, Abu Bakr indicates that he drew on Islamic sources with regard to the regions that belong to the Islamic realm, since the infidels, that is Europeans, do not have proper information on these lands. However, it's difficult to detect the sources he used since he does not refer to them for the most part, as opposed to his predecessors, Katip Çelebi and Aşık Mehmet. On the other hand, we know that he used to possess the draft copies of the first and second reduction of Katip Çelebi's Cühennama, as he jotted down some notes on the margins of those works. Here you see Abu Bakr's notes, and this is the second reduction. This note belongs to Abu Bakr as well. We also know that he had a copy of Ashik Mehmet's Manazir al-Awalim, from which he benefited frequently to write the notes he had added to Cihannuma. Here it's a Manazira Müracaat Oluna. Katib Çelebi appears to have been of great importance to Abu Bakr. In the introductory chapter of Nusret al-Islam, Abu Bakr claimed that Katib Çelebi was the only one tried but not achieved to prepare a full account of world geography. Motivated by the unfinished job Katib Çelebi started, he endowed the unfinished reductions of Cihannuma with his notes, as you saw, and hoped to compile a full atlas one day. The intimate connection to Abu Bakr to Katib Çelebi warrants an investigation as to whether he followed on the footsteps of Katib, who started a new phase in Ottoman geographical texts in terms of ajaib literature. As Gottfried Hagener, following in Marinos, showed, Katib sought for coherence in narratives by utilizing more sources and criticizing them. Even though this tendency of criticizing had started much earlier in the works of Ashik Mehmet, Hamdullah Mustafi, or Mustafa Ali, their attention was directed upon and stayed within the Islamic tradition. To explore Abu Bakr's connection with Katib's original and new style, I'm going to compare the use of Islamic ajaib tradition with some examples in the works of two. Since Gog and Magog narrative is one of the most recurrent ones, it might tell us something, I think. Upon transmitting the narrative, Katib Çelebi discusses first if Alexander the Great was the two-horned ruler, Zulkarnain. He refuses the possibility by showing evidence from Quran and emphasizing that the sobriquet of the two-horned belongs to Yemenite rulers. Yet he accepts the existence of the barrier, built by the two-horned, locating it further northern from its defined position over here in Ibn Said's geography. Abu Bakr does tell the story almost identical to that of Katib Çelebi. However, he omits the criticism Katib Çelebi made, except for adding a note saying that, I'm quoting, rumors with respect to that barrier's location are various. End of the quotation. Another example could be the Mount Kaf. You here see the mountains surrounding the world, which was again among the most reproduced narratives in Islamic tradition. There could be found some fragments of doubt as to its existence in the 14th century in Kazvini's book. While Ashik Mehmet bears no doubt about its existence, Katib Çelebi stays silent on the issue. However, he slams the ones believing that the Mount Elbrus, which is in the southern part of Caspian Sea, is Mount Kaf itself, and label them as prattlers. Abu Bakr copies the exact same sentences from Katib and leaves the question regarding the existence of Mount Kaf out of the discussion either. One more example from Central Asia is about the tree of Sidr, Sidrahul Muntaha. Having written briefly on the Amu Darya and the Sirid Darya rivers, Katib Çelebi adds a note that summarizes two opposing views regarding how to interpret an authentic hadith, suggesting that the four heavenly rivers, namely Euphrates, Nile, Amu Darya, and Sir Darya, spring from the bottom of the tree of Sidr. While Nevevi follows the literal interpretation, Qadi Iyaz reads it metaphorically. Katib prefers Qadi Iyaz's approach to that of Nevevi. Abu Bakr, on the other hand, does not include anything about the tree of Sidr, despite his extensive use of Cihannuma to write his account on the rivers of Transoxiana. Yet another incident comes from Shahnameh. While writing on the Mount Damavand, Katib tells the story saying that the legendary character Dahak was imprisoned under the Mount of Damavand, and adds that this story is told by the Iranian liars. However, Abu Bakr does not take Katib's comment into account and reproduces this narrative in his work. Katib Çelebi has a different approach to seven seas, which is mentioned in Quran as well, in the two reductions of Cihannuma. Whereas in the first reduction, he conveys what Qazwini says about them. In the second reduction, he only provides some practical information about them. Abu Bakr does not write about 7 seas in Nusrat al-Islam, but in Mukhtasar, he spares a whole chapter to them. As he does not cite his sources, I compared Abu Bakr's account with Manazur al-Awalim and found out that he most likely benefited from him. Yet I think it's worth emphasizing that although Ashik Mehmet tells many ajaib stories about each sea, Abu Bakr chooses for the most part narratives that Ashik Mehmet transfers from Haridatul Ajaib. Besides that, there are just a few cases that he borrows from Nuhbat al-Dahr of Abu Talib al-Dimashqi through Ashik's work again. These stories are mostly about animals such as 200 zira tall fish in the Red Sea which sinks ships, a wondrous bird with bright feathers that stops storms when it appears on a column, or some wondrous fishes, the appearance of which announces the advent of tides. Another narrative this time comes from the western lands of the Ottoman Empire. Katip Çelebi rejects the possibility that the bones found in Zvornik, Bosnia are related to jinns that served Prophet Suleiman. Neither the narrative nor Katip Çelebi's comment is found in Abu Bakr's works. He does tell another ajaib story though. He notes this story here on Katip Çelebi's first redaction and in his 2 works, Nusrat al-Islam and Mukhtasar, namely 2, which is about a bird as big as an ox that flies between the top of 2 mountains, and people of Bosnia believe that the year in which this bird appears would be an inauspicious year. Katip Çelebi's interest in Egypt was similar to that of earlier Islamic scholars, which is driven by exoticism. He adds a chapter in the first redaction focused on the pyramids. He mentions 4 pyramids in his account and pays attention in particular to their physical properties. Additionally, he narrates the conquest and subsequent opening of one of the pyramids by Caliph Ma'mun in the 9th century. The source of Katip Çelebi is Abu Hamid al-Gurnati. Abu Bakr, on the contrary, seems to have an interest in literary details about pyramids. In the chapter entitled Ajaib of Egypt, he tells the story as to why they were built. This is a dream narrative that took place 300 years before Great Flood. Then he counts 3 pyramids as opposed to Katip and gives less detailed information on their physical properties, which contradicts with those of Katip Çelebi in terms of height and width of the pyramids. Abu Bakr's source is not yet known, and comparing it with Manazur al-Awalim so far yielded no result. And Alexandria is another city that drew the attention of Islamic intellectuals a lot. As you may easily guess, the stories produced are about the lighthouse of Alexandria. Katip Çelebi starts with brief information on its measurement, which is more than 300 zira. He goes on with how the mirror on the top of the lighthouse is used in order to detect ships of infidels coming from the Mediterranean and burn their ships by directing the mirror in order for it to reflect the sun's rays on them. Abu Bakr's account differs slightly from Katip's narrative. He emphasizes that the lighthouse is distracted to less than its half at the time. He also tells a story about the mirror that follows a different plot than Katip's, which suggests that their sources are not the same. The last example from Egypt is about the Nile River. As is well known, Islamic intellectuals were interested in the Nile and especially its source. They thought that a mountain named Jabal Qamar was the source for centuries. Curiously, Katip Çelebi does not include any narratives as to wondrous phenomena with regard to the Nile. Abu Bakr, on the other hand, writes a short chapter with the title of Ajaib of the Nile River, in which is a story on a fish in the shape of a horse. Although Ashik Mehmet mentions a fish in the shape of a horse among many other Ajaib narratives, their versions are quite different. Okay. Now that we are done with Ajaib of the Islamic realm, I could switch to the rest of the world. I should say beforehand that my doctoral research does not investigate those parts in detail, yet it's easy to locate Ajaib narratives globally in Nusratul Islam, as Abu Bakr tends to take notes on the margins of different regions whenever there is a wondrous phenomenon that appear to take place. Here it's written Garib. There are 5 Garib stories over here. It helped a lot. Following these notes, I have located some 60 Ajaib incidences. The vast majority of them are pertaining to France. Most of the others relate to Spain and Portugal, and just a few of them are about Finland. What is interesting here is that there is no indication on the margins for Ajaib in the part of America, despite the completely alien nature of that land at the time. One could find narratives from any sort of Ajaib phenomena among them, ranging from metamorphosis to meteorological phenomena, from natural cycles to natural sources and monuments. However, I should ask your attention to the fact that the narratives about hot springs, tidal waves, wells, and lakes make up the majority. Needless to say, all of these narratives were translated from Atlas Major. The number of narratives regarding France, Spain, and Portugal needs an explanation. However, thus far I couldn't allocate sufficient time to offer a proper answer as to whether it's because Atlas Major contains much more wondrous components considering these regions, or it's just Abu Bakr's personal interest in those lands. Whatever the answer is to this question, it's evident that Abu Bakr made a special effort to select those narratives. The structure of Atlas Major is similar to Islamic geographical texts. A chapter on a city or town opens with the etymology of toponymy, then the specifics of its location come, and the properties of nature and population follow them. There are some chapters in Nusratul Islam containing only a sentence on the etymology of the toponym and a wondrous element, even though Atlas Major provides more information with regard to population or other specifics of the location. Before concluding, I would like to say a few words on the maps, since they are relevant materials to reveal a given culture's concept and perception of wonder. Yet I'm afraid it will be so brief, and I'm just going to point out a difference between Atlas Major and Abu Bakr's geography. When it comes to speaking of the maps of Atlas Major, I should say, as you see, Hic sunt dracones over here. You see over here, and here fish in the shape of a horse. It's interesting. Hic sunt dracones, whereas regarding the maps of Abu Bakr, I should say Hic non sunt dracones. This is, as you see, they're completely silent in that sense. To wrap up, I would say that Abu Bakr's approach to wonders and marvels narratives does not follow a pattern. As above mentioned, Katip Çelebi had started a new era in assessing marvels phenomena. He criticized Ajaib narratives in the light of new discoveries and new information, as in the case of Gog and Magog or in the case of the Tree of Sidr. However, he still lacked a solid understanding of difference between factual and legendary information. As for Abu Bakr, he seems to have rather been interested in the literal aspect of geography, though he emphasizes in the introduction of Nusratul Islam that the science of geography is a rational science without which intellectuals cannot grasp what has been discovered lately. As for the exclusion of some narratives, like the Tree of Sidr, at this point it's not easy to assert that it was because he was convinced of Katip Çelebi's discussion. Having said that, I would argue that if Katip Çelebi constitutes a deviation from existent Ajaib tradition with his above-mentioned approach, Abu Bakr constitutes a regression to Islamic tradition. The closing remark is about his choice of word in categorizing marvelous and wondrous phenomena. Even though I used Ajaib throughout my talk, as you saw, he uses Garib when he speaks of narratives that took place outside the Islamic realm. I'm aware that the terms ajaib and garaib were used interchangeably in Ottoman sources, yet to me he seems to have used gharib in the meaning of strange, thereby referring to wondrous and marvelous phenomena in foreign lands. Thank you.
Thank you, Khan. This was quite interesting, and I was surprised to see that, because I had the impression that Dimishki's work was a bit. I mean, I wouldn't imagine it was a regression in this topic. But anyway, I'm not taking the. So it's
Thank you so much. This was fascinating, and you introduced us an author which we all overlook. My question is use of Mehmet Aşık. So when you were looking at the Egypt part, you said that he did not use Mehmet Aşık as a source, because I'm surprised why not. If he regressed to the Islamic tradition, Mehmet Aşık is the one who collected all these, there were numerous copies of the manuscripts. What do you think about this lack? Thank you.
The answer, I mean, I have not the proper answer. Well, I don't know. Looking at the other chapters on the work, we see that he extensively used Aşık Mehmet, but when it comes to Egypt, he did not. I don't have a proper answer, but I can speculate a little bit, because it's a little bit related with to Arabian Peninsula as well, because when it comes to Arabian Peninsula, Ebu Bekir follows a very different path comparing to Aşık Mehmet and Katip Çelebi in some terms. He uses some sources that we don't know that are used in Ottoman tradition, because he comes from Damascus. I think he had good connections with the sources that are produced in Arabic lands. I can relate it to the Egypt as well. Maybe he had some sources that are produced there, and he singled out them to Aşık Mehmet's work. That's my answer. Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Just a small comment. It is worth mentioning that Katip Çelebi lived in the same period as Evliya Çelebi, and yet Cihanuma is so different from the Siyahatname. And this is for me it was frustrating a little bit reading Cihanuma at first, but it indicates that during this 17th century time period, they had an option to choose from which narrative they want to use or not to use. So I mean, when we will approach the long 19th century, it will become clear that all of these wonders will disappear eventually. So yeah, just it's worthwhile remembering this.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I have nothing to say to that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's frustrating to read Katip Çelebi at the beginning. Yeah, it's for me too as well. Yeah, you're right. Adios.
Thank you. Interesting for me. Maybe I missed. You mentioned that on the margins of the translation, Ebu Bekir wrote the note "Acayip." Was it? Garip. And that you said that it was most of them was about France and Spain. Yeah. Could you tell me what's the subject of the information the Atlas Mayor gave about France, and that Ebu Bekir wrote Garip next to it?
Okay, there are many actually. Most of them, just one. There is a lake, for instance. When you throw a stone into that lake, it occurs a very violent voice, like a lightning, and some fishes just come out from the lake but they're so big and they start to fly over the sky. Those kind of stories are numerous. Yeah.
Now I wonder whether present day scholar or reader would put instead of garib. I wonder whether you can translate it this note garib as a wonder, or could you think that there is a meaning of interesting only when you read a book, for example? Nowadays you can put interesting, those you find interesting, you put it not interesting. So is there a difference between interesting and garib in the text you went through?
But I tend to think that Abu Bakr thought that garib means strange to the Islamic tradition, because he didn't question the existence of ajaib and garib narratives, but he used ajaib for the stories that he already know in the Islamic tradition. But when it comes to European tradition, he used garib for he didn't know about those stories, and he just included in the existent Islamic tradition or whatever. Yeah.
Garib, it may as well be, I don't know, Chinese or Indian phenomena as well. No, not to say that garib in the sense of Western, etc., but garib in the sense of being detached or being not in the norm or marginal at that sense.
Yes, sure, you're right. But I haven't located in the text from China or India. But there could be an answer to that actually, which is the 14th or 15th century. There are some accounts on the China, and they replete with ajaib stories. So I think
and
that there are
stories and not garaib stories.
ajaib stories. So I think Abu Bakr was also, familiar with those texts, and he didn't qualify the ajaib stories in China or India as garib. So it's my intervention. Yeah, that's all. I think there's one more, Marius.
Yeah, I mean, was it
You go ahead.
no, I just remember that. I first met Dimishki Abu Bakr's name as the continuator of Katib Shalebi, the man who drew the maps, which are much more European style than Katib Shalebi and so on. And so that's why I was so impressed by the regression as you described it. And now I remember that also he has a kind of political tract, which is not really a political tract. It's an introduction to a description of the Ottoman lands. And there also, he must have read Katib Shalebi and everything, but he's very much more traditional. He has nothing of the Ibn Khaldunist kind that was popularized by Katib Shalebi. He's just it's a very traditional essay on the Edeb style. So it's a strange case, Dimishki, isn't he?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, actually, I'm a little disappointed with Abu Bakr because everybody wants to find a very original guy to work on it, but the more I delved into the texts of Abu Bakr, the more I get disappointed actually in this sense. So because the only concern of him was actually to somehow support himself with someone, because the wages are getting low at the end of the 17th century, as Harun showed. So he was trying to get some funding from Ahmed Pasha or other persons. So he was in a rush to complete a work.
Speaking of funding and competition, I remember Katib Çelebi complaining about how the scholars of the room, ulama, are not knowledgeable in math. Therefore, they had to bring ulama of Kurdistan to teach kids math. So I wonder, do you see certain, let's say, regional identities of ulama competing and mashki in this case, making perhaps a statement
Mm-hmm.
by being unoriginal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No. Yeah. The short answer is no. I haven't seen anything. I mean, there are really very few sources that mention Abu Bakr's existence and its work. One of them is, I mean, sorry for the Marsigli, but he's very fond of Abu Bakr, and he says that I used his maps when I was writing my work on the history of Ottoman Empire. But on the other hand, there is no Ottoman sources mentioning Abu Bakr directly, except for Şeyhi's Bekâül Fuzela, but it's a biographical account. So, in terms of qualifying his work as original or not, I haven't seen anything so far.
Perhaps other Dimashqis
Mm-hmm.
in Istanbul, or
Mm-hmm.
scholars from.
Yeah, there are some actually. At the time Abu Bakr arrived in Istanbul, I think there are many Damascenes in Istanbul. I think Ghazi was there as well. Am I right, Guy? Ghazi was in Istanbul, but in Ghazi's bibliographical dictionary, there is no account on Abu Bakr or his father. Maybe it's because Abu Bakr was not Arab. I'm not sure. So we are not sure with whom Abu Bakr was in contact at the time. We just, speculate, and sometimes, we are sure that he knew Hazar and Hussein, of course, and Evliya and Tezkireci, but they're all. But we don't know if he knew Ali Ufki or he just used his sources through Hazarfen or not. He's such a person in the shadows so far. Yeah.
I think now to our next speaker, Aslı, okay, she's here. So thank you, Karen. It was very stimulating.
Fantastic, really. It's wonderful to be with colleagues and present very preliminary findings of my research on Istanbul's talisman. So for many Ottoman observers, writers, as well known to all in this room, Istanbul's statues, sculptures, and monuments had talismanic properties. They were believed to avert danger, bring prosperity, or reveal the hidden, like the obelisk, which foretold the future, or the serpent column, which averted the snake. So this is all well-known, much repeated, some of these stories in modern scholarship. And like Güneş's stories, we often tend to disregard them as curious anecdotes, stories, folklore, superstition, and we often overlook their meaning and significance for Ottoman writers. For Ottoman writers, however, they had a lot to tell about the city's past and the future. And I've been trying to see what these writers want to tell their readers about Istanbul by looking at these stories. So for this ghost project, I began to work on numerous texts. My colleagues know this. This is a list from a year ago. broad range from mid-14th to the 17th century. Usual suspects are there, ajaibs. I just put the names of some of the well-known examples, but also the interrelated texts known as the Anonymous and Oruç, they are extremely helpful. Travelogues, geographical works, and other. I put even an other of another. Like in prose and verse, like the Hünername here, which depicts Mehmet Sultan Mehmet II on the eve of damaging the serpent talisman. So my aim is to understand the emergence and development of talisman stories in Turkish vernacular. But of course, to be able to do that, I have been working with Arabic and Persian sources they used, to see mostly, but also Ibn Verdi. And also, I plan to, as a next step, compare these accounts with those of contemporaneous European travelers. Arab travelers I have seen rarely talk about them, but if you do know about sources, please do let me know. I think my sources will be mostly French. My questions to begin with, for each text, I have been trying to establish, like many of you are doing, what is a talisman according to this story, and it's turned out to be more tricky than I imagined. What is the function of this story in the text? Why narrate it? And of course, like all of us doing, do these stories change from genre to genre, from time to time? So my aim is on collecting information, looking at these texts, tapping these sources, is to find new material, but more importantly for me, a new perspective to write Istanbul's history. And I'm very much looking forward to thinking this together with you. So, of course, I have 20 minutes, and I decided to choose only 3 examples. And the reason they are here, maybe like Ferah, I start from the 15th century and stayed there. So here are the first 3. We will see a story about an obelisk and a certain serpent column, both well known to all in this room, and also something which probably didn't exist. This is the Sığırcık, and we'll come back to Ferah's Sığırcık Pınarı, the spring of Sığırcık near Isfahan again. So I won't be able to discuss authorship, audience, reception, manuscripts of these texts. We can discuss them in the Q&A, and actually I'm very much looking for the Q&A. Okay, so let me start with the first text. Dürü Meknun has been mentioned a few times. Marino's paper, I think, again, in this slightly, okay. So this is a text where Istanbul is full of talismans. And this is, in my beginning, I thought that all these ajaibs will be full of talismans, thinking that they are wondrous. And slow, very quickly, reading Berlekamp, von Hess, and others, it becomes clear that, Kazvini does not include them as ajaib, right? Any of the, because the cities are not a part of his famous ajaib. Asar, he puts them there. Tusi is very selective. And many authors are very silent about Istanbul's talismans, and their 15th century Ottoman translators or compilers follow this. So talismans appear with full force after the conquest of Istanbul in the texts I have seen. So Dür is an example. I think in many aspects it's like Güneş, like your text, so maybe we have to think about Dür in relation to Hamza Names. But what I want to focus here is that it is an encyclopedic compilation of earth and heavens, but the author is different from the others, that it has an eschatological focus. The author is very concerned about the behavior of the people. He wants them to change them. He wants them to change, improve their manners and their piety immediately. He has an urgent agenda because he thinks the end of the world is near, like many of his contemporaries who wrote in mid-15th century. And this section on Istanbul reflects these concerns. He presents Istanbul as an eschatological theme park, and I borrow this from Paul Magdaleno for Byzantine literature, where the signs of the end of time are inscribed on its monuments. And obelisk is an example. First, he describes how it is from one piece of stone, how it stands on 4 bronze legs, and then he writes what's on it. Üzerine dürlü suretler kendinden kazmışlar. Bu aleme enbiyadan ve beylerden kimler geldi ve kimler geleceklerdir. İlmi Cefri ile bu memlekete kimler hükmedeceğin malum etmişler. They had inscribed various images on it, showing who among the prophets and rulers came to this world and who will yet to come. With the signs of Cefr, they revealed who will rule over this land. And so here, obelisk is the Cefr. It tells all about the past and the future. So many know that thinking of hieroglyphs as ancient timekeeping is a very common topoi in any story about pyramids, but especially in Iskendernames, which were very popular at this time. What is interesting and different here is that this ancient timekeeping device is not located in Giza or Alexandria, but in Istanbul. So the author of Dür brings the talismans to the city and actually puts them in a quite central location in his narrative. So to do this, he uses mainly two types of sources, and Gerasimos's wonderful book has examined it in detail. One source is Byzantine stories about Istanbul's monuments. There are many of them, but Patrias are well known. And they were translated into Persian and Turkish around this time. And the second is, as the author writes, is Bistami's seminal work, Miftahül Cifri Cami. He even devotes a particular section, and he says, I'm going to describe Cifri, what's in this book, but this is just an introduction. If you want to know more about it, read it. So he refers. Drawing on Byzantine Patrias and Bistami's Miftah, the author shows how a record of the past and the future of the city was on display at a major public monument. It is there for those who know how to see. And I began this project because how little this monument means to us and how little we know about its stories. Okay, so this text presents the occult knowledge displays on the obelisk, identified it as a product of Cifr, but it does not tell who built it, how, and why. In 1500s, a new and intriguing story about a talisman maker emerges in Ottoman Turkish historical text, in the Anonymous and Oruç. And, because I know Oruç, I'm going to talk about him. We can locate him easier. So this is sığırcık. So I didn't know what a sığırcık looked like. This is a European starling. I'm on to them, so if you know more about it, because I really want to know what kind of an animal it is. And the ajaib sections are very helpful to know about these, but, they didn't help me. So this is the talisman maker is from Maghreb. Again, any information on Maghreb. He hears about the founding of Istanbul by this legendary ruler Yanko, and he wants to come and show all the world his skill. And he wants to leave behind something that everybody will remember. And he builds a talisman in the image of a sığırcık, a starling. He also puts a tablet on the neck of this starling. Of course, not this tablet, I just picked something, but it's a leaf, and probably, I think it must have looked like this in terms of shape. And he also orders water from that spring in Isfahan that attracts talismans to be brought. And he puts them all on a dome. And what happens is every year when it's the time of olives, they bring Syrjiks, the starlings, rush to the city, they bring olives, and Istanbul becomes prosperous. So what I like about this story, there are many things, but first it is narrated in detail. 2 manuscript pages, 3 manuscript pages. And it gives lots of information about who that talisman maker was, what kind of knowledge he used, and for me, how the occult connects Mediterranean world. So let me go over that. He is a student of Idris. He knows about the sciences, or it should be Bokrat. Bukrat, Sokrat, and Eflatun. Also, ilmi heyet, ilmi kimya, ilmi simya ilimlerinde nazırı yoydu. A unique in the sciences of ilmi heyet, kimya, and simya. There is a lengthy discussion of what he does. It is havas from the words revealed to Idris, Abraham, and Moses, as well as passages from Lokman Hekim's Hikmetname. So many of you have realized the lettrist relationships. Of course, we have to be very precise, and we were talking with Guy, and he said how there are so many different kinds. But still, Bistami, for instance, heralded these kind of sages. I think it was Bukrat and Eflatun as the first initiates that started lettrism. And this is the havas, this is sacred letters and words. So I think thus narrating with this story, the author aims to attract the interest of readers who are somewhat knowledgeable in the sciences of sacred letters and words. And Oruç elsewhere writes about havas and how it saved someone. So we can think about that. Well, I also like it because it's a story for all of us who are interested in connected histories. I mean, this is about mobility. The talisman maker comes from Maghrib. The spring water comes from Isfahan. Birds and olives, all around the Mediterranean, and he gives names: Mısır, Sham, Frangistan. So he really wants to show how Istanbul attracts unique talent and resources. Sometimes someone comes for patronage, sometimes the water is ordered to be brought. So all these things and the story itself travels. So when you look at, many people worked on it. Again, Gerasimos is a great source. The starling talisman first appears in geographical works, Yakuts, Kazvinis, and in Rome. But according to many historians, the origin of the story should have been medieval Constantinople, where mechanical birds were on display and attracted visitors who wrote about them. So here, a story from Rome, travels from Constantinople to Rome in medieval Arabic geographical corpus, and comes back to Ottoman Istanbul in Turkish historical text after the conquest, but this time with the lettrist part. Okay, so there are many things to talk about these, and my descriptions are right now very superficial. And my last talismans, I think the interest in lettrist talismans wane mid-16th century onwards. And rather, we read about talismans as connecting celestial and terrestrial forces more. And actually we see the addition of this story, and where there's no mention of havas, but it becomes uniting heavens and earth. This is not exactly a good example, but I wanted to share it as an example of a different genre. It is from a treatise on talismans, and Tunç Şent has worked extensively on it. It was presented to Sultan Süleyman in response to a question about whether talismans could protect the city, especially about the plague. And the author tries to show yes. To support this argument, there is a small section where he goes to Arabic ballets, famous examples like Ibn Halikan and others, and gives examples of talismans from Baghdad, Homs, Cairo, and ends with a small section on Istanbul. There are 3 talismans. The first one is our starling talisman. Here, rather than 2 pages, he has 2 words. He writes Zeytun taşırdı. They brought olives. He is more interested, actually in this section too, more interested in talismans against venom. And it may be because of the hadiths related to, because they're mostly about talismans that protect the city from snakes, from all other kinds of. And then his section is a section that it tells how hükemadan biri, one among the sages, erected this, and it worked. You know, it is even one is bitten by a snake in Constantinople. It is harmless, but then he adds a very interesting part, which I haven't found anywhere else. First, I will read in Turkish. Ve haliyen fi zamanına bir evde yılan gözükse, varıp ol tuştan yılanlara gözükse, varıp ol tuştan yılanda bıçak ve naçak gibi dumur aletlerden birisiyle 3 kere urup her darbında bizim evde yılan vardır gidin dese, ol evde yılan gözükmez gider defaatle tecrübe edilmiştir. So if you actually coming from a month-long fight with mice, I really understand. You try everything, and if you have snakes at home, you should go. You should bring a knife or a hatchet. Hit it 3 times. Important, most probably, and say, you know. We have snakes that are fine, go. And he says that it has been experienced numerous times. So tecrübe is here important, as Tunç shows in his article. Experimental knowledge and observation was repeated throughout this text. So here we don't learn anything about the talisman maker. Okay, it's hükemadan biri, so hükema is of course important. I'm finishing. Yeah, so we don't know who the talisman maker was, but here the emphasis in that the author is an observer of its efficacy. So to conclude. These 3 questions are a very tiny section of a diverse and numerous corpus on Ottoman views of Istanbul's talismans, and I wanted to show how much even a few sentences of words can tell us about their world. The material is very rich and can set off many different paths of inquiry. So what I'm trying to do at this point is to find my path, and I will share very quickly 3 main paths that I'm planning to follow. First, times and places, or time and space, came out repeatedly in this morning's sessions. I think this material is begging us to reconsider these both things, because stories offer different ways of looking at time and space. Occult, the beauty of thinking of occult has a very different relationship with time and place. So I want to see how, whether we can, use this material to have to develop different perspectives on time and spaces. Did certain works or genres, such as Acayip, promote specific ways of looking at cities and their histories? And can we follow them? Second, of course, it's absolutely necessary for me to tackle the crucial question, whose stories are these? And for whom, by whom they were told, social background of their authors, and why were they told? So these are extremely difficult questions, but I think we have done a lot in Ottoman studies to start thinking about them. Ghazi Circles of Edirne, Atufi, his books at the library, two of the contributors to the latest volume are here. Fazıl Ahmet Pasha, I think it was very important for the 17th century, what he was trying to create. Or princely courts of Süleyman's sons, where many ajaibs were produced. So how to situate these texts in the production of knowledge of these groups? Difficult, but I think, this is the group to ask this question. And finally, I want to go deeper into inscriptions such as the hieroglyphs and objects or animals such as the starling tablet. Stories travel in time and space, and the authors, and I think were very cautious in connecting certain times and certain spaces. So I want to see what they wanted to connect and how it changed from 15th to 17th centuries. So thank you.
I have a lot to say almost on every slide here. But the question of this me, fine? Yeah.
Next question?
No. Yeah. So, okay. But the question of this imagination of the West, of the Arab as a center of knowledge. You find it, for instance, in Lami's Sherengiz, where he speaks about the neighborhood of the Merariba in Bursa, but it listed in the section on the different crafts. So it's clear that they are semi-alchemists or something. But when also in many of the treatises from Bistami's and even earlier, so obviously Buni comes from the West, all the Ibn Arabi. So you have all these people, so there is a story there that, as you said, captures this transition. But it's far from clear to what extent it is like a real geographical West. I mean, sometimes it's like in many cases here, they collapse into one another. So it's like people at some point say, I'm from the real West, but it's not. It's when you read the treatises, it's much more obscure and vague.
No, thank you very much. Of course, Buni and Ibn Arabi, it must have influenced, but I think Maghrib here is more. For instance, in Junani's 16th century stories, talisman makers always come from Maghrib.
Yeah. And there are quite a few people.
Yeah, but I'm yet to see.
Could it be just the topos used by these narratives? I had the same question. Was raised.
I think it is a topos, so rather than going back to Buni or Ibn Arabi, but still it's really, really interesting. I mean, it comes up a lot. For instance, when they can't find someone to read an inscription, they found someone who had been in the Maghrib.
But these shirts, famous shirts from the palace, are they from Shazeli origin and they come from Morocco?
Shazeli, but
Not to all, but at least there may be some basis to this. Especially for the case of the shirts. I don't know after how they were elaborated later words. Just since I have the microphone, I have a remark.
No, but thank you, this is very important. And I don't know how to tackle it yet. If it's a topos, what's the use of the topos? So what does it say? Because we never think about the relationship with Maghrib.
Before giving just a remark. that is that I think in the 16th century there is a boom on the histories of Egypt, and not only from Selim Names, but especially 3 or 4 monographies, among which the Celalzade Salihs. And I remember that there was a section, whole section on the obelisk in most of them. So it may be interesting not only for the writers, readers, circulation and perception of, because there are some variants as long as I remember. So perhaps just checking just another sub-branch how in these Tarihi Misrs, or I don't know what Misrs, there is some, I don't know, conflicting and approbative information about each detail of a single object. I don't know.
No, thank you. I mean, I will certainly look at them because things change after, they conquered Egypt. And Alexandria, I think most of them, went anywhere through Iskandariye. And they went and see what was remaining. So one thing I discovered, which I didn't know, like many of these monuments were still standing to an extent. So they went and see what was standing from the famous, lighthouse of Iskandariye. But think you like to look more specifically, yeah.
Okay. Yes. Oh, we forgot about them, didn't we? Okay, well, one last. Also, thank you. This is fascinating. I have a quick maybe comment or a question. So when we talk about talismanic structures, monuments for all the public to see, I was wondering if you looked at city maps from the long period that you're looking at and see where these monuments were located in a specific time and place. I'm wondering if their locations specifically add to the talismanic value or to you see the grid system. I'm just very curious about if they use grid systems, if they use some sort of calculations to actually put and locate these monuments in specific parts of the city rather than the others. And should we always look at these monuments, or this is magnificent, but should we look at other unassuming objects in the city for all these centuries? Because I think this is not coincidental where they have located, or maybe maybe I'm just flying here, but I just.
I read about medieval. For instance, there's work on Syria. They're usually placed on the doorsteps of like mosques, yes, and they wrote about them. But when it comes to Istanbul, and then this is a really good question.
Because I encountered the same thing when I visited Gülşen Lodge in Cairo, in the Bab al-Haq, neighborhood. At the entrance, of course, there is this like tablets, it's talismanic. One who steps in there, has to be protected or shouldn't bear any ill will to anybody who resides in the lodge. So that is very sort of like edifice or sort of building specific. But in this is something different.
I don't want to take much of our time, but it's extremely important. I'm fascinated by the work on spolia. So art historians are amazing for us Ottomanists. So Doris has an article on the use of Egyptian material in mosques and things, and they're like using many things together and putting them on display. Guru Necipoğlu has an article on the use of columns in Süleymaniye after discussing how important it was to bring them and so much resources were put. They were all cut in the same way and put in under the similar kind of columns, if I'm not mistaken. So hence the question of Egypt will become even more interesting because they go there a lot. Many of them judges, they pass through Cairo or Damascus, and they see things very different than Istanbul. So thank you so much.
Can I just add a little comment? I mean, Risale-i Tılsım also has an extensive discussion on where the talisman should be situated and when that talisman should be situated according to the celestial calculations that the talisman maker makes. So space and time certainly matter for for the efficacy of talismans to be produced.
Oh, sorry, Ethan, so sorry. What should, and now I push somewhere.
I think you can be here, Ethan.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes,
Can you hear
thank
me?
Great, great. There's a little
Great,
bit of a time
great. There's a
lag
little bit
here,
of a
so
time lag
sorry.
here, so
Anyways,
I'm sorry.
Good
Anyways,
morning.
good morning,
Manchester and Selamlar.
Manchester and Selamlar.
Asla, thank you for a great
Asla,
paper.
thank you for a great paper. I have a fairly simple question. Hold on a second. I'm getting some feedback with the live feed. Okay, that's better. So my question is, you talked about talismans as objects that you said bring together celestial and terrestrial forces. Can talismans be people, though? And I ask this question because I'll be talking about a little bit about a source in my paper tomorrow that likens the, Sultan Mehmet III himself to a talisman. He calls him Tılsım Gibidir. And the context is the Battle of Hachova, and he also has with him a number of relics of the Prophet, and maybe the connection lies there. But I'm interested to see what you might have to say about that. And I'll mute my microphone now and listen.
Anything like that, so this is really interesting. I mean, because the talisman is something built, so this is the whole like interesting part of it. You know, so there are certain people with immense knowledge, and they're able to harass the forces of universe. So actually, talisman story celebrates these practitioners. Yeah, so I will be very surprised how its person becomes. But Feray has seen something.
Something different.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just thought, have you considered, while looking for the origins of this talisman maker from Maghreb, have you considered checking out this Hermetic tradition about Hermes Trismegistus, because he is known as the main talisman maker in Hermetic tradition, who is also associated with the Idris Enoch. Yeah, I mean, this is clear, right?
There, and it is done for a reason. It is diverting the readers. Yeah.
And have you also come across with all these sources you checked so far that because I came across with that sometimes the inscription over talismans are described as either Hebrew or Aramaic, and this is also Syriac. Yeah, it's
important for me to
it's a kind of
know
topos. I also find it quite interesting. Even the tomb of Abu Ayyub al-Ansari in Egypt, sometimes in Ottoman sources I come across, it is said that it was written in Hebrew, Ibri. That makes me perplexed very much. Kufic, which later also turned to Kufic in later Ottoman sources. So I also find it quite interesting. And also, have you ever thought of checking this collection in the Chamber of Holy Relics in Topkapı Palace Museum? Because I don't know, have you seen the inventory? Because there are also certain material there who were assigned having talismanic qualities. Some of the stuff there even connected with this Islamic antiquity. I mean, I'm sure they're not authentic at all, but there is such an assertion I came across, always these talismanic aspects. I don't know, have you ever...
Here he's just wrote a chapter on talismanic objects, but thank you, I should go and look again.
Related to the comment on the talismans attached to a person, I just came across yesterday of a Menaqib written by a Mamluk Mamluk scholar for Bayazid II, and it has the seal on it. And a part of the Manaqib, he says that the city is full of talismans, but it's attached to Bayazid in a really interesting way. Actually.
Oh, thank you so much.
So I think we will not have any time now because there is a lunch for the speakers, so they are waiting for us. So we're waiting for all of you back at 3 o'clock. And thank you, Asli. I had, of course, many questions, but I will skip for the moment. Thank you. I'm waiting for you. We're waiting for you back in 3 o'clock. The speakers are invited. question. So I have to begin again. So to be less So ready to begin again and try to be more in time than in the morning session. Most of you, I hope, have the handouts from Professor Axel Sheridan. And so now we can begin right away with our first speaker.
Bir sayfanız USB'nin içinde.
Şu USB'de.
Hadi o USB. Sizin USB'niz nerede?
Çantada.
Çıkarıyor. Şurada yanında USB şeyi var.
Bir presentation. Kusura bakmayın. Estağfurullah.
Sorun değil.
Açmasak olur onu. Hani sonra açarım.
Aşağı indireceğim.
Süpersiniz.
Şey olsun. Şöyle. İstediğiniz zaman şunu basmanız yeterli.
Tamam. Harikasınız. Hello. Today I'm going to talk about a bit of monkey business, and I will start with the Quran. In the Quran's second surah, God reminds the Israelites in Moses' time how he had made a covenant with them, according to which they had agreed to remain righteous. However, they subsequently transgressed and broke that covenant, and as the verses describe, even after they turned away, and if it had not been for the grace of God and His mercy, you would have been among the losers. And indeed, you already knew of those among you who broke the Sabbath, how we said to them, be apes, despised. And we made this an example of punishment for those there and for succeeding generations, and a lesson for the God-fearing. Similarly, in the fifth surah, while speaking more generally of the evil ways of the people of the book, that is both Jews and Christians, God states that there have been some whom God has cursed and with whom he had become wrathful and turned some of them into apes and swine, and those who worshipped false deities. These two references have typically been read by Muslim commentaries in a literal way, and therefore they open a path for, as Richard Falls has pointed out, humans to be demoted to other species as a punishment for transgression. 100 years later, a short text recorded in Turkish on folio 191 of an Ottoman miscellany or mecmua, towards the end of the manuscript, almost like a marginal edition, is based on this possibility, recording a list of mostly animals and describing how they became demoted or transformed into that form because of their sins. The text's entry on the monkey or Maymun seems directly inspired by the first of the Quranic verses quoted, reading like this: the monkey was a Jew, according to whose canonical law it was forbidden to fish on the Sabbath. On that day, the Sabbath, he went fishing. Contrary to the canonical law, he was transformed, nes oldu. This looks like the ultimate literalization of God's command for transgressors to become despised apes. Likewise, the text's entry on the pig represents a clearer reason for the wrongdoer to be turned to swine, reading, the pig was a person who engaged in sodomy. Sodomy was the reason for his transformation. The term used in these Turkish texts for the transformation of a human body into an animal body is naks, which is also the root of the word tenasuk, or metempsychosis. That is the heterodox belief in the transmigration of souls. The important question here is, what on earth are texts describing transformations like these doing in the Sunni Islamic context of Ottoman Empire? After all, as noted by the 11th century scholar El-Biruni, belief in the transmigration of souls or reincarnation was characteristic of Indian religions and some varieties of ancient Greek thought, not of Sunni Islam, where almost the only canonical references were a few Quranic verses, such as those I mentioned, and which focus mainly on the transformation of non-Muslims as punishment. In my talk today, I will explore this question through this curious Turkish text. I want to begin with the physical context of the text, that is, with its recording in a miscellany or mejmua. Some miscellanies are of an idiosyncratic and truly miscellaneous nature, featuring such diverse texts as stories, personal and dynastic histories, lists of sultan, recipes, anecdotes, prayers, sermons, guides for divination, and much more. These can be seen as personalized archives presenting concrete singular examples of cultural consumption, since their compilers chose to include on their own initiative and in a bound notebook of their own whatever texts might have interested or profited them. These compilations are an indispensable source for undertaking differing Ottoman cultural practices, ideas, beliefs, and mentalities, since each compilation gives a picture of a single Ottoman mentality from within, allowing us to glimpse the compiler's practices, beliefs, concerns, and aspirations. I believe that this particular miscellany can be used to introduce one such mentality. The manuscript, University of Michigan Islamic Manuscript 851, includes an ownership statement dated 1098, 1686 or 7, and was partly copied and probably bound together by an Ömer bin Osman, as noted in the colophon with the description of the tale Hikayeti Bazargan be Zeyni Mekare, Story of the Merchant and Abominable Woman, completed on 29th Muharrem 1093, February 7, 1682. It contains at least 3 different doctuses on 93 leaves, of which many are blanked, hinting at the fact that the whole artifact was perhaps bound or put together later by a single individual, almost as a Platonic hypomnema or material memory of things read, heard, or taught. There's a great diversity of texts of very different genres that at first glance appears relatively random in this manuscript. There's a text listing the patron saints of certain artisans, ones concerning which days are auspicious or inauspicious for taking certain actions, a chart with dates of Ottoman sultans through Süleyman II, several short catastic texts, including a Turkish translation by Fenari of Öbülleys Es-Semerkandi's Mukaddime Salat, with notes and guidelines for performing prayer and reading the Quran. An anecdote about an adventure by Beyazıt Bistami among Christian priests, where he leads them to convert to Islam. An untitled version of the tale Hikayeti Kadı ile Uru, Story of the Judge and the Thief. The aforementioned Hikayeti Bazargan, which is actually a new version of the Hikaye-i Anabaci, and a new version of the text entitled Nefsül Emname, attributed here to Nevizade Atayi rather than Lami Çelebi, which is basically a list of curses directing criticism at social offenders of the time. Considered as a whole, I think that the miscellany can be seen as a treasure assembled for reference and later meditation, as an aid in struggling against some personal defect, such as an excess of anger, envy, gossip, or flattery, or in this case, and more generally, the nefs or appetitive soul. Thus, the miscellany is like a mental exercise on the overarching theme of taming the nefs, guiding the owner, compiler, or reader in terms of how the baser instincts of the nefs may be controlled. This makes the miscellany into something like a mantra, transforming apparently diverse and quite unrelated texts into a kind of practical spiritual handbook and making it a significant historical source for early modern popular beliefs about the nefs and more broadly the supernatural. The particular text around which I want to talk, and I distributed a transliteration and translation of it. The particular text around which I want to talk today is the one mentioned earlier, which altogether lists 20 different animals and 2 stars that had once been flawed humans before ongoing metempsychosis or tenasü. In situating this text within the context of the nefs, we should first be careful about the distinction between the terms nefs and ruh. Marinos Sarianis has noted that nefs normally means the human soul, while ruh corresponds more to its divine part, God's breath of life, unquote. As a result, the nefs, quote, dies with the body and is again resurrected with it, while the ruh departs at death and remains alive, unquote. The nefs is further divided into faculties that include passion and lust, that is, appetites that must be controlled or tamed. In the context of metempsychosis, though, it is the ruh that transmigrates according to the will of God. Thus, by including a text on the transmigration of individuals who had sinned, the compiler of this miscellany may have been warning him or herself of nefs-based blamable actions to keep in check. This metempsychosis text is, of course, not entirely original, but appears to be based on, or possibly even transcribed from, earlier sources, not just the chronic verses I mentioned earlier, but also more direct lists of human to animal transformations, one of which is found in Mustafa Ali of Gallipoli's Künhül Ahbar, or Essence of Histories. My general concern in this broader project of mine is to record the process of transformation undergone by the idea of tenasü in the Ottoman cultural space. Today, though, I mainly aim to give the gist of the text in relation to earlier texts of similar content about metempsychosis. The text itself certainly needs to be studied more in terms of its animal symbolism, as well as of cultural significance given to certain types of people. This is beyond the scope of my talk today, but I would appreciate any suggestions you might make about the significance or signification of some of these issues. To look first at the possible antecedent of my metempsychosis text in Mustafa Ali's Künhül Ahbar, which dates to the 1590s, so about a century before the miscellany I am studying. As Marinos Sarianis has noted, Mustafa Ali's text includes, quote, a chapter on the marvelous among the visible celestial creatures and the strange among perceived inferior and invisible earthly phenomena, in which he speaks of the celestial bodies, meteorology, and earthquakes, but also of metamorphosis, mensuhat. The list of the metamorphosis designed as memsuhat in the original text has been recorded in a summary translation by Jan Schmidt in his study entitled Pure Water for Thirsty Muslims. I'm going to read the list. The elephant from an indiscriminately fornicating homosexual. The bear from a coward who offered himself to a man. The hare from an unclean woman. The scorpion from a slanderer. The lion from a stealing Bedawi. The spider from a woman who bewitched a man. The carp from a pimp who brought adulterers to his own wife. The swallow from a thief stealing dates from Muslims, the monkey from a man who died, who did not heed the prohibition against work on Saturdays, the pig from a man who disbelieved the story of the descent of the blessed table, the planet Venus from the female singer Nahid who bewitched Harut and Marut, the shark from a witch culminator, the star canopus from a rapacious tax collector, the hedgehog from a stripper of grave clothes, the monster Sexar, it seems like this is actually Sansar, from a neighbor's robber, a companion of Musa who craved power, had a similar but unrevealed fate. For the first 13 cases, Mustafa Ali claims that his source was a hadith, saying it was related from the Prophet, peace be upon him, that 13 were metamorphosed. Hazreti Resul aleyhisselam'dan rivayet olunmuştur ki memsuh olan 13'tür. However, I haven't been able to find any hadith specifically to this effect. While there are some differences in terms of order and some of the specific animals and types of humans involved, Mustafa Ali's list appears to be an earlier iteration of the late 17th century metempsychosis list in the Miscellany, which I am trying to decipher. Nevertheless, with Mustafa Ali, the term used to explain the transformation is mask or metamorphosis, referring to a punishment enacted by God, changing someone's form and appearance in a negative way, as seen in the Quranic verses I quoted earlier. The term mask was also used by the 10th century jurist Ebul el-Hayt as Samarkandi, whose work Bustan el-Arifin, Garden of Knowledge, describes and criticizes in its sections entitled Babül Kelam fi Amr-Mes and Babül Muarizal Kelam, how some scholars claim that the monkey, pig, mouse, shark, and some other animals are descended from transformed people, while the star Suhail or Canopus and the planet Venus are said to have been a king and princess punished for their crimes by God. This text, as Samarkandi criticizes claims of Memsuhat, stating, for instance, that humans transformed into animals remained in that state for 3 days before being destroyed, while pointing out that the stars cannot have once been people since they were created together with the world. So these are his arguments against these beliefs. In any case, this attack against popular beliefs may be the earliest known source for the list in my miscellany, where such beliefs appear to continue to survive, interestingly recorded right along a catechism by none other than S. Samarkandi himself. Whatever sources S. Samarkandi may have used for his criticism of metempsychosis seems to be a likely source not only of the miscellaneous list, but also of Mustafa Ali's list, despite the latter's claim that he based his specific list on a hadith. Both lists, for example, include references to Canopus and Venus as transformed beings, though they differ very slightly in the details. The 17th century text says of Venus, the star Venus was a beautiful femme fatale who was transformed, while Mustafa Ali says that it was the female singer Nahid who bewitched Harut and Marut, and where the miscellany has for Canopus, the star Canopus was a clerk, katib, who committed fraud by recording rights unduly. Mustafa Ali says that it was a rapacious tax collector or ashar. While these differences may seem superfluous, the greater detail of allusion in Mustafa Ali's version indicates a somewhat more learned perspective as compared to the possibly more popular oral perspective found in the miscellaneous list. To go on to a broader comparison, Mustafa Ali's shorter list lacks 7 of the cases recorded in the miscellany. Namely, he does not include among the animals the wolf who was a bandit, the lizard who was an Arab thief of pilgrims' garments, the turtle, an Israelite woman who refused to sex with her husband, the spider, an adulteress, the wasp a debtor, the weasel a bothersome neighbor, and the magpie a man who would stroll totally naked through the public bath. This is my favorite, to be honest with you. In addition, sometimes sometimes the same animal is said to be transformed from a different person. Thus, for instance, the sodomite pig of the miscellany is in Mustafa Ali, a man who disbelieved the story of the blessed table. Whatever the differences, though, in many of the cases, the basic implication is clear. It is not only transgressive Jews or Christians who might be punished by transformation to a lesser life form, but Muslims as well. After all, in both texts, the dog is metamorphosed from a corrupt qadr. From a broader view, and considering the text especially in connection with the idea of taming the nafs, we can also note that the nafs is taught to have a number of basic fallibilities that need to be conquered. These are the pride, tekebbür, greed, tama, jealousy or envy, hasad, lust, shehvet, slander, gıybet, stinginess, buhl, and malice, kin. While not all of these are illustrated in the sins of the people who experienced metempsychosis in the list or metamorphosis in the lists, most of them are with a special emphasis on greed, lust, slander, and malice as powerful warning for the Muslim reader or listener. To cast my remarks more broadly in terms of the supernatural theme of this workshop, Sariannis has pointed out that there is in fact no word for the supernatural in classical Ottoman, and that this lack of vocabulary could be considered an effect of the absence of the notion itself. He writes that in the Ottoman religio-cultural sphere, the notion of nature is practically very near to that of God, and that since God is omnipotent, quote, no event or phenomenon can be impossible, no matter how extraordinary it may seem. And, unquote, and, quote, an extraordinary event cannot be potentially true, unquote. Sariannis observes that Ottomans would instead refer to the marvelous or the extraordinary, commonly used terms which denote such occurrences, in Al-Ghazali's words, that disrupt the habitual course. Ajaib and Garaib in the Islamicate cultures, as Sariannis notes, are recognized to have a distinction in terms of their denotation as to the influence of or the lack of God's will in such occurrences. If we consider these comments in connection with the metempsychosis or metamorphosis, sin in these texts that I have briefly looked at, the fact that both as Samarkandi and Mustafa Ali, who represent a more clearly elite religious culture, use the term mask or memsuhat to refer to these phenomena, makes the transformations a punishment enacted directly by the will of God. While the miscellany text, by using the term nask, seems to reflect a more popular conception that survives in fuller form and lies at least partly outside elitist and orthodox religious perspectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. To hear my name again and again. And there are things I'm not really an expert at.
First, thank you. My question is, when you look at heresiographical literature, Islamic heresiographical literature, so tanasukh is always one of these things that kind of like draw the lines between different sects, right? And here you have, let's say, a more legit version of tanasukh, right? So I'm curious if we can draw a line of what is a heretical tanasukh and what is an orthodox tanasukh.
That's a very good question. I mean, I use the two terms to kind of demarcate the two realms, but this is not my specialization. This was just a side topic for me that I had in mind for a while. So I would ask you all to direct me to the right direction. I mean,
a good place I would think of is the Middle literature.
My compliment to I might completely, my memory has been a bit messed up, but I think that Niyazi Misri in the late 17th century is very violent against the Tenasuchis, but we don't really know who these people really were at his time and place. I seem to remember something like that. So this is a probable path to follow.
So maybe following off on the other questions, so which context do you situate these texts? Because the nefs, working on the nefs is quite general, and what comes to our mind is, Sufi text, and clearly this is not where you see them. So which context, which body of knowledge do you situate it?
I actually didn't think about that. I was more concerned with the text, with the context of this miscellany, because at first sight the text involves all these different kind of texts, but they all circulate around or center around the idea of nefs. So I thought there should be a function to this text, that such a compilation was put together by somebody. It's interesting because they don't all work. As Samarkandi's Turkish translation by Fenari is here, but along with it, given as a marginal text though, this text, this list of the Tenasuh is there as well. So I was more focused on the context of the miscellany, and I didn't really think about the general terms in that regard. And I followed the history of this text, or tried to figure out some of the earlier sources, possible sources. So when I found these two texts as Samarkandi's reference, he certainly tried to cut that kind of a belief with his reference to these beliefs. And then Mustafa Ali, somehow he seems to be using a written text, but it's not as full as the miscellany has. And it's much later a date, but the miscellaneous text is more fuller and kind of more colorful in that regard as well. It seems like Mustafa Ali is referencing to Quranic ayats in certain parts as well. At the end of his text, he talks about Moses' times, and all those Quranic references is clearly behind his text. But yeah, I think.
I think I recall, but I'm not sure, that Schmidt says that the source was a hadith. But as he cited, I mean, is it to be found in the hadith collections?
I think he lists 4 or 5 other ones, but then he says these 13 ones depend on the hadith. But despite my searches, I couldn't really find that specific hadith behind.
Maybe hadith is the
Maybe, but then it actually developed quite a bit. He says only the 13 of them, and miscellany has 22, so there's that thing as well. So there needs to be some other sources that
because
maybe.
Today Emre is here, and she's been working a lot on nefs-related materials. So also
This is basically me questioning you about how to decipher this miscellany.
Looking at the tafsir of this verse in the Quran, so you can start, there are so many tafsirs that actually explain, and the more details one, and you can start with like the usual suspects can tell you like where, how. First, it will probably give you a list of all the related tafsirs and where the related hadith and where they came from.
I actually tried to do not really in detail, but still, despite me looking, I couldn't really pinpoint.
How episode interprets this ayah.
Episode was in my mind that I should check him with these, but it's just a new study, so this is. Thank you very much for the suggestions.
Another quick question with regard to Aslı's remarks. What would you think about using animal fables or stories or mesnevis, using animals personifying certain humane characters? It's also a very widespread literary convention or genre. Do you think it would?
This is my second. This is just a preliminary, but yeah, animal symbolism. I was kind of here off and on looking around, but not really in depth. Full-time research on it, but yeah, thank you very much.
Because the lizard's a trope, right? That comes from the Shulbiya, and the monkey with the Jew. That's a play on Maimonides, a surname, Maimun, which also means prosperous in Arabic. So there's a conflation here between what is, you might call the science of metempsychosis versus popular knowledge, right? There's certain, I mean, the lizard to me, certain things make sense. What Mustafa Ali edited out were the ones that are much more specifically religiously marked, right? So if you're going to make a distinction between what is popular versus what someone who's erudite might separate, it's interesting. They always claim a hadith or something. That's also a literary device. But that stands out very distinctly that Mustafa Ali is not concerned with the ones that marks out Jew, Christian, or by implicitly, and the ones that you claim is more popular probably circulated much more popularly with regard to these communities, right? So you might want to think about it that way.
Actually, be wordplays and kind of filling in the context as well. Thank you very much.
My question is actually very simple. Let's say you are someone who kind of wants a catalog of these like character traits and these animals. How would you go about looking for those? I mean, do you have to have in your memory the entire body of hadith, or is there an index somewhere in the 16th century? I mean, what would you do?
Maybe within different contexts they were creating new ones, like almost like a game and a joke sort of thing as well. So with the popular one especially, that they don't depend on a written cultural thing and has this problem of differences of confessions. So that's a good point. Thank you.
We can thank you now. So you have been standing up for so long,
No,
waiting.
It's okay. I don't mind it. Let me. right. Thank you, Marino, for this wonderful gathering. And I'm learning so much from all the participants, and I appreciate everybody's participation in this wonderful workshop. So today I want to talk to you about a very preliminary study of mystical cosmologies in the early modern Ottoman world, some questions of authorship, esoteric content, and inspirations, authorial inspirations, in quest for a new type of learning. Illustrative diagrams, their functions, and where they fall in the spectrum of graphic representation of cosmological ideas were examined recently as a general survey in the cultural context of medieval and early modern Islamic age history. In this study, Kara Mustafa proposed a number of very important ideas. First, that diagrams had been intended as graphic aids to the texts they appeared in with a specific function, and they served as visual representations of cosmological ideas, or at times entire cosmologies. Second, that there had been a lack of a continuous tradition of cosmological speculation with developed diagrams, illustrating major features of a universally accepted Islamic cosmology. And third, that cosmologies underlined the eclectic nature of different schools of thought, referencing variant and at times connected doctrines. Now, all of these findings provide an excellent starting point to investigate cosmological representations of mystical experiences, as well as the authors of these texts who favored philosophical speculation in the context of Ottoman historical Sufism studies. So as a part of a new research project, I have been studying a number of Sufi authored manuscripts with cosmological content, tentatively calling them mystical visual cosmologies. Okay. All right. Okay.
Medya ne gibi bu? Bilgisayarınızın içinde bir yerde olur mu?
Nasıl?
Bilgisayarın içinde, yani şu an şeyin içinde yok.
Benim bilgisayardan gösterebilir miyiz?
Olur, ben getireyim mi? Ya da siz...
Sorry, teknoloji problem.
Açılır. Şuradan gösterelim mi? Bilgisayardan.
Okay. Bu internete bağlı değil mi?
İnternete bağlı.
Ama niye çalışmadı acaba?
Embed olması lazım.
Embed olmak ne demek? Yani PowerPoint'in içinde.
PowerPoint'in içinde ama ya sizin bilgisayarınızda kayıtlıdır. O yüzden sordum size. Yani bilgisayarda mı var, internetten mi açılıyor? Çünkü burada bir yere aktardığınızda o dosya gelmeyebilir.
Başka bir şekilde yapmanın yolu yok mu?
Bunun ne olduğunu bilmiyorum ki. Dosya internetteyse oradan açılın.
İnternette değil, hayır. Benim bilgisayar da dondu yani. Donacak vakti buldu. Yani başka bir teknolojik bir şey bulamaz mıyız?
Yani ya bana link vermeniz lazım. Bir yerden
vermem?
Link. Nereden bulduysanız bunun buradan.
Hayır, bulunmadı. Bu yapıldı.
Yapıldı. O zaman o videoyu bana göndermeniz. Ya bu video çok büyük bir şey ya. Böyle PowerPoint'in içine sizin bilgisayarınızdan alır. Sizde çalışır. Ama bana gönderdiğinizde videoyu da vermeniz lazım. Yoksa şey almaz.
Şimdi benim bilgisayar takıldı. Bir dakika. Marino bir... Login edebilir miyiz? Ben tahmin ettim böyle bir şey olacağını da o yüzden
Çünkü bilgisayarda nasıl bilgisayarı peki? Şuradan açalım. Tamam, buradan gösterelim. Buradan nasıl göstereceğiz? Şöyle ayağa kaldırayım ben. Birkaç dakikalık bir video değil mi zaten? Tamam, tamam oldu.
Sorry, folks. Sorry. Apologies for the glitch. We're trying to figure it out. It's embedded, so it just didn't work out in this computer, but it works out in mine. So just going to be a little bit, small, but. Sorry. We just did it, yes. This is another one. Okay, can you actually see? Can you see? Yes. I have a fancier one. This is the less fancy one. Okay. All right. So the purpose of this is, the 3D rendition is, I'm trying to make the visual component of these, mostly circular diagrams a little bit more accessible and interesting. So I collaborate from a student from Texas A&M University at the visualization department, IO. So he actually, renders these images that we find in the manuscripts from 2D to 3D. And of course, the next step is to put on these fancy, these goggles and then just walk. Because I think that these are intended as roadmaps for the novice. So that's another idea that I want to introduce here, these diagrams. So this is a work in progress, obviously. And my aim is to explore new ways of looking at visual materials, two-dimensional diagrams, and try to understand or visualize them in the 3D, if possible. And to see them if they have a different effect of one's consciousness. Because I think that this is a mnemonic device of some sort. It is intended for the disciple, for the novice, to actually close eyes and visualize. But I will talk about that in a little bit. When you see more of the diagrams, you would think that I'm less maybe crazy, but I would begin to make more sense. Okay, so how to go to the bigger screen? Okay. All right. Before getting into this 3D renditions and visualizations, I began the research with the obvious question of what cosmology means. We find different understandings of cosmology, its function and utility, in a variety of genres in the medieval and early modern Islamic intellectual landscape. Now, cosmology, in the modern-day parlance, is described as a field of study that unites astronomy and physics. To grasp the physical universe in its totality. It is also explained as the governance and the study of the universe with eschatology as the final destination. It is different than cosmogony. In Turkish, of course, it is kıyaniyat, and which in Akbarian terms denotes the creation of the world. Now, according to Nasser, there is no single homogeneous understanding of Islamic cosmology, as there had been many adaptations of ancient schools of philosophy and sciences that are regarded within the realm of cosmology in the Islamic tradition, beginning with the 10th century. Nasser's analysis of the cosmologic references in the Quran and the prophetic teachings point to a unified understanding of ancient cosmological doctrines, Ptolemy's universe, which was based on the unicity of nature. In an illuminating study on the principles of Al-Arabi's cosmology, Chittick explores the meanings of cosmology, saying that in the modern world, the concept covers many fields and topics, including scientific cosmology, astronomy, philosophy, anthropology, and religious studies. Sufism scholar Renard says that Sufi theorists developed ways to understand different experiences in the cosmos with the goal to give meaning to existence as it reflected divine reality in a number of areas, being, names, attributes, deeds, and products of these. Such an interpretation allows for a hierarchical and systematic conceptualization of the universe, prioritizing its spiritual dimensions rather than its empirical aspects. This viewpoint complements Burckhardt's reading of Al-Arabi, which focuses on the intersection of symbolism and spiritual and hermetic astrology as the core principles of Akbarian cosmology. It also underlines research limitations of the modern, and he says this, modern totalitarian philosophical, very long sentence, empiricism of Aristotelianism, end quote.
So cosmology is also studied as a meaning system with connections to religion and astrology, to actually pinpoint the practical implementation of cosmological ideas, to understand the past, evaluate the present, and of course, the next step, to foresee the future. In my opinion, in my humble opinion at this point, because I'm just beginning this research, accepting cosmology categorically as a science, theory, or the study of the world or of the universe as a system, in addition to the laws that govern that system in the modern sense, puts us in a bind. Especially since such definitions of cosmology do not apply for theosophical-minded Sufis, such as Al-Arabi, and members of his posthumous intellectual community. Now, Akbarian cosmology does not have a scientific or an astronomical orientation. It evades empirical investigation, since it represents a continuous state of change and development, also eluding a finite objective phenomenon or an end product that can be categorized in the scientific language. Al-Arabi's understanding of cosmology, as in the governance and study of the universe, is linked to one's self-knowledge and relies on the nafs, be it the soul or the self, becoming. It's a process. While there is a constant sense of flux in Akbarian cosmology, there is a consistent spiritual hierarchy connecting different levels, such as the divine essence, divine nature, spiritual existence, the world of similitude, angelic world, a plane for humanity with human representatives of the divine, such as the perfect man, we all know it in Sani Kamil, friends of God, and pole, substitute, and supports. Now, based on these Akbarian renditions and interpretations, I approach mystical visual cosmologies as texts written by Sufis with cosmological, mystical, scientific, and esoteric subject matter, complete with circular diagrams that also utilize letters and numbers to communicate a distinct worldview in the Ottoman world. The worldview was also anchored, I believe, at this stage, in each author's particular tariqa affiliation, the related adab and the neshe of the paths that they follow, and in a specific region. So I'm able to look at one region and a group of authors from that region. I don't know if there is a network. I'm exploring that. We will get to it in a little bit. Now we will go back to this. So in this text, in this presentation, I will introduce my findings on one such text. Now, Dairi Cihannuma is an interesting text. It's got a lot of diagrams. We will talk about it, but I chose one particular one. It took me, about 6 months to understand, to begin to grasp it, and then some 50 pages to analyze just one diagram. So just bear with me, please. It's very complicated. But I believe that it's going to end up well. I want to comment on the issues of authorship, authorial networks, the goal to further understand the esoteric context, diagrams, tables, numbers, and letters, and trace, where possible, the inspirations behind the production. The actual goal is to start a conversation about mystical and visual cosmologies produced by Halveti Sufis in my, from my corner of the world in the Ottoman Empire, and explore their inspirations and speculative and esoteric context to see if such works can be understood as a type of new learning in the Ottoman world. This new learning unites Neoplatonic and Aristotelian knowledge with Islamic mysticism, medieval esoteric legacies, and Quranic teachings. In particular, and this is the specific thing I'm looking for, I want to explore the interconnectivities between imitated or transmitted knowledge of sciences, as in taqlid, and realized or verified knowledge of intellectual sciences, as in tahqiq. Now, this is very important, the distinction. And I want to seek this in the context of the circular cosmologies. I am exploring the idea whether authors of these cosmologies, who identified first and foremost as Sufis, and in this case, Halveti Sufis, were curious seekers of tahqiq within their own intellects, to achieve wisdom, and if so, what that could actually tell us about knowledge and the pursuit of knowledge within the context of what we call Ottoman Sufism. So my next question would be, how do we define Ottoman Sufism? What makes it particularly Ottoman? It is a term that is used very frequently, and I am exploring to understand if we can expand our current understanding on this issue. Now, before a brief analysis of the diagram and the background on the author, I want to introduce a little bit about the manuscript and the designated source text of this manuscript. Now, the Daire-i Cehennuma has 46 folios. It has 16 diagrams of varying complexity and is known to have been written by a Sheikh Bayazid, who is referenced in sources alternatively as Bayazid al-Rumi, Dervish Bayazid, Bayazid Çelebi, Dervish Bayazid bin Yusuf al-Rumi. We don't know for certain. I am suspecting, and this relies on a collaboration with a colleague, Carlos from Mesa Conference. He suggested that there might have been two Bayazids, which I think is a very good chance of happening. I think that is the case. But this particular Bayazid was a lesser-known Halveti poet who surfaced in a handful of Ottoman biographical dictionaries, while being omitted in a number of Halveti hagiobiographical sources where we would expect to actually find him. This is particularly interesting. Unlike any other 16th century biographical sources, examined for this study, Latifi has devoted a special entry to Sheikh Bayazid in the first chapter of his Tezkire, where he mentions 13 poet sheikhs who were born and lived in or migrated to Anatolia. There, Sheikh Bayazid appears alongside famous poets and mystics, including Mevlana Jalaluddin Rumi, Sultan Veled, Sadreddin Konevi, Ashik Pasha, Elman Shirazi, Sheikh Vefa, Sheikh Rusheni, Abdullah Ilahi, Şemseddin Burhani, Ibrahim Gülşeni, Yazıcızade Mehmet Çelebi, and Süleyman Çelebi. In this entry, Latifi says that Sheikh Bayazid was from Edirne. In the path of piety, he was noted to have been much like Bayazid al-Sani, yani referring to Abdurrahman al-Bistami, who died in 1454, the famed mystic and scholar of occultism. Born in Antioch in modern-day Antakya in Turkey, of course, al-Bistami in turn owes much of his association to the renowned Iranian Sufi al-Bistami, who died in 875 of the Common Era. Latifi continues his eulogy of Sheikh Bayazid by saying that he was like a boundless ocean and quarry of treasures of God's knowledge. Having immersed himself in God's truth, he notes that Sheikh Bayazid was well versed in the subtleties pertaining to the ilmi zahir and ilmi batin. References to Sheikh Bayazid's expertise in ilmi batin actually strongly suggest that, like al-Bistami, he was also invested in the occult, especially that of the science of letters and names. This on the left, of course, is the diagram that I will be devoting my presentation on. And we will get into the particulars if time allows. This is a very complex diagram. It's got several layers, and it relies on Ibn Arabi, so we will talk a little bit about that. But before we actually move on this, I want to again show you another fancy 3D, but this time actually it is a little bit, it has a better rendition, I suppose, or I hope so, this one. Can everybody see? So the two ones that I show are actually from different manuscripts. The first one is from a Nazir of Kitab Cehennuma, and this is the real one, or supposedly the real one. But we will get on to this because the source text, my suspicion, is actually missing. While the Latifi entry on Sheikh Bayazid omits information on Muhi, I believe, who is actually the scribe and the writer of the Daire-i Cehennuma. Let me get here. An examination of this text actually reveals that Muhi, like his master Sheikh Bayazid, was also well versed in the Islamic heritage of esoteric language, the science of letters and numerology. In the manuscript, Muhi says that Mim signifies Alemi Melek, Ha signifies Hayat-ı Ebediyet, Mimi Sani signifies Marifet, Dal signifies religion, so on and so forth. So some of these designations can be found in the Daire-i Cehennuma as well. While Latifi stays silent on Muhi's authorial accomplishments, he praises Sheikh Bayazid for his verse, hashiyah, commentary or gloss titled Sirr Jan, which is the same as Sirr Janan. Those are, same texts. And it is based on Ibn Arabi's Fusus al-Ikam, as well as the prose commentary on Konevi's Al-Nusus. With this information, we get the first glimpse of Sheikh Bayazid's primary inspiration, Al-Arabi. And of course, Al-Arabi remains the main inspiration for the author of Daire-i Cehennuma, which is Muhi, but I will talk about that in a little bit. Writing Daire-i Cehennuma, Muhi was well aware of his master's appreciation of Al-Arabi's teachings. Now, this is Sirr Janan, Sheikh Bayazid, and the first folio shows Latifi's Vita. It's edited as commentary by a reader who actually verbatim followed this Vita that I could find in the published edition of it. And actually, this is not the text that I'll be discussing, but Sirr Janan, one of the source texts of Kitab-ı Daire-i Cehennuma, has circular diagrams in it as well. And the diagram explanations are there. Here's another one. This I'm preparing currently for publication. This is going to take a little bit of time. And the description of the diagrams comes, somewhere inserted in the text. Okay. We will come back to these later. Here's another one. And also this one. Now, in the Daire-i Cehennuma, what do we have? It is an extensive text, but it has a very specific focus on particular understandings of the world. But this is a different world than what we've been talking about here. Now my process in understanding this material is from bewilderment to wonder. I'm at the wonder stage. I was bewildered for a long time in the past months, so now it is kind of in the wonder stage because it's very difficult material. It's the same, yes. So basically, maybe your presentations focused a little bit on the celestial and connections to the terrestrial. So mine is completely, at this point, I can say it's celestial. It's not, it doesn't correspond in anywhere on this earth that I can actually, connect or understand. So very much unlike Duru Meknun, which is, connected. So this is the list of diagrams that we have. So the first one is, of course, Daire-i Cehennuma. That's the one that I'm examining. That's the one that's taking forever to interpret. Faslı sani vücut dairesi, faslı salis ruh, kalp dairesi, nefs dairesi, zikir dairesi. So we do have a composite understanding of all of these cosmologies in themselves, and of course mezhep dairesi. But the first and foremost, the important one is basically Daire-i Cehennuma. Pes Daire-i Cehennuma 28 harf ve 28 menzil üzere bağlanıp her biri 1000 aleme işarettir ki 28 bin alemdirler. Now, the significance of 28 we will talk about. I don't have much time, right? But I will sort of like breeze through it a little bit. These diagrams, mertebi vahdiyet, hadarat-ı nur-el vücut, sureti vahdet, beyan-ı tevhid, vücut dairesi. These we expect. These we expect in sort of like Sufi, texts that I have looked at. This is, to be expected. What is unexpected is their rendition in circular diagram forms. That is not to be expected in the Halveti text that I have examined in the Gülşeniye context. So that's kind of a little bit on the, out of the scope. So Daire-i Cehennuma. So presence of the Daire mezheb, and of course you don't see them, but they're on top of the page, and Daire-i zikr. So now the next step is, of course, to see the 3D renditions in order to understand these. What I'm trying to do is, I think this is designated as some sort of mechanism. So with the 3D, I'm going to try to turn them clockwise and counterclockwise to see, because if this is a zikr practice, yes, then we have to be able to, as the disciple, move towards it, synchronize with it to be able to better understand it. This is a mnemonic device in my mind, and sort of like engineered towards the disciple. The next step is, of course, is this inter-tariqa or cross-tariqa? The Sufis that I'm looking at are, they have Sümbüli affiliation, Sümbüli Cemali affiliation, so I have to look further into that and expand the network. But this, I'm going to look into am I making sense? Like I'm trying to sort of like make such that, you know, the 3D renditions will turn and then, you know, we will understand a little bit better what these diagrams mean. Now, daire-i kalp, and of course these are extremely complex. Now, this is mostly a mixture of Arabic and Ottoman Turkish. So far as I have been able to establish, there is no Persian references except for passing references in the main text. Now, the elaboration of these diagrams come before in the text, so they are explained, and the explanations sometimes do not match what we see in the diagrams, which makes me suspect that maybe two different people collaborated on this. I'm not able to verify that yet, I'm working on it, but this is the main idea that I have. So, this is just to give you a sense of, all of this. So this is daire-i vücut, and then, the text that's next to it is kind of like, it's expanded and it's explained. How many minutes do I have? Do I have any minutes? Maybe one little thing. Okay. I didn't have time to talk to you about the significance of number 28. If you're curious, please ask. Yes. So maybe I should talk about the 28 and skip Inshad Dawayir. I don't know. Okay. Okay, all right. I'll breeze through it. Okay. So I'm skipping 28. Please feel free to ask it. Now, Daire-i Cehennuma is Pendeze Nazire. It's a parallel text. In content, especially to Ibn Arabi's Inshad Dawayir. I don't know if you're familiar with this text. It's a small treatise. It is not commonly read or known, but it's a fascinating little piece of amazing work. Book of descriptions of the circles, composed in around 1201, and then this is the first folio. We have several extant folios. I'm very grateful to the Journal of the Muhyiddin Ibn Arabi Society because they shared the Manisa manuscript, which is supposed to be one of the earlier extant manuscripts of this. So, tentatively speaking, this is a source text for Sheikh Bayezid Sirr Canan, part of it, and then mostly Muhyi's Kitab-ı Daire-i Cehennuma. But of course, this is not the only inspiration of it, because nothing actually connects except for the worldview. Basically, this is the other rendition that I have of the Nazire Daire-i Cehennuma, and this is of course Muhyi himself, Sheikh Muhyiddin, Daire-i Cehennuma. This is his understanding of the Daire-i Cehennuma, which is different than the big one that we saw, the big diagram that we saw. All of these are somehow connected, but I'm still working on one of them, so it will take a while to understand this. So the idea is to facilitate an understanding. So why does Ibn Arabi draw diagrams? So that is the next question that I asked. I wonder what is the reason for it? And he apparently loves drawing diagrams, but why? So to facilitate an understanding of the realities of the ontological relations and their dependencies in a manner accessible to the senses. So he wrote this in particular for his much beloved companion Al-Habashi to basically, it's a dedication. There's a dedication to him, Al-Habashi in Al-Arabi, and he's basically wanting him to be initiated into his ontology via the use of diagrams. So that's one of the purposes of Al-Arabi's usage. In the first folio of Daire-i Cehennuma, we learn from Muhyi that the composition and the anything and everything. This is later. So Muhyi's text was composed after 1504, possibly by 1516, which is kind of an interesting date. If I can establish that, that would tell us quite a bit about it. And the origin text, of course, for Muhyi's Kitab-ı Daire-i Cehennuma is not solely Sirr Canan, but it is also Insha as well. So let me breeze through this. So this is Ibn Arabi, the diagram of Al-Jawhar. Now, Jawhar figures in Muhyi's Cehennuma as well, but not as a separate diagram. It is actually integrated into the larger scheme of things. Diagram of pre-existence, divine decree, human being, human tendency, spirit of the man and nature, body and substance. This is all very expected and it is all very, familiar to us. But the usage or the adaptation in Muhyi is different. He takes it and makes it into something actually new. Now, so this is the next stage of the 3D. Of course, we didn't have enough time to make it actually in 3D, so I did this like this. So this is the second level in, if that makes sense. This is this part. Yes, so I dissect all of this to make sense. And this is basically Hadarat, that's the presence, that's the level. Hadarat and this is the second layer. So the corresponding one, the Insha Dawair, the cause of the genesis of the world, the diagram of the world. So this is Ibn Arabi's conception. And, you know, we've just viewed Muhi's one. There is no correlation stylistically. Content-wise, yes, there is a lot of overlap, but stylistically, it is very different concept. So circles of identification, that's the top one, and then determination, non-identification, first and the second identification. If you're curious, I can get into the details of this. This is all very kind of like interesting ontology. This relies on Konevi because he's got 5 martabes. This is a replica almost of the 5 martabe from Konevi. So Muhi appropriates that. I don't know if he reads Ibn Arabi, but he definitely reads Konevi. He's done his homework on that front. So that's what we can tell. And then the charts for the names of the essence and attributes and the acts, all of this is incorporated in here, if you can see it. Sorry for the elaboration, but it's right here on the first layer of the Hadarat. And of course, different Insha manuscripts do have different understandings. This is the first one. La ta'ayyun dairesi, ta'ayyun evvel, ta'ayyun sani. So these are all different sort of like martebe, all connected into one composite diagram of the cosmos. So this is all very connected actually. And this probably you don't want to read this. This is from my from my article, but yeah, this is a little bit too detailed. But if you want to learn about these, I'm very happy to tell you. Okay. I think I have well beyond past. Oh, this is the last one. I'm wrapping up, but I promise. So this is the last one, as you see in the bottom part of the diagram. This is the most interesting one. And this is the one that got me into a little bit of a trouble because what you have here in the core is insani kamil and his centrality towards this understanding of the cosmos, yes? But the problem here is you would expect much commentary about insani kamil in the manuscript. The parts that I read didn't have it. It has it, but it is not as elaborate or as detailed as one would expect it. So that gives me a little bit of a trouble. I'm trying to understand. Now, what goes on with the other ones are, it's a little bit of a challenge because it talks about the lunar mansions, all 28 of them, and then it connects into the jinn, the human beings, madeniyat, it connects to the different concepts. And that is giving me a little bit of a trouble, but I'm sure I will, at one point get on top of it. Okay, I think I should wrap it up. So that's pretty much it, I believe.
Well, that's impressive. I don't know what to say. I suppose we all stand in admiration on how you managed to find your way into this. It reminded me of, okay, I don't pretend to know something about that. Tunes perhaps knows about Zairja, the astrological diagrams or mechanisms that are also.
They're tabulated, but tables are a little bit different than diagrams.
But I mean, the idea of having concentric circles corresponding to, I don't know.
It has been quite the journey, I must say, and I'll just begin. So I'm trying to go to the beginning of it, in which, how do we dissect it? So, this actually gives a little bit of an idea. One would expect, we would read it from the outside to the inside, yes? It's not always like that. It goes both ways. You have to read it from the core to the outside, and it changes. So the actual sequencing also poses problems, yes? For instance, in this one particularly, now I haven't begun, for instance, in this one, the central circle is where it begins, and then it goes to the right, and then it goes to the left. In the manuscript, that's the sequence that it follows. But in the actual text, the actual text does not follow the rendition that you see here. It's kind of mixed, right? So in the diagram, you see a different kind of reality than you see in the text. And the information doesn't always correspond. Some of the information that you would expect to see in the diagram is not in there, but is in the text. So then you have to connect the two to make sense out of it, which makes it a little bit more complicated. So the diagram, where it is positioned in the text, is also very important. Now, why did he put it where he put it? And then, I'm trying to make all those connections. And this is just one diagram, imagine that. So there is 16 or 15 more of this, and then I think that they're all connected in one way or another. So,
Thank you. This was very impressive. Just, first a quick remark, then a larger question.
Okay.
Quick remark is, there is a small and very young field of study called cosmograms. I don't know if you've run into that expression anymore. Cosmograms, yes. And this is the kind of stuff that they work on, except, it starts with like mandalas and stuff, but, it moves on from there. So it's trying to do exactly what you described. So it's trying to basically talk about the world without having to confront something like Aristotle or astronomy or something like that. Which brings me to my question. So it can't be that, people just love it when people explain things they don't know with other things they don't know, right? It's maybe does this suggest that maybe people who would be doing the science of tasawwuf, right, ilmi tasawwuf, not just right, there would be like a certain like order of studies, and something like astronomy would come before ilmi tasawwuf. I don't know, if you studied it formally, at what point. Is this like a 15-year-old's reading? Is this like a 60-year-old's reading? Yeah.
Excellent question. Actually, I come across one reference, ilmi iradat, one reference to it, I don't know. Because to call it a new type of learning, that would introduce a new type of learning, yes? To call it a new type, we have to have a critical group of people who produce texts with kind of like content material that would actually overlap and would talk to one another. So I'm at that point of my research that I found only 2 people that do this effectively. Yes, I have to expand the network if there is a material. I am sure there is, but the problem I'm facing is multi-layered. When you look at the internet to do these searches, they don't describe that the text has diagrams. Yes, so I have to go one by one and. Does this make any sense? So then, I have to go one by one to understand if there is diagrams in the text. So it takes a long time. I'm hoping to establish that, but yes, the quick answer to your question is I have come across to one specific reference, but that's it. Yes.
Okay, very quickly, thank you. It's fantastic. So you said possible pedagogical use. And as someone who had worked with these kind of Sufi texts, did you see something different when you look? This is first question, sorry. The second, related again, the zikr circle, halvetis, they are the circle. Do you think there is relationship with the zikr cosmologies? And if you want 28, but we can talk about 28 later. We can also talk later, but I feel obliged. So thank you so much.
Welcome. So as a matter of fact, yes, the more I looked into these diagrams in the course of several months, the more I began to understand it. So this is not to stare only once. This is to stare continuously. And this is to actually close your eyes and think in your head how this flows. So I realized that this may be kind of like a map for the novice that I talked about, a mnemonic device to keep in the head, because visual memory is much more easier to access than textual for most people. And I don't think that, our early modern or medieval sort of like readers, we're all human beings, yes? So in that sense, I think that there is a connection in tapping into the memory or the imaginative faculties. I think that makes sense to all of us, despite the centuries that are between us. So in that sense, I'm trying to understand the mindset, which is very difficult because we're kind of, coming from a different, time and space and everything. But yes, So that's the first one. The second one is the numbers connect. So there is a lot of reference to the numbers. 28 is particularly significant because it connects to the Ikhwan al-Safa, it connects to Haidar al-Amuli. Of course, in Arabic, there is, 28 is very, very significant. You can look at Futuhat, I have, pages and pages and pages. It all talks about that. So this is all, very much connected. Now, finding this connection is no problem. The usage is what matters. Because they reference to a particular set of identifiers, but what they understand from it and how they interpret it differ. So when I look at, for instance, Sheikh Bayezid Sirr Janan, his reference to 28 is different than Muhi's Kitab Da'i Jahannam. So I have to understand what they see, how they utilize 28 in the texts that they write, and of course in the diagrams that they draw or someone else draws for them. I don't know if this answers a little bit, but Zikr, I am just beginning to sort of like get into it. Yes, I'm just beginning. So anything I would say would be premature. I would rather wait. Okay.
Thank you so much to them, and this is impressive. What I want to ask is whether it's worth doing to explore what daire as a mathematical or a geometrical concept did mean to these individuals. I mean, daire is often associated with perfection, wholeness, justice. I mean, daire adalet, for example, the famous, it shouldn't be just a coincidence why daire is used as a category. So do you have any plans to explore you already did?
Yeah, I already did that, but I cannot present it here because it would take now forever. So what I did is, this is for the book chapter that is under review right now. So I had a whole section on the daire. So the daire begins with a dot, yes? It is the matter of perfection. It is the most perfect round sort of like depiction. You see an elaborate definition of daire in a variety of sources, but the one that I find most interesting is the Ikhwan al-Safa, because they draw the daire quite a bit and they give a lot of importance to it. So I'm trying to understand if daire is discussed in the manuscripts I see. It is not yet. I have not seen it yet. This doesn't mean that some other manuscripts don't also do. I mean, some other authors don't do it, possibly. But the ones that I see, they take it for granted. The daire comes naturally to them. They don't need to explore it. They don't, for instance, talk about the triangle. The triangle is also very equally, important, yes? But it is not discussed in any way. We find that stuff in Ikhwan. Now, they have, treatises devoted to that stuff. Not here.
I'm looking at Henderson treatises as well.
I have not yet, but I will. Because this daire is a constant medium, right? Since I don't see many other geographical depictions, this is very important. And in the book chapter, I wrote a little bit about this, possible understandings of why they prioritize the daire. But since I don't see a discussion of it in the manuscript, I'm still looking. So this is likely to take a little while.
I think that it would be wise to end somehow, because this discussion could go forever, and your explanation, there are... Okay, well, so thank you very much. It was really exciting. And so now have our next speaker, Erwin Jamil Shik.
Well, I'll be speaking about the occult, therefore I have no pictures. That's by design. And I too will be reading, and by the way, thank you very much, Marianos, for inviting me. Classical Arabic dictionaries define al-ghaib as hidden, invisible, absent, or distant. In other words, it signifies in the literal sense of the word, the occult. Al-ghaib and other words derived from the same root occur 59 times in the Quran, mostly in relation to God. In particular, it is said that the keys to the occult, Mefatihul Ghaib, are with God. This verse and others like it make it clear that the occult is for God alone to know. Although divination in general is not explicitly mentioned in the Quran, the practice of using divining arrows, al-azlam, is prohibited twice and qualified as wickedness and the work of Satan. Some hadiths are a bit ambivalent when it comes to the occult, but overall the Prophet Muhammad's attitude is hostile as well. For example, he is reported to have said, taking omens is ascribing partners to God, shirk, and ornithomancy, taking omens, and geomancy pertain to jibt, a term that may be interpreted as idolatry. The Prophet's wife Aisha reported that she once said to him, soothsayers, el-kuhan, used to say things to us and we found them to be true. The Prophet replied, those are words of truth that a jinn snatches and throws into the ear of his friend, adding to it 100 lies. In short, it is clear from both the Quranic injunctions and prophetic hadiths that mantic practices were frowned upon by the Sharia. And yet various methods of divination, geomancy, oniromancy, astrology, physiognomy, omoplatoscopy, ornithomancy, and many more, have been and continue to be widely practiced throughout the Muslim world, despite condemnation by some Orthodox scholars. Some of these methods, furthermore, have been practiced at the highest levels of the religious hierarchy. Thus, for example, the Caliph Uthman and the Imam Shafi'i were celebrated as expert physiognomists. The Prophet Muhammad himself was said to be a gifted onirocritic, and numerous monarchs employed court astrologers whose advice they sought in the most consequential affairs of state. How can the Sharia's distaste for divination be reconciled with the latter's widespread and persistent practice? In brief, my argument is that occult sciences are viewed basically as reading and writing practices. And given the doctrinal centrality of reading and writing in Islam, this has allowed many Muslims to view occult sciences as part of the theory and practice of their faith. I will try to illustrate my argument with a discussion of two specific occult sciences, physiognomy, that is inferring a person's character from his or her external appearance, and oniromancy, that is predicting the future based upon a person's dreams. Before doing so, however, I wish to point out two more explicit and perhaps more immediately obvious methods by which such practices were historically legitimated, at least as far as we can tell, based upon written primary sources. Specifically, let me very briefly summarize the references that were made to the Holy Scriptures and to accounts and interpretations of purported actual events. These are, respectively, ad-dalail al-naqliya and ad-dalail al-aqliya, in other words, conveyed evidence and rational evidence. In the case of physiognomy, known in Arabic as ilm al-firasa and in Ottoman usually as ilm qiyafet, the most often cited conveyed naqli evidence is a hadith in which it is reported that the Prophet said, "Guard yourself against the insight, firasa, of the believer, for he sees with the light of God." Then the report continues, he recited the Quranic verse, "Surely in that are signs for those who can comprehend them," al-mutawassimun. Accordingly, many commentators, notably at-Tirmidhi, at-Tabari, and as-Suyuti, concluded that the word mutawassimun, those who can comprehend, was intended to mean people who have the power of firase, that is, of insight and intuition. Thus, Mustafa bin Bali, the 16th century Ottoman author of a physiognomical treatise, wrote, "Most commentators have interpreted the word mutawassimun as mutafarrisun, and what is meant by mutafarrisun is those who are exact, correct in their gaze, nazarlarında müsbettirler, and they are able to focus so precisely that they can infer the truth of a thing from its appearance and characteristics." Furthermore, he immediately followed this hadith with another, according to which the Prophet is reported to have said, "Indeed, God has servants who know people just by looking, bit-tawassumi." Since the word tawassum is derived from the same root as mutawassim, The hadith can be interpreted as referring to people who have the gift of divination by physiognomy, and thus to legitimate the practice. As for rational, aqli evidence of the legitimacy of divination by physiognomy, there are many anecdotal accounts that have been cited in support of it. For example, Shaban al-Sivri-Hisari, the author of another 16th century physiognomical treatise, told the following story. His Excellency Imam Shafi'i, may God have mercy on him, was a believer in the science of physiognomy. During his travels, he was a guest at a certain person's home. That man's appearance was very wicked, but he behaved very hospitably toward the Imam. When the Imam saw that the man's appearance was blameworthy, but his character was praiseworthy, he thought that he had failed in his diagnosis and was deeply troubled. But when they were about to leave, the man presented the Imam with a bill and demanded payment for all the expenses he had incurred. At that point, the Imam's sadness immediately vanished. His companions expressed surprise and asked why he had been sad when he should have been happy and was now happy when he should have been sad. He replied that the man's form had led him to doubt the science of physiognomy, and when his doubts disappeared, so did his sadness. Such anecdotes perform double duty, legitimating both the practice and the practitioner. Similar arguments were made in support of the legitimacy of oniromancy. In this case, the Quran gives firm evidence of the truth of certain dreams and their interpretation, particularly in the story of the Prophet Yusuf, his childhood dream, his fellow prisoners' dreams, and the Pharaoh's dream, all of which he interpreted correctly. The Quran also mentions the Prophet Ibrahim's dream, by which his faith was tested when he thought he had been ordered to sacrifice his son Ismail, and the Prophet Muhammad's dreams of battle against an enemy weaker than it really was, and of entering Mecca with his companions. Even the Prophet's nightly journey and heavenly ascension were, at least according to some commentators, a dream. Likewise, hadiths indicate that the Prophet Muhammad was very interested in dreams and their interpretation. He would often ask his companions to recount their dreams and offered interpretations, as did the Caliph Abu Bakr and the Prophet's wife Aisha. A well-known hadith quotes the Prophet as saying, "Nothing is left of prophethood except for good tidings, al-mubashirat." When asked what that means, he answered, "The good dream, ar-ruya as-salihah." Relatedly, the Prophet is reported as having said that the dream of the believer is apart from the 46 parts of prophecy. Such hadiths were frequently cited in dream manuals as evidence of the fundamental importance and truthfulness of dreams and the licitness of dream interpretation. In addition to such conveyed naqli evidence, treatises also contain numerous instances of rational aqli evidence supporting oniromancy. Often these take the form of anecdotes concerning predictive dreams that came true, and the intention is generally to reinforce the standing and prestige of the dreamer. For example, a dream very well known in Turkey is the one attributed to Osman Gazi that you all certainly know. It is generally agreed that this story is a dynastic myth invented in the 15th century, that is more than a century after the supposed dream occurred, and further elaborated over time. What is important here is that in the process of portraying the Ottoman house as divinely ordained for greatness, the myth also retrospectively legitimated dream interpretation by demonstrating its ability correctly to predict the future. In short, physiognomical and onirocritical treatises often began with lengthy lists of citations from the Quran and the Hadiths, as well as didactic anecdotes involving important people, both real and imaginary, that could be interpreted as sanctioning and validating the occult practices in question. But obviously not everyone read these treatises. How then can we explain the widespread acceptance of the practices? Note that my question is not whether or not such practices as physiognomy and oniromancy were considered licit. They were. Rather, I'm asking why they were considered licit. On the face of it, I would argue that the Sharia precludes occult practices because they are transgressive of a domain that properly belongs only to God. Beyond the scriptural citations and clever anecdotes I just discussed, there must have been something deeper, something more fundamental, that led ordinary Muslims to accept at an intuitive level and without much questioning certain occult practices as religiously permissible. My answer has to do with the relationship between these practices and the twin concepts of reading and writing, which are central to Islam. Theologians generally agree that the first 5 verses of Al-Alaq, the 96th chapter of the Quran, were the first to be revealed. These verses are as follows. Read, in the name of your Lord who has created man from a clot. Read, and your Lord is the most bounteous, who teaches by the pen, taught man that which he knew not. It is very significant that the first word of the Holy Revelation was read, and that God was described as he who teaches by the pen. A hadith also relates that the Prophet Muhammad said, the first thing that God created was the pen. And he said to it, write. It said, Lord, what should I write? He said, write down the destiny of all things until the final hour. The destiny of all things is, of course, what is contained in the preserved tablet, Al-Lawhul Mahfuz. The Quran states that there is nothing hidden in the heavens and the earth that is not recorded in a clear book. I could go on, but for lack of time, let me simply say that Islam basically views the Quran and the universe as 2 texts that mutually explicate and interpret each other, a divine intertext that believers are encouraged to read and comprehend. For this reason, the notions of reading and writing are fundamentally important to Islam, and this fact underlies the way in which the occult sciences have been perceived. For example, there are many indications that physiognomy was regarded by Muslim practitioners as a kind of reading. Thus it is noteworthy that although the original Greek treatise by Polemon of Laodicea did not contain any introductory theoretical exposition of physiognomy, such verbiage was added to some versions of the Arabic translation, as can be seen in 2 undated manuscripts preserved at the Topkapi Palace Library, where the following significant passage appears. Everything secret has something manifest that points to it, and everything absent provides evidence giving information about it. In other words, God, blessed and most high, connected the manifest part of the physical constitution with its secret part and its hidden part with its apparent one, so that this can be inferred from that and that can be known from this. Here it is made very clear that the visible human body provides information about the invisible soul that resides in it, so that to know the latter, one must read the former. This idea is echoed in many Ottoman physiognomical treatises. For example, Şaban-ı Sifri-Hisari wrote, I'll read it in Turkish first and then translate, Demişler imtihan ile hekiman, havasa ademide nice burhan, kim ol suretle bilinür sıfatı, hem ol siretle olur vasfı zatı. Mürekkebi nur ile hattatı kudret, yazıbdur ahseni takvime suret. The sages said, based on experience, that there are many clues in the human constitution. That is how his qualities can be known. That is how his inner nature can be described. With divine light for ink, the omnipotent calligrapher wrote his human creation in the best of forms. That God created man in the best of forms is, of course, a Quranic reference. More to the point, the idea here is that the human form has been written by God, the omnipotent calligrapher, and what God has written, his servants can read, provided that they have the necessary physiognomical know-how. Teaching that know-how was the purpose of the treatises. Sümbülzade Vehbiz Lutfiye, a book of advice written in 1791 and addressed to his son, contains a section on physiognomy, and here too the idea of reading physical features is made quite unambiguous. Fenni ranayı firaset ne güzel, bilesin hali kıyafet ne güzel. Sureti Adem'i ol Rabb-ı Kerim, kıldı zibende-i hüsni takvim. Pek büyük nüsha-i kübra-i vücud, okunur anda mani-i şuhud. Ana dikkatle olunsa im'an, bilinür hali hafiyi insan. Translated, how beautiful is the brilliant science of physiognomy. Know that the state of human features is very beautiful. the gracious Lord has created the human being in the best of forms. Great is the form of man. The meaning of what is seen can be read upon it. One who carefully scrutinizes it will know the hidden human states. Here Vehbi says explicitly that the human body can be read, okunur anda mani shuhud. But even when the verb to read is not actually present, the semiotic vocabulary that is used clearly suggests the idea. For example, in the mid-19th century physiognomical treatise Fenni Kıyafet by Mustafa Hami Bey, the practice of physiognomy is said to serve to understand a person's inner state from his external appearance. That is, to deduce his nature, character, and views, his personality and psychological ailments from the attitude and movements of his features, face and other external body parts, his speech, marks and signs, rumuz ve işaretlerinden, and from his stare and look, in short, from all his manners and limbs. Terms like rems, işaret, and alamet conjure symbols, letters, that can be deciphered and read, underscoring the linguistic nature of the practice. In each of these treatises, external features are said to provide clues to a person's character and morality, provided that they are read correctly. The situation with oniromancy is quite similar. Islamic dream interpretation was built upon a significant pre-Islamic onirocritical tradition, including Mesopotamian, Egyptian, Jewish, and Greek antecedents. A comparison of the writings of Muslim dream interpreters with those of their non-Muslim predecessors can be very instructive in that it will show how this particular occult science was rendered acceptable in an Islamic context. For example, a hadith quotes the Prophet as saying, "Dreams are of three kinds: good dreams that are glad tidings from God, bushra min Allah, conversations of the soul, hadithun nefs, and frightening ones from Satan, tahwif min ash-shaytan." Fairly similar classifications can be found in pre-Islamic dream theories. For example, focusing on ancient Mesopotamian dream lore, Leo Oppenheim writes that dream experiences were recorded on three clearly differentiated planes. Dreams as revelations of the deity, which may or may not require interpretation. Dreams which reflect symptomatically the state of mind, the spiritual and bodily health of the dreamer, which are only mentioned but never recorded. And thirdly, mantic dreams in which forthcoming events are prognosticated. Similarly, the hadith, "The dream of the believer is apart from the 46 parts of prophecy," exists virtually identically in the Babylonian Talmud, where we read, "A dream is 1/60th of prophecy." Numerous Muslim commentators have tried hard to make sense of the 1/46th of prophecy statement, but as it happens in Hebrew, the expression 1/60th is only a figure of speech, signifying the minimal amount that counts. Since the Prophet Muhammad is well known to have been familiar with Jewish and Christian lore, as well as acquainted with local Jews and Christians, he may well have picked up this idiom, which he was subsequently quoted or perhaps misquoted as using. As these examples show, there is a great deal of continuity between pre-Islamic and Islamic dream lore. But there is also a very important point on which Islamic dream interpretation differs from its earlier counterparts. And that is the idea that dreams are messages read from the preserved tablet during sleep. I view this change, which by the way appears to have occurred relatively late during the 3rd century after the Hijrah, as a fundamental step in the Islamicization of oniromancy. For example, Ibn Qutayba's Ibaret or Tabir-e-Rüya, which is the earliest extant Islamic dream interpretation manual, Ibn Qutayba died in 889, so 9th century, says that, quote, "True dreams are brought by angels. They are copied from the preserved tablet and contain good tidings or warnings against performing bad deeds," unquote. In an early dream manual in Turkish dedicated to the last Germianid ruler Yaqub II, who died in 1429, dreams are described as follows. "True dreams, hak düş, are truth from God, may he be exalted. He has appointed an angel as his agent at the preserved tablet. This angel is a representative to those of God's servants who are asleep. It shows them dreams, so that they may ask an interpreter who has knowledge of this science and thus be informed of virtue and evil, benefit or harm, peace or war, excellence or contemptibleness, trade, piousness or worship, what works or does not work, religious or worldly affairs. By command of God, may he be exalted, this angel shows them dreams from the preserved tablet. A similar passage is in a very well-known treatise, Tatirul Enam fi Tabir al-Manam, by the celebrated Damascene scholar Abdul Ghani an-Nabulusi, who died in 1731. He writes, "The name of the angel of dreams is Siddiqun. That angel shows you in your dreams those things that God, may he be exalted, has taught him from the inscribed mother of the book, Ummul Kitab, as well as wise parables that he inspired in him." The mother of the book, mentioned twice in the Quran, is generally understood to mean the preserved tablet, so that the message is the same. The angel of dreams draws upon a written text for the contents of the dreams he brings to the sleepers. And one final example, basing himself upon the same motif as elaborated by El-Ghazali, the poet Azmi of Diyarbakir, Azmi ul-Amidi, who died in 1831, likewise wrote in his oniromantic treatise in verse entitled Miftahül Mani, "Şeb olunca diğer yüzü anın bil, olur ta levh-i mahfuza mukabil. O lef üzere olan mestur heyet, virir mirat-ı kalbe aksi suret. Bu lef üzere dahi nesne görünmez, ne var mesturanda hiç bilinmez. Murad edince amma Hak Teâlâ, iraye itmeyi bir kula Mevla, o leften kalbine ilka olunur, bu hal ol gafile rüya görünür." Know this, at night the heart's other side stands opposite the preserved tablet. What is written upon that tablet is reflected upon the mirror of the heart. What is on the tablet cannot be seen, what is written on it cannot be known. But when God Almighty wishes to show it to one of his servants, an inspiration comes from the tablet to his heart and appears to that heedless one as a dream. To summarize, the Sharia makes it quite clear that occult practices are in principle illicit, and yet such practices were and continue to be popular throughout the Muslim world. Furthermore, most Muslims who consult astrologers, oniromancers, or other diviners do so without fearing that they are violating religious law. Why that is the case is the question I have attempted to answer. Although quotations from the scriptures and anecdotal evidence concerning revered figures may be found in support of certain occult practices, the factor that made divination legitimate at a deeper level is that it was considered a reading practice, and reading is central to Islam. The same goes for magic, which can be conceptualized as a writing practice, but that is for another time. Thank you.
Thank you for this insightful and thought-provoking paper. We are steadily half an hour late, so I guess we'd rather keep questions and answers short, if possible.
Thank you so much. As you mentioned, there are numerous manuscript records of dream interpretation manuals or physiognomical treatises, and there are also numerous anecdotal evidence showing that somebody's dream is interpreted by a master dream interpreter, or somebody's physical qualities are interpreted by a skillful physiognomer. But among those anecdotes, one can barely come across a reference to an actual book really used or consulted to do that kind of interpretation. So on the one hand, yes, there is a writing culture involved in transmitting the knowledge, but that writing and reading is not always used for actually practicing these disciplines. How can you explain that situation?
Maybe it wasn't very clear. When I speak of reading and writing practices, it's not the manuals that I mean. In the manuals, in the introductions to the manuals, typically, there are lengthy, quote-unquote, theoretical explanations of the science. And those theoretical explanations suggest that the actual act of interpreting a face or a dream is a form of reading. In other words, I'm not talking about reading books, rather reading faces and reading dreams. Reading dreams, which are pieces of text that come from the tablet.
Thank you very much. So I very much appreciated that you don't focus on a particular period and give us this broad view. But your examples were mostly from 18th and 19th centuries. And thinking of the words that were used in physiognomies or dream about dreams in an earlier period, rather than reading or writing, I wonder, misal, temsil, alemi misal. So can you tell us a little bit about whether there is a change? Are you interested, or maybe you're not?
I mean, I am, but Ibn Qutayba is 9th century. So essentially, what interests me is what some people have called a dream theory. Okay, I mean, dream scholars have been talking about dream theories and referring to them as cultural theories because they change from one culture to the other. And I'm interested in the Islamic dream theories. Now, there isn't just one. For example, the Halveti used dreams to figure out the spiritual stage of the apprentice. So there are different ways of using dreams. But what interests me is the question: why does a dream mean anything? This is not an obvious idea. We are all post-Sigmund Freud generations, and so we see it as natural that a dream should mean something. But actually, before Freud in Western Europe, dreams were considered to be nonsensical. The Catholic Church was very much opposed to dream interpretation, which they considered very suspicious. And so the idea that a dream should be meaningful, or that a face or that a person's posture should be meaningful, is not an obvious thing. And so the question I'm asking is, why should these be meaningful anyway? And given that they are meaningful and they tell us, they give us knowledge about the unseen, how can we reconcile that with the Sharia's ban on accessing the unseen? And all that I was able to come up with was basically that these are really viewed as reading practices, and reading is so central to Islam, is so sacred and central, that the idea that a reading practice would be wrong is inconceivable. And that's why I think it's been simply accepted so widely.
Maybe coming back to Siddhe's point about visuality, because I always coming back to Siddhe's remarks about visuality. I mean, I always thought that the dreams were important because that was like where they were seeing. And so should we think about reading in a different way than we think? Because many of us, I think of Ottoman reading morely as recitation, hearing. Or shall we, so again, maybe misal, what is then the reading? Is it the images, visuality, not hearing?
That's a very good question, but my answer would be the following. In Arabic, in Turkish, Greek, and in many other languages, one speaks of seeing a dream, right? So seeing is very fundamental. Rüya görmek, not having a dream, but seeing a dream. However, at the same time, a lot of work has been done by philosophers in the 20th century about the philosophy of dreaming. And one of the points that has been made, which I find very compelling, is that even if you see a dream, the minute you wake up, you implot it into a story. It becomes a text. And you remember the story and you tell the story. And so ultimately a dream may be visual, but we have no access to the visual once we wake up. So.
I would also like to comment to go further on with Ashley's comment, but I think we'd better save it for the break. Okay, just to say that there are also instances of things that are not dreams, but they are to be interpreted, like voices that are heard and a complex vocabulary which is not only ruya but also, ilham or whatever happens from Sultan Murad's dream book. Only a third, I think, of the 1,000 or so dreams are really dreams. Most of them are voices that he hears, or all this in between sleep and awakeness state of mind. So, and I would also enhance Ashley's comment on the Alem Misal. So, because there is, okay, this does not contradict your interpretation, because, okay, there is at one point this philosophy of different worlds, Alem Melekut, Alem Jaberut, Alem Misal, Mithal, and so Alem Mithal is a kind of world of images where one goes to sleep, and but then again, yes, one can read these signs.
Interesting. Ruya is often used for waking visions, and hulm is often used for dreams. There are many different, and temsil, of course, definitely. In fact, in the Germianid text I was reading, it was temsil. So absolutely true, and there also the fact that you may have ilham, you may have vahi, you may have ruya, hulm, all of these things, but the same principle would apply. And what I've done is I've selected essentially three areas. I'm looking at physiognomy, dreaming, and magic. For example, I'm not looking at astrology because astrology is a universe by itself, and there's just too much of it. So, but that would be another example. Omoplathoscopy would be another example where you sacrifice the animal and then you read the bones. So, in all of these cases, the idea is still reading, even if you hear voices. It's a text, and you then try to figure out what the meaning of that text is. So that's all I'm trying to say, that ultimately all of these things are based on text. And text is the center of Islam. It's the foundation of Islam. The proof of Muhammad's of the truth of Muhammad's prophecy is the Quran. The first thing to be invented is the pen. I mean, the text, written text, is so fundamental that the idea that reading would be wrong would be strange, and that's my claim, at least.
Okay, so I have this discussion short, and if we tried again to make the coffee break kind of half of it, or I don't know, it's 15 minutes or so, it would be nice. So thank you again.
Hello, I'm Nadeem. I just want to come and, how are you? Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I'm sure I'm late, but I just want to catch some of the conversation. That's all. I don't want to interrupt. Okay. Happy to meet you. Happy to meet you. July. Yeah, July, yes. Yeah. Good to see you, finally. Me too. I thought the Kenyans were to come, but they okay. He's okay. No, but it was moving, gathering things.
And uncontrollable is often described in Islamic thought as ghaib, the hidden or the concealed. And if something is hidden even from our modern point of view, this is the future. Yet, perhaps the most ancient and perennial from among branches of occult knowledge is foretelling the future. So the present paper will seek to make a survey of the ways Ottomans tried to predict future events, of the discussions whether this is possible for ordinary human beings, and final of some techniques developed to have a certain degree of control over them. Now, early Ottoman literature had not one but several visions of the future. There was the belief in a divinely ordained mission to expand Dar al-Islam, evident in the last sections of many 15th and early 16th century historians. While on the other hand, as part of an opposition against Mehmed the Conqueror's imperial vision, some legendary histories of pre-Ottoman Constantinople, which circulated widely in the late 15th and again in the mid-16th century, concentrate on tales of corruption and immorality that brought about the city's eventual destruction. So we heard about Duri Meknun, for instance, this morning. Such predictability was in a paradoxal pre-modern way based on what was conceived as historical experience. Eschatological tradition was part of the apocalyptic religion and, as such, part and parcel of the given context in which the world was to be understood. Yet, apart from eschatological themes, Ottoman historians and scholars also sought more secular, how's this? Yeah, anyway, I quote, more secular ways to expand the view of history toward the future. So applying the axiom of Historia Magistra Vitae, the history, the mistress of life, they explore the possibility of short and middle-term predictions through a deep knowledge of past events. Authors such as Mustafa Ali favor the dynastic cyclism, as termed by Cornel Fleischer, where dynasties follow a steady pattern of rise and fall. But it was not until the mid-17th century that a sense of historical laws, making the future somehow predictable by historians, appeared in Ottoman letters. And it was Katib Çelebi who made this step by adopting Ibn Khaldun's theory of history and of the stages from which every state must pass. This concept became a commonplace in many works that followed, especially after the much more analytical exposition by Naima in the early 18th century. And arguably, this emphasis on historical laws may have contributed to a new thrust throughout the 18th century of theological debates on the limits of causality and the role of individual will, as our friend Ethan well knows. Other visions of the future were less informed by historical experience, as they drew on a privileged contact with the supernatural. And these were usually more optimistic, although sometimes containing sharp criticism of their contemporary realities. There were a number of ways in which one could claim access to the supernatural world and therefore to knowledge of future events. One could categorize these ways roughly into three large categories. There were predictions based on a direct contact with the Ghaib, through dreams or visions, or at any rate through miraculous epiphanies. Secondly, predictions based on occult sciences connecting the written word, the Quran, with the world, namely the science of letters. And predictions based on a more materialistic, somehow yet occult, perception of universal hierarchies, namely an astrological conception of the world. Now, the first category, visionary knowledge, was probably the most popular one, as it required no special training or technical vocabulary, although it could also be based on an elaborate and complex philosophical background. I'm referring mainly to dream interpretation, a practice completely legitimate in Islamic theology, as we just heard. The well-known motto that dreams constitute the 1/46 of prophecy gave dream interpretation a status of pious science. And moreover, one could provoke a divinatory dream. This was the practice known as istihare, asking God to select and decide between two or more courses by a dream or an omen. Apart from dreams, also voices could be heard, glimpses could be seen, and presences could be sensed. Often, dreams were interpreted through complex systems of transformations, where, for example, the name of a person seen in a dream would be translated to a numerical value, which then, often after a series of successive subtractions, would correspond to a certain clue to the future. Now, apart from dreams and dream-like visions, we can consider recourse to instant divine inspiration as a form of visionary divination. And by this I refer to practices such as bibliomancy or various forms of divination, and even geomancy, which is arguably the most scientific of these practices. But however, it was also based on attaining a status of inspiration at the moment one drew the initial signs. So once you get the initial signs, then you have a very mathematical way of transforming them into omens. But in the moment you draw them, you have to be clean, to have prayed, and so on. So you have to be inspired. In another example, Mustafa Ali relates, for instance, that, I quote, "Whenever a sultan is enthroned, they wait diligently and they take an omen, good or bad, tefa'ul utatayur kilurla, for the first words that come out of his mouth." And in the example he cites, Muhammad III's first words after his inauguration were, "I am hungry." And indeed there was great dearth and scarcity and famine during his reign. The point that underlies beneath all these methods is, and I use Maria Mavroudi's words, to allow, quote, to allow divine providence in the form of chance to intervene in order to help humans predict the future or reach a decision, end of quote. Even in this aspect, however, the main problem caused by all divinatory practices, and this applies to everything I will say from now on, is that by foreseeing the future, they challenge man's moral freedom. So they often represent as more as selecting a choice from among many. But however, for instance, published Falnames at least often seem to be oriented to divination rather than such guidance. And often their function of such divinatory books, Falnames, was loosely based on the cosmological concepts of microcosm and macrocosm, which is implied by the instructions for using such manuals, where one can see a correspondence between letters, planets or astrological mansions, animals and plants, and religious figures. Now, a rare and fascinating example of visionary knowledge of future events is the so-called Papasname, the priest's book, written by some Dervish Mehmed, a Christian priest turned Muslim. The manuscripts are all dated after 1651, but in my view, its initial version must have been compiled in the end of the 16th century. The author relates that a sheikh named Abdurrahman explained to him that angels, prophets, and saints can have knowledge of the hidden future because God has told them with various visions, Vakia and Dush. And indeed, after ritually preparing himself, the author stands near the sheikh and the vision begins. So I quote, "I prayed and went near the sheikh. He held my right hand with his left hand and said to me, 'Close your eyes.' I closed my eyes and then he said, 'Open your eyes.' I opened my eyes and found ourselves at a small wall at the west of Hagia Sophia, opposite the gate of the palace. I saw a great tumult coming from the gate and became afraid. When I gathered my mind, I saw Sultan Mehmed coming out of the gate." And then all the future, end of quote, and then all the future 70 sultans of the Ottoman dynasty, up to the end of days, appear in succession with various symbolic forms, sheep or lions or whatever, which the sheikh interprets to the author. This is a fascinating story. This is a text that is hopeful to be published by Tijana Krstic and Gülhan Börekçi. There are setbacks also predicted, but eventually Rome, America, Moscow falls into at the hands of the Ottomans. At the end, the whole world is to succumb to the warriors of faith. Now, so far for visionary methods or approaches. A second category of ways to foresee the future was again related with the supernatural, but in a more rational or, so to speak, mechanical manner. Now, as we know, leisurely, due to the immensely influential figure of Abdurrahman al-Bistami, the beginning of Ottoman imperial age coincided with a great blooming of the science of letters, meaning a set of ideas and concepts ascribing divine meaning to the letters of the Arabic alphabet and inventing techniques of using them as symbols and markers of the divine plans and the works. Now, since the Quran was considered as written in heavens, the al-Kitab, that is as an uncreated property, not just the word of God, co-eternal with him, each letter would be part of this property and thus incorporated into the hierarchies and the correspondences of heaven and earth. Letterist interpretations of the world had become a very popular way of predicting the future by the early 16th century. And a complex system of techniques was used to produce numbers out of words and letters out of numbers in order to associate them with natural elements and psychological qualities. Such divinatory or foretelling practices were not necessarily based on elaborate hierarchies or rules. So, for instance, the Merhameh genre consisted of abstract predictions based on the days a month started, on comets, eclipses, and other events. And in these texts, when authors cared to offer some explanation, it would be an association of days and months with planets and stars, as well as their numerical values. And apart from future events, letters of one's name define his or her character, just like one's horoscope, in the same way they define the properties of minerals in Jabirian alchemy of the Arabic Middle Age. Of course, the use of letters methods to make long-term prognostications had begun much earlier in Shiite environments. Al-Bistami expanded on this subject, and his prognostications were popularized in the late 15th century during Meknun. But the most complete example of a letterist foretelling of future history is probably Rumuzi Kunuz, the Treasures of Ciphers, composed in 1557 by Ilyas bin Isa Saruhani. Ibn Isa was the son of the Bayrami Sheikh Akhisari Majduddin Isa, himself a master of the science of letters. And Rumuzi Kunuz contains a series of predictions concerning sultans, viziers, other high officials, judges and sheikhs, as well as events to come until the Hijri year 3000. The names of the sultans are predicted according to the letters of the words in the different verses of the first Quranic surah. And the world will not end until the sultans of the Ottoman line, always, corresponding to the letters of the remaining verses reign. So you have to finish the first surah until the Qiyamah, the end of days comes. For figures other than sultans, other quotations take the place of the Quran. Furthermore, letters are associated to the four elements and to their numerical values to produce qualities and events of the sultans to come. The author does not always explain his method. Sometimes he's not sure of having a safe result. So, for instance, he says there will be a great sultan, Dal will be the final letter of his name, his viziers or children will be 1 or 2, or the final letters of his name will be Nun and Alif, for instance, Osman, Numan, Orhan, Suleiman, Imran. At times, he is at pains to explain us his method. So I quote again, every great city in land and sea, in the 7 climates, has one of the letters pertaining to earth. If one subtracts 2 each time, successively, from the number of this letter, the result will show the lifespan of the city's ruler. If a letter of fire is redundant in a ruler's chart, the ruler will be wrathful. If a letter of earth, he will be mean, and so on. Interestingly, the method of subtracting the required multiple of a number from the numerical value of the name is referred to as Saruhani's invention, or at least Saruhani is credited with having explained it, in an early 19th century manual associating names with stars, which then are used to establish omens. And the same method was used in some oniromancy texts. Now, what is common to the practice and techniques described so far is their straight connection with the supernatural. So, visionary or dream prognostications are the result of direct communication with the Ghaib, presumably through divine grace or angelic intervention, whereas letter science presupposes a divine plan for everybody, in which Arabic letters are the signs corresponding to an unseen structure of the world. And another common feature of these approaches was the fact that the practice was usually associated with Sufi circles, especially Bayrami and Halveti. It seems that these circles were claiming enhanced access to the supernatural, partly as a result of the growing strength and the range of Sufi networks. And there is a nice example quite early of this struggle, discovered by Tunç Shen, the letter of an anonymous sheikh to Bayezid I, where the sheikh tries to discourage the sultan from studying astrology, at least not until he attains the spiritual stage needed at the hands of the sheikh's disciple. So, however, there was yet another way, a third way to predict the future, and this was to have recourse to a system of interdependencies which left little room for supernatural intervention, connecting the macrocosm, the universe, with the microcosm, the realms of the natural world on Earth and the human body. So astrological theories link the celestial bodies with human lives in a, in theory, deterministic way that often defied the understanding of the world by some ulema and Sufi scholars. But still it was such common wisdom that even the latter were accepting this fact, although they usually denied human ability to understand, to comprehend these links. So even from the 14th century, such beliefs were commonplace for scholarly obsessors of the universe. For instance, in this Treatise of Talismans, composed probably by Ibn Kemal, which we have heard of this morning, and which was studied again by Tunç, which describes the world as this system of interrelated celestial and terrestrial forces. And such ideas seem to have gained weight in the 16th and 17th centuries. In fact, bringing back theories prevailing in the Islamic world up to the early 13th century, in tandem with European Renaissance occultism that also had stretched this approach. So Khatib Chelebi's description of sciences such as divination by divine properties, the Ilm Hawas, geomancy or the Zairja astrological device, is telling, as he stresses these systems of homologies and correspondences. Now the situation was somehow different as far as concerned astrology, and more specifically the idea that one's horoscope might predestinate one's life because of the theological problems associated. This was a debate with a long history and with close parallels with Western Europe. So encyclopedias composed by, even in the vernacular, by the poet Nevi in the end of the 16th century or by Khatib Chelebi in the mid-17th seem to deny the star's influence wholesale. But still these arguments never prevailed, as the belief in the powers of astrology kept being almost self-evident. Even Khatib Chelebi did not refrain from using an unfortunate star conjecture in Osman II's birth, the enthronement, as an explanation for his death at the hands of the rebels. And a follower of Khatib Chelebi in many respects, including his commitment to Ibn Khaldun's philosophy of history, Naima did not agree on the futility of astrology in principle either, as he was an astrologer himself. And a few decades later, Abdi Effendi begins his account of the 1730 rebellion with a number of meteorological and astronomical phenomena, naming them terrestrial and celestial signs. Yet, both Khatib Chelebi and Abdi Effendi give only human agency reasons for the rebellions as such. And throughout the 18th century, there are numerous examples of authors rejecting astrology, from the historian and especially towards the end of the century, from the historian Shemdani Zadeh Suleiman Effendi, who even attacked Naima on these grounds, to Abdullah Halim Effendi, author of a sui generis political treatise in 1791. And by this time, even the Sultans Abdul Hamid I and Selim III were reluctant to listen to their chief astrologers, although they felt compelled to for the sake of traditions. Later, even in the mid-19th century, even a professional astrologer would express his doubts on his science, as he had seen no profit. Now, to finish with this, in the end of his survey of Ottoman occult manuscripts, Jan Schmidt suggests that literary Ottoman culture had not changed in maintaining a very claustrophobic and magical vision of the world. Now, this might arguably be valid for the Ottoman vernacular culture, yet as far as concerns knowledge of the future, one might argue that the belief in historical laws led to a shift of foretelling theories and practices from a supernatural to a natural, historical, and perhaps markedly secular sphere, which seems to have prevailed by the second half of the 18th century. So we'll skip some examples, but even so, there is a nice part from Khatib Chelebi's description of fortune telling, which is so mechanistic because it doesn't say it stresses again hidden affinities and similarities between future and present events. And in the beginnings of the 19th century, there is this piece by Sümbül Zadeh Verbi saying that studying history, by understanding the good and bad aspects of the ancestors, you will be informed of the descendants as well. Faire me dupe ni kubedi eslafi, andan agahi de sinach lafi. So now there is a discussion on could begin with the relations of such trends with the Naqshbandi order and or perhaps with the Qadis-Adeli movement, which stressed, which tried to push the supernatural in a place and time far away and away from everyday life. So there is a general climate presenting even materialistic trends from the end of the 17th century onwards, in which it's only too natural to find that belief on the predictability of the future became more rational and scientific and less informed by supernatural or occult powers throughout the 18th century. I really apologize for passing the time, and thank you. So, this is in fact some 30 pages, so and kept going on.
I'm surprised. It's so interesting. I'm surprised. Why don't you call the occult sciences scientific?
No, scientific always with quotation. Okay.
Because since we do know that they're always often very much related to. They may be related to, I don't know, Tunç's here, observation, experimentation. So I mean, you must have. Why do we separate them and see them more scientific rather than what comes later?
The word I to use was something like mechanic or mechanistic somehow. So there are spiritual, so to speak, spiritual and mechanic explanations. So, or you have spiritual explanations of spiritual causes somehow, which is a visionary approach. You have a kind of mechanical explanation of spiritual causes, which is the letrist approach. And then this astrological approach is more like a mechanical explanation of a quasi-mechanic world. So it's another, I mean, this is how I try to categorize, but of course this is very much and very markedly an ethic approach. Okay, it's very much informed by our own and my own views of the world. So, and I'm a bit ashamed because I usually am very insisting on using emic approach as well. So the way Ottomans themselves or several groups of Ottomans viewed the world rather than applying my own categories.
No, I was just
okay, so replace mechanic, scientific by mechanic.
To follow up on Aslı's question, where do you situate medicine, for example, or statecraft as disciplines which are really future-oriented in a sense? I mean, the preventive medicine, for example, or the Nasihatname literature. I mean, we tend to read Nasihatname literature as the critique of the present, but they are full of policy recommendations for a better future. So can't we also include these disciplines into our pool that talk about or that study the future in the pre-19th century context?
Absolutely. One, and Khatib Shalebi's notion of historical laws comes mainly in his political treatise, for instance. But one might say that the difference between foretelling the future and choosing between choices, so taking an omen or a prognostication, can be applied here. So a Nasihatname is considered as something that can help the ruler or the vizier to choose the right course between some possible courses. A historical law, like if you adopt Ibn Khaldun's theory, this is not about the right choice. This is about the eventual fate of all dynasty, or in Khatib Shalebi's view, of all state. So this is more of a foretelling than of a choice. but of course, it's the same like you have the Falna mess, and it's normally you have to make a choice to take an augury, but in fact they are often used as a prognostication. So this is a difference, a kind of difference one might apply. And the medicine is quite interesting. Since I'm not, I prefer to leave it outside, but the interplay between prophetic medicine or the way medicine is situated in encyclopedias, in the branches of knowledge is very interesting. And as a matter of fact, I started to say that how lettrism became obsolete by the late 16th century, and then I went yesterday to this exhibition I told you about, and saw a magical square with its letters in a medical treatise of the late 18th century. So it's okay. But yes, medicine as well has arguably been under a similar transformation in the 18th century. We have this Paracelsian, which is medicine, perhaps a more mechanical point of view. We have Ahmed Vesim, Abbas Vesim and his material soul, but okay, Harun, who could tell us more, is not here at the moment. So no, I'd rather not speak about medicine. I said that I don't know, but yes, you could say that. It's, okay, thank you for helping.
I find these references, parallels with Europe, quite curious, and you're the first to bring that up today. So when, in European scientific revolution literature, people talk about mechanistic, ideas of 17th century, they bring up the theory that it's actually a reaction to 16th century occultism of Renaissance. So do you see a similar dialogue between 16th century corpus and the 17th century corpus?
Let me get this straight, not be misunderstood. I said mechanic, not mechanistic. Once I was very optimistic that I could find a mechanistic view of the world say from the early 18th century, and then I figured out that it's rather not the case. So if I had to draw this parallel, I talked about parallels, the discussions on human will, free will, for instance, in astrology, have very marked parallels in the West, but this is also because it's in the medieval time, because Aquinas had read or had some echoes from, I don't know, Ibn Sina, and so they had this. But in the Ottoman case, one might argue that there is the Renaissance type occultism as a mechanic reaction to the more or less visionary or spiritual occultism of the 15th and the 16th centuries. And that there is a kind of mechanistic vision, perhaps, of this historical laws theory and concept, but which takes place perhaps in a much later stage after the mid 18th century. It infiltrates. And something that I want to stress, in my view, is that perhaps I gave the impression that I talk about the Ottomans or the Ottoman view that changes the predominant point of view. This is not the case. We have, and the really difficult and the real important thing to discover, in my view, is exactly what groups and what and representing what social and cultural tendencies or trends of ideas promoted this or that world vision. So I speak of historical laws and the Khaldunist view, in which infiltrated the elite thinking throughout the 18th century, or about the Kazzadelis as actors of a paradoxal, disenchantment of the world. But this is, for instance, this disenchantment, if any, was in tandem with an enchantment. So this, Derinterzilu has remarked this, that in the 17th and 18th century, for some most Sufis, for Halvetis, for instance, the world became more and more of an enchanted place, with more and more apparitions and supernatural entities in everyday life. And at the same time, you have this, like Protestant-like, again, with many quotation marks, fundamentalist, again with quotation marks, tendency to strip everyday life from supernatural apparitions. But this is not easily identified as a general trend of the Ottoman world. It's tendencies and threads going in parallel. So the really important thing is to see who represent each trend and why, and perhaps which one prevails at the end somehow, or how one is influenced by another. But so there is still a lot of work to do. Okay, so again, this is the first scientific meeting, really scientific meeting we made in this 5-year plan. So thank you for helping me staying in time with few questions. And again, like Orson Welles' barrister, I go down, go by the back.
Is it this one? Okay. Good evening. And first, thank you for the invitation to be here, and thank you for a terrific day. As you will see, this presentation is actually in conversation with many of the previous talks, especially with Asle, but also Side and others. Did I do anything? No. Oh, okay. I had a paper, but in the past 2 days, I've been reading through Bistami's work, so I have modified some of the things. So I'll just show you the materials I work with and thinking with. In general, as I said in the letter that I added to the paper that I pre-circulated, that I no longer think I got it right. This grows, or this is an attempt to rethink or expand or revise some of the things that I said in the recently published chapter I wrote for the Treasures of Knowledge publication, the publication of the inventory of Bayezid II. In the chapter I wrote, I offered, maybe I should start by saying a few words about the inventory. So the inventory is the inventory written by Bayezid II's librarian around 1503 or 1504. It's the holdings in the palace library at the time. The chapter that I was asked to comment on is one of the longest chapters or sections in the library. It contains 200 plus objects, text, and other types of objects. And what I found very striking when I was looking at or when I was commenting on the section is Atufi's, that's the librarian's name, Atufi's interest first in the materiality of the objects. He constantly refers to the materials that the objects were made of, the kind of ink that was used, and also what we or I thought was the calligraphic style in which they were written. Part of the project was to go through major manuscript collections and to try to identify manuscripts that were part of the library that has the Sultan's seal and Atufi's brief description, the same description that appears in the inventory. So what I'm trying to do in this revision, so in the chapter I offered several explanations to why I thought at the time Atufi was so interested in these things. I'm not particularly satisfied with the explanation I provided in the chapter. But this interest, his interest in the materiality and the calligraphy made me think about the talismanic compound, and there is no better person to start with than Sheikh al-Akbar Muhyiddin ibn al-Arabi, who says that it is incumbent upon those who attempt such things, letter magic and talismans more generally, that they have exact knowledge of the desired compound, and he uses the Arabic word tarkib, together with its forms, times, scripts, or alphabets, and so forth. And I think this is a really important, almost meta-discourse about how we should be looking at talismans. I think that in general, there has been a tendency in the study of the occult to privilege text in a very narrow sense. Much of the work that needless to say, I'm greatly indebted to, has tended to focus on the theories or the textual parts, but there are many elements that we should actually take into consideration when we try to understand how these objects work. And when we start thinking about these objects as compounds that involve time, space, specific constellations, specific materials, specific types of scripts, we can make, I think, better sense of a very wide range of objects, starting with scrolls and different types of surfaces. Bistami, and Bistami is not unique. It's a longer tradition that starts with Buni, and even earlier with in the 10th century with Rayat al-Hakim, and probably earlier, pays great attention to the surface on which the text is written, and the same text on different surfaces, different materials have different effects. There are great descriptions of what kind of paper washed in rose water and saffron you should use to get certain things, but you can also use lead for this different purpose. That also explains certain aspects of talismanic shirts, not only because of the surface, but also because much of the things that, again, Bistami and others are so obsessed with is how you should carry this thing. You should hold it next to in certain ways or attached to certain organs. And this is, by the way, Bayezid II, the talismanic shirt made for Jem Sultan, Bayezid II, his brother, that may or may not have been at the palace library. All these things, I should say, that these are all objects that were part of this section of the library. Skull caps as well. These are later examples. And then there is this question of calligraphy, and I use calligraphy in quotation mark in part because I think that the talismanic thinking about these kind of practices are not calligraphy in the way that we think about calligraphy. And so first I'll show you a few examples. And when I started this project, I was expecting little ugly text. And this was not what I found. There are actually many of them. There are some little ugly text, but there are also quite, some are stunningly beautiful. This is a Timurid, first half of the 15th century copy of the Dua Saifi, one of the most common invocations attributed to Ali ibn Abi Talib. And this is an Ottoman copy, copied in Amasya, but it's very clear that it's in conversation with the Timurid version of it. This is another copy of the Dua Saifi, copied in Bistami's Bursa, or possibly in Bistami's Bursa. And again, the calligraphy, or what, the calligraphic hand is crucial here. And this is one of the manuscripts, or the manuscripts from the Palace Library. It's attributed, on the front page there is a signature of Mubarak Shah bin Qutb, is one of Yaqut al-Mustasimi's famous students. And the colophon is signed, or supposedly signed, by Yaqut al-Mustasimi, one of the most important calligraphers. There are almost all the usual suspects of like the stars of calligraphy prior to the 15th century are represented in this inventory, from Yaqut al-Mustasimi to Arun, to Sheikh Hamdullah, and many others. So it got what I started thinking about, why I was so interested in the calligraphy. So I started reading the literature on alphabets and Aklam. In his encyclopedia, Bistami doesn't classify the Aklam literature as a separate ilm. But it's clearly part of his discussion of the science of letters. This treatise is the treatise that he wrote on the separate treatise that he devotes to Aklam. Many of these elements appear in his encyclopedic work, Al-Fawaih al-Miskiyah, and in other snippets throughout the Bistamian corpus. And it is also, there are several sections in this treatise that are devoted to the history to the Hurufi genealogy, or the genealogy of Ilm al-Huruf. I'm very sorry that, by the way, that my diaries are so lame and they don't like jump out. But what I'll tell you very briefly, like what this work is. And again, it's super complicated. There are many inconsistencies, or what I think are inconsistencies in general, like the late 16th century Ottoman translator of Bistami into Ottoman Turkish. I always blame myself because I assume that I don't know something really crucial that can actually explain to me what's going on. So basically what he does in this treatise, there are several sections, there are several books bound into one in a very Bistamian genre. He loves doing this. He loves compiling majmuas and then adding an introduction and a conclusion to them. So what he does, he surveys a very wide range of alphabets. Some are attributed to biblical and Quranic scholars or prophets. Some are attributed to sages. Some are attributed to specific circles, like the Ikhwan al-Safa, like the first Ikhwan al-Safa, the Basran ones. Some are attributed to specific texts. Some are attributed to a specific geography, like the ulama of the West. There is obviously, like the entire corpus of the Hurufi corpus, there is a strong Ismaili Neoplatonist flavor to the whole thing, not only because he ascribes a specific type of alphabet to the Ikhwan al-Safa and to Jabir ibn Hayyan, but also there are many discourses in this work and the work that was inspired by this text that speaks about the speakers or the speaking prophet. That is a very clear and strong Ismaili. But again, in general it reflects this general combination of Hermetic Hermetic, Sufi, Ismaili combinations that you find in the Hurufi corpus more generally. So what it does, it's a tables over tables of different types of alphabet. This one on the top is the alphabet ascribed to Plato. This one is the one here is an alphabet attached to a specific book. They are all the scripts or all the alphabets follow 28 or 29 letters. In some cases, the lam alif is considered the 29th letter, and this is important for several reasons. First, it's interesting because it shows that all these alphabets are compatible. They are all, each letter in each of these alphabets is attached or can be attached to an alphabet from the Arabic alphabet, which means that they are internally, or they are compatible among themselves. But it also means that you can use the same practices that you would use to decipher a text in Arabic in a Hurufi way to basically almost any text in any of these alphabets. You can read obelisks, for instance, because they all follow the same system. And in a sense, it's one of the best illustrations I've seen to this tension that in the Hurufi literature, as Matt Melvin-Kushki and others have shown, between this universalism, this insane universalism and particularity. And he goes very, it's a very, very broad inventory. There is Chinese and Indian and more and closer alphabets. I should say that in some cases he, let's say, we would say that he got it right. So this is an alphabet of the Syriac, but it's also Hebrew, so you can easily see. And one of the things that in general is amazing about Bistami, and everyone who has read Bistami probably has noticed this, is his obsession with collecting what we would consider really this ethnographic drive to collect real information. And also he's obviously obsessed with comparisons. Not only here, his encyclopedic work is very much comparative in terms of calendars, years, like all these things. This is from a later work, or undated work titled Asrar al-Aklam. So far, I haven't been able to identify it. And it's this table sort of shows the attachment of, or the attachment of specific alphabets to Quranic and biblical prophets. There is a similar table with the sages, again, or certain figures, and again I'll say a few words about some elements from this table in a few minutes. This is what is very interesting, and this is where we get back to this question of calligraphy. Before that, this is the table for Greek, that again, for the Greek speakers, again, he got it right, or it's something that we would say he got it pretty close. So again, and I'm trying to avoid the use of empirical versus non-empirical, because I don't know that it captures the tension of what's going on here. But it is clear that in some cases, someone told him the right, what we would consider the right table. And this is the table that got me very interested in this whole question of calligraphy. So this is the table of the, this is the table for the Kufi, the Kufic alphabet. It's the alphabet that is ascribed to Ali ibn Abi Talib. And what is interesting is that the Kufic alphabet works like the Indian or the Hebrew or any other alphabet. So there is a distinction between the Arabic alphabet or Al-Kalam al-Arabi and the Kufic alphabet. And this is a distinction that we find as early as the 11th century in the text that is attributed to Ibn Wahshiyah. Ibn Wahshiyah is the first to make the distinction. The only difference is that for Ibn Wahshiyah, the Kufic is the alphabet of Ismail, the first person who is said to have written in Arabic. But this split between what we would normally consider as a visual manifestation of the same letter and the Arabic letter in the Arabic alphabet is actually is really telling and very interesting. This is another alphabet. This is the alphabet is the Iraqi alphabet attributed to Hussein ibn Ali, like Ali ibn Abi Talib's son. And here again, it follows the same split between the Arabic alphabet and the alphabet that looks Arabic, but actually it's not. So this made me think that like certain types of alphabets have certain talismanic qualities into it, and in part because I am very much obsessed with Kufic. I mean, I love Kufic script. I've been collecting Kufic script, so I've been I think that that these treatises, but this longer tradition, can help us look at these Kufic panels very differently. This is the famous Ahmed Karakisari scroll turned into album. It starts with the beautiful and very famous Kufic panel. This is a later Kufic panel from, again, Hizb al-Bahr, a text that is heavily represented in the section of the inventory. This is, and it's not just an Ottoman case, Ottoman story, of course. This is a Mamluk Kufic panel at the opening of one of the Hizb al-Bahr. And this is a beautiful manuscript that was actually done for the first Ottoman governor of Egypt, Mamluk turned Ottoman Egypt, now in Moscow. It's one of the most beautiful. There is also something to say about Al-Kalam al-Makali that goes back to a Mardini minaret and like a bunch of others, but I'll spare you. And interestingly, there is also these Kufic panels at the basis of the minaret of Bayezid II, the mosque of Bayezid II. I passed by this minaret hundreds of times, and I've never noticed this until I started looking at this inventory. And there are two of them on each side, to me it seems that they have a talismanic function, and it's one of these public talisman. I apologize for the photograph, but like it's been under construction forever. This is this is from the Choban Mustafa Pasha Kuliesi, built in the 20s, again, these Kufic panels. And then this is in the 40s in Shehzadeh Jami, and the panels obviously are in conversation or in reference with the one in Bayezid II, in the mosque of Bayezid II. There is a later version in the Rustem Pasha Jami. The thing is that they are, as opposed to the others that are actually inlaid tiles or carved, these are paintings, so they may or may not have been there. If they were there when it was founded, great. If not, it just shows that it has a much longer history. So I don't know if I'll keep it. And of course, the same question of script, or the same interest in scripts we find in other media, talismanic shirts. And there is something really interesting in the use of different scripts, and as in almost relationally. And I think that these treatises on the different types of aklam and the different talismanic qualities that each of these alphabets have can help us at least think about these kind of relationships in a talismanic object. And it's obviously, again, not an Ottoman story. This is another obsession of mine. These panels, it's a Yazdi tradition that starts in the 13th century and continues well into the Timurid period. Very few people have studied these. There is only one actually pretty good Kuwaiti publication that looks at all these comparatively. But what is interesting in these panels that some are tombstones. It's not fully clear. First, I can't remember who mentioned the doors or the threshold and the calligraphy. Yeah, so that's part of it. But again, what I find interesting about them is this understanding of relational scripts or relational alphabets, each with its own qualities. And I think that again, the long history that much of it remains undocumented of the alphabets and the talismanic qualities of alphabet can help us think about objects like this. And this brings me back to the calligraphers or the famous calligraphers that are listed in the inventory. So if my reading of this whole corpus is correct, it is possible that there is an ideal of a divinely inspired calligrapher that has his own alphabet, that has its own quality. So Yaqut al-Mustasimi is not just or simply a calligrapher, and Yaqut al-Mustasimi is just like one example, but he's someone that is able or capable of producing an alphabet that has specific qualities, specific talismanic qualities. And this is also important because art historians and curators in museums have been obsessed with the question of the authenticity of like certain works by Yaqut al-Mustasimi or Sheikh Hamdullah. Did they actually write this work? And you know, for art historians and maybe curators, these are really important questions, and I'm not dismissing them. But if we think about these questions talismanically, it doesn't really matter, and it's not his hand. And when I was working on the translation of the section of the inventory, I've had this exchange with the editors how to translate phrases like Bichat Yaqut al-Mustasimi. My hinge was to translate it in the style or in the alphabet of Yaqut al-Mustasimi. They insisted on, no, it should be in his hand. And I suspect that what they were referring to was his alphabet of Yaqut al-Mustasimi. And I'll stop here.
Okay, guys, thank you so much. This was fascinating. I have one quick question. Can you go back to the daire? Sorry. Okay. Actually, it's not a question. I'm just wondering something. Yes. Yes. So this is from Bistami, correct? So in one of my manuscripts in Sirr Janan, I have the exact same these letters. So I'm thinking maybe it is. Could it be like a shorthand? Yes.
This one is actually the diagram of what he calls the natural alphabet, al-kalam al-tabi'i, and it's the perfect alphabet that is in compliance, or that corresponds perfectly to all the natural elements and the cosmos. And it consists of three. So he has actually a brief explanation. Arabic is one of them, Syriac is the other, and that's one of the reasons why he has some problems, because not all the alphabet has the exact same number of letters. So it's all. So this is why actually the concentric circles work for him. But the idea is exactly that it's exactly the cosmological it's a cosmological circles of scripts.
Okay, so now that gets me to Next question, which is, I don't know if it will make sense. I hope it does. So Bistami wrote much earlier than the manuscripts that I've been looking at. Do we see this kind of simultaneous usage of different alphabets or letters in other occult-related authors? Do you know? I mean, Bistami, yes. What about the others? We know of any.
Again, and this is actually an interesting conversation that we've had with Asra. And one of the things that is very interesting about, and I think it's something that all of us who have dealt with manuscripts dealing with these topics, one of the things that is really amazing is first that most of them exist in very few copies, and there is clearly much more going on than what got preserved. Because they all mention previous works that they have used. They all mention Buni is one example. Buni actually also has some alphabets, some treatises on alphabet, or discussions of should you use like continuous script or separate script. But there is, but I'm sure there are more manuscripts out there. Also, many of these elements are embedded in broader works. I mean, some of these things are. So I would say that there is much more than what I have seen.
In my case, it was written on different scraps of paper and attached to the original text to give it some meaning which I couldn't decipher.
And in some cases, it's very clear that the illustration was removed.
Yes.
And so it's kind of, there is something interesting about like why they thought that keeping the illustration would be an issue, or if someone kept it, or someone just like took the page. I mean, there can be any number of explanations to why this is the case.
I don't want to mess things up, but just your communication had triggered many ideas, but other than rather looking hermeneutically or exegetically to these texts, if we are to look with, I don't know, some old-fashioned semiological, etc. content, and consider this as, I don't know which part will be the signifier and which part will be the signified, but if we, I don't know, if we accept, I'm not certain, I'm not very familiar with these texts, but these are often the, I don't know, not the invented, but the talismanic, let's say, signifiers. It's not like Gülşeni, it was not Gülşeni, but who had created this dictionary, who had Muhi Gülşeni, who had invented the words, but not the alphabet. But this time, do we have, okay, we have the alphabets, but in these manuscripts, do we have some things written in these calligraphical signifiers?
Sure. And almost every work by Bistami starts with like a sentence, then like he writes a few letters with in one of these alphabets that I have, and then he writes the 7 sleepers of Ephesus, like that, or at least all those that I've seen in the past 2 days. Like it's kind of like, it's Bistami because he always has this, like all the magic balls. Someone showed me today like a tablet. No, the one that. Yeah. So, so there are used. Yeah, and
which goes on with his different type of signifiers. And if I return back to it was not a helmet, but the casque, and it was most probably it was kept in the treasury, just as some of these, because we cannot. I'm not certain. I haven't been able to read the book on the Beyazıt Library, but I never get to understand what was the difference at those times between the treasury, the library, and the archives. Most probably it was a composite place, and they were adding up, because I don't know, it's the case, if I'm not wrong, in the French case and the Indian case. In the medieval times, in those palaces, So the treasury, library, and the archive often, how to say, comprehended today the elements that today we would classify as the matters of different areas. If so, I don't know, I'm just thinking about the scepter of Moïse on the one hand. On the other hand, there's helmets, some swords, and perhaps one of these texts. And at that time, I asked myself, then we have things with scripts which do not have, I don't know, any, okay, Bestami may attribute some meanings to them, and we will never be sure what do they imply, or we may have some hypothesis on, but when we add up these items in a space and lock them up, then what is it? The talisman is just a place in itself, or it's, I don't know, because in themselves, I would say that they may, with reference to that altar or something like that, I wouldn't know, they wouldn't have, they detach from the altar, they make a use of it, and they re-put it back after usage, etc. So that's my question. That's something just came up to my mind, and just considering them just as scripts, and even if we wouldn't know or understand what they would say, perhaps Bistami had an intention while writing these. I don't know, they have their formulations, etc., in very hermetic, occult, etc. ways, but for the others, the general perception is that while they are kept in a place, etc., so they create each item added up and creates the effect in itself. I don't know, perhaps I messed up the things up, but
I just think, okay, at least in Atufi's case, that like he was clearly inspired by Bistami, and I fully agree with Cornel Fleischer's contribution to idea that the whole classification of the library was inspired by Bistami's classification of knowledge. I find it convincing. So he clearly shows, the librarian himself shows the same sensibilities. I'm actually, because this is the only section in the library that has objects in it, I mean, or at least I think that this is the only set. I mean, I'm pretty, I think it's the one, if let's say one of the few objects, one of the few sections that has objects. There is a clear separation, and the fact that these things were kept in the library says a lot about the life cycle of these objects, and they are different from other objects that you would find in the Hazine.
But do we have separate places?
Yeah,
are certain that they were kept?
There are different registers. I mean, it's and again, I haven't looked. I mean, Guru Najipolo has been looking at both registers, so I'll take her word for it. I'm convinced that there is something very library-oriented in keeping these objects in this collection, in part because they serve as templates, or they serve as, but there is something, and because by that time, I think they were dead objects, because they were done for specific individuals, so by the time it's no longer an active talisman. So
well, then, just, it's not for etc. to Fleischer, etc., but, and I don't know, most probably I'm thinking a bit, how to say, very modern way of thinking, but how, as an object, how to consider the cap, the shirt, and the codex in some way at the same place. That's the question. So what makes the assembly?
I think what makes the assembly is that they all, textually, they are all closely interrelated. The elements, I mean, they are all inscribed objects.
So the only tie is that the fact that they are being inscribed on medium, is it? So is it the link?
The link is the text. They are all that, and the connection between. There are also a separate section in the library that is the more theoretical one, that the one that Noah Gardner commented on. So this is the more practical section where like all the objects and the invocations themselves are kept. The other is so I think that these are really practical. There is a sense of practicality to these objects.
No, I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
In any case, they must
Yeah.
have these practical.
Or the applied.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for a last question, because we're now 8 hours and a half.
I don't have to ask this question, but I will anyway. About this idea that, for instance, Yakut script might have a particular talismanic value or something like that, I don't doubt that some people may have ascribed that value to him, just as, for example, in the Chamber of Holy Relics, there are Qur'ans allegedly written by Osman and Ali, which could not possibly be by their hand, but nevertheless they are believed to be holy for that exact reason. But if you look at the calligraphers' hagiographic literature, you see absolutely nothing like that. I mean, the whole idea, for example, of when Bayezid supposedly gets Hamdullah to come up with a new script, to be better than Yakut, for example, there is no indication of anything beyond artistic value, beyond a new artistic script. So for that reason, I would say that your interpretation may very well be correct for a certain subset of people, but we should be careful not to generalize that. So that's one thing. And the other, very very briefly, is I'm a bit of a stickler for terminology. And I have a big problem with people calling the geometric writings Kufi, because it isn't Kufi. I mean, Makali, Bannai, there are many other names. And so I'm wondering why you're choosing to call them specifically Kufi.
So I'll answer the question. The first one, yes, I fully agree. I mean, but I think it's true with like almost with many other genres here. You have a different perception of history that coexists with chronicles that are completely. So there is the long history of biographical dictionaries of calligraphers that have a very different perception of the calligraphy, but this is a perception that may or may not have been a dominant inscription, but a dominant perception, but I think it existed at least in the 15 and the early 16.
As long as we see it as one perception and not the perception, I have no problem.
It's in part because these are the only, this is the main script that appears in this literature on the Aklam as the only, and I think that at some point what happens, within this corpus there are different perceptions of Kufic, one that we may classify as Kufic broadly defined, but there are also like a much more ideal that has nothing to do with the visual representation of Kufi, is that at some point there is a collapse of the ideal with a calligraphic style that existed in specific moments that again is part of this broader Kufic family, and I think that this is the connection I can make. There might be other connections with other works, but it's very clear to me that there is like that they fulfill a talismanic purpose, and because that's the only connection I could make between these panels and this corpus.
I suppose everybody is completely exhausted. Thank you very much. coming. And we'll keep this again.